I stood in front of my mother's grave, staring down at the cold granite headstone. The engraved letters had faded with time. The grass had long ago covered the black soil of the gravesite. The clouds quickly passed overhead under a darkening sunset. "I know you never got to see it, Mom," I whispered as tears streamed down my cheeks. "But I finally did it. I got clean." The only response was the hissing of the cool autumn wind across the cemetery. Blinking quickly, I wiped at my eyes. Through the haze of tears, I glimpsed something in the forest. The graveyard had a spiked, metal fence running along its perimeter. Immediately on the other side of the fence loomed dark pine trees and thick patches of pricker bushes. Beneath one shadowy tree stood a silhouette. It looked like a tall man in a black suit and dark sunglasses. His skin appeared chalk white, his body hairless and long. Though he was far away, I could just barely see a lipless mouth chattering, opening and closing in a superhuman blur. The rest of his body stayed as still as death. "Hello," I yelled, taking a step toward the fence. "Are you okay?" I had never seen such a pale luster on a living person before. It was eerie. I briefly wondered if the man suffered from some extreme form of albinism or vitiligo. It looked like all the blood had been drained from his body. A feeling of dread gripped me as the lipless mouth abruptly slammed closed. The man stayed as still as a statue, keeping his back straight and his body rigid. I squinted, seeing that his skin appeared strange. It looked as hard as marble, inhumanly clear and flawless. The feeling of dread only increased. Stumbling away, I spun and began running in a blind panic towards my car. I was the only one in the graveyard, the sole living person in this orchard of bones. I flung the door open, slamming it shut and locking it immediately. Night quickly descended like a falling knife. I flipped the lights and engine on. The cemetery had only a single shared exit and entrance. It stood at the end of the circular paved road that encircled the bone orchard. As I put the car in drive, I glanced quickly in the rearview mirror. I instantly had to repress an urge to scream. The man in the black suit was standing directly behind my car now, as if he had been teleported there. He had his sunglasses in one hand now. Two protruding cataract eyes stuck out the front of his head, each the size of a small orange. Slitted, reptilian pupils ran down the length of the alien eyes. There was a look of primal fury frozen across the deathly white face. I accelerated as fast as the car would go. It took off like a bucking horse, the engine whining with a high-pitched mechanical sound. I continuously glanced in the rearview mirror as increasing waves of terror ran down my spine, but I saw no sign of the man in the black suit. I peeled down the graveyard's lonely road and out onto the dark, empty streets of Frost Hollow. As I disappeared around the turn, I saw the brake lights turn on, painting the surroundings in its crimson light. With trembling hands, I pulled out my cell phone, dialing my brother Philip's number. I had heard of others in the town getting visits from the men in black. Many had mysteriously disappeared soon afterwards. Others became hermits, deleting all their social media and turning off their phones. One rumor stated that a local conspiracy theorist writing about lights in the sky had allegedly received a visit from the strange men. Within 24 hours, he sold his house, scrubbed as much personal info as he could from the internet, and bought a one-way plane ticket out of the USA. I hadn't actually believed any of the rumors circulating, but my brother Philip had. He had been stockpiling ammo and guns for the last few weeks. I pressed the dial button as I sped around a corner, looking up in time to see a naked woman stumbling down the road only a few feet away. She was walking towards my speeding car with glazed, sightless eyes. Strange, circular bruises covered the length of her body. I slammed on the brakes. The car fishtailed as I spun the wheel all the way to the left. A silent scream welled up in my throat as the world spun around me in a circle. The front bumper missed the woman by inches, but still, she never reacted. In a cloud of smoke and burnt rubber, I nearly smashed into a thick oak tree. The back of the car missed the trunk by less than a foot as the car finally came to a stop. My heart was pounding my ears, so fast that it came across like a rushing waterfall. I heard a small voice somewhere nearby, as muffled and quiet as a whisper. It said, "Hello, hello," in a confused voice over and over. I looked down at my lap, seeing my brother's name emblazoned across the screen. With trembling fingers, I picked it up and put it to my ear. "Philip, I saw them," I whispered. "The men in black. I need help." "Where are you?" he whispered frantically. I looked around, seeing the naked woman still stumbling blithely down the middle of the road in a zombie-like trance. "I'm down the road from Mom's grave," I said. "There's some weird shit going on. I almost just hit a naked woman. She looks drugged." Philip swore on the other end of the line. "You need to get out of there immediately," he said. "Come here. We can barricade ourselves inside and take them out one by one if we need to." "I need to check on this lady," I said. "I can't just leave her here." "It's probably a trap," he said. "Oldest trick in the book, man. You just put a woman on the side of the road, make her look like she's hurt, and then, when someone stops to help, you rob and kill them. Remember Bonnie and Clyde?" "I'll call you back," I said, nervously looking around the car. I was stopped in the middle of the dark, empty street. The woman continued ambling forwards in eerie, zombie-like movements towards the cemetery. I slowly opened the door, expecting some sort of ambush, but nothing stirred. I crept out as quietly as I could, observing the woman. She was only a stone's throw away by this point. My headlights illuminated her naked back and legs. I called out above the screaming of the wind. "Hey, do you need an ambulance? You nearly got run over," I yelled. That was when I first noticed something was deeply wrong with her body. I saw dozens of thin strands poking out of her skin. Black. Spidery filaments half a foot long surrounded by angry red patches of inflammation. Circular black and purple bruises extended out. A roadmap of fresh injuries. I squinted, confused at what lay in front of me. With every step she took, the strands skittered and jumped. Sharp insectile legs that snatched blindly at the empty air. As my words echoed eerily into the darkness pressing in on me, the woman's head jerked with a loud crack of bone. She froze in her tracks, her bloody feet leaving thin scarlet footprints. The skittering filaments seemed to move faster, whipping back and forth in widening arcs. Where they ate into the woman's pale flesh, clotted blood appeared in rivulets and drops, looking as black as onyx and as thick as maple syrup. Her head ratcheted to face me, her body spinning in quick, jerky movements. Her wide, unseeing eyes had started crying tears of black, clotted blood. They ran down her cheeks like polluted rivers. I instinctively backpedaled towards the car, groping blindly behind me but afraid to look away. I didn't know what this woman was capable of. Her mouth opened in a silent scream. Black sludge dripped down her lips and chin. She vomited a constant stream of it, slowly letting the fetid, rank fluid stain her chest and legs. "Fuck this," I cried. Turning to sprint back into the open car door, I heard the sickening sound of wet flesh tearing, felt a spray of warm blood on my back and neck. I leapt into the driver's seat. Slamming the door shut and locking it, I glanced up, my headlights still shining brightly down the street, but the naked woman no longer stood there. Her body lay on the street, discarded like a broken toy. Her chest stood open, the sharp points of bone stabbing upwards through a mass of clotted gore. Something black and spidery crawled upwards out of the pale, ripped flesh, pushing itself up on douncins of long, thin legs. Like an infant from hell, it forced its way out of its mother. Its body reminded me of a jellyfish, round and curving with two enormous, white eyes bulging from the center. Its skin gleamed like obsidian, glossy and black, still wet and shining from the fresh blood of its victim. Each of its legs looked about the height of a man. Its central body, whose only feature was its lidless eyes and two squirming tentacles, made it twice as tall. It stretched its stick-thin legs out with a cracking sound, like grinding shards of bone. With the vents running in the car, a rank smell flooded in, like ozone and antifreeze. The strange, spidery jellyfish twisted its many legs, skittering forward straight at my car. Its skin rippled like the fabric of a kite, and a high-pitched keening emanated from its alien body, a sound like a siren rising and falling. I put the car in drive, accelerating at the creature. I saw it only feet away. I thought I would smash right into it and kill it, but at the last moment, it leapt off the ground. The sharp points at the end of its many legs danced across the hood of the car with a scraping of metal. It ran over the windshield and hood, leaping behind me. I heard a sick, wet thud as I hit the woman's mutilated, ripped open corpse. I slammed on the brakes, spinning the wheel. I wanted to kill this thing before it reached town. I had no idea what it was, but I was determined to bring its eldritch life to a quick end. It had turned around as well. My heart leapt into my throat when I saw it blocking the road. its two writhing tentacles intertwined into a knotted wet fist of gleaming muscle. It brought it down on my windshield as I accelerated toward it. I heard the glass shatter, felt something wet and hard as stone smash into my forehead. I saw bright stars and nearly blacked out, spinning the wheel and slamming on the brakes. I heard the rising keening of the siren-like wailing emanating from the shining black flesh of the creature. It rose and fell in eerie waves, sounding dreamlike and distorted. Breathing hard, I felt warm blood trickle down my forehead. I raised my fingers to my temples. When I pulled them away, they gleamed brightly with scarlet droplets. The skittering steps of the strange, jellyfish-like creature became unfocused and random, like those of a baby deer. It fell across the middle of the road, its many sharp legs still twitching with manic energy. I took the chance, pressing the gas all the way down. The tires spun with the smell of burning rubber before sending me forward in a flash. The driver's side tire crunched over the lidless, dead eyes of the creature. I looked in the rearview mirror, seeing a spray of blue blood and gleaming knots of gore spreading from the top of the creature's exploded head all the way to the edge of the pavement. Its many sharp, black legs still skittered, jumping and twitching like those of a poisoned wasp. I put the car in reverse, running over it a second time. Breathing heavily, I got out. Looking down at the alien monstrosity, it was still. The smell of antifreeze hung in the air, thick and cloying. The woman's body was not much better, between the jagged mutilation of her open chest and the crush injuries from the tires. Looking both ways down the road nervously, I opened my trunk, seeing an old tarp I always kept tucked in there. Careful not to touch the creature's strange blue blood, I wrapped it up as best as I could. Carrying it to the trunk, its long, jointed legs hung over the edge. I pushed down hard, and with a sick cracking of alien bones, the still, black corpse folded up within the tarp. I slammed the trunk shut, wiping my hands off on my jeans over and over. I got back in the driver's seat and pulled off, a victor with a world-shattering souvenir in his trunk. I felt like I was floating on cloud 9 as I turned the next corner, glad to get away from the dead body and the blue blood staining the pavement. I knew I didn't want to be anywhere close to here when the government caught wind of it. As my thoughts had manifested them, headlights descended down the street, with a rising sense of panic jumping into my throat. I took off down the street, hugging the tight corners with terrified precision. A massive black pickup truck appeared, slowly ambling past me. I sped across Frost Hollow towards Philip's house, excited to show him the evidence. Both of us had heard strange rumors around town for months, but no one had ever been able to prove anything demonic or extraterrestrial had caused it. I wasn't sure where this kind of creature came from, this demented parasite that ate its way out of the host's body, but I hoped the evidence of its corpse would be able to give us some answers. I constantly checked the rearview mirror, nervously looking for sirens or unmarked black cars. Never in my wildest dreams could I imagine what the men in the black suits would actually show up in. By the time I pulled in the driveway, it was already pitch black across the whole of the town. I flung open the trunk, lifting the tarp holding the dripping, glossy corpse. The body was surprisingly light, no more than the weight of a small child. I had no trouble running with it in my arms, though the long, twisting legs made it somewhat awkward. I saw Philip's pale face peering out the front window, his eyes wide and surprised. A moment later, I heard the lock click and the front door swung open. "Goddamn, you made it," he whispered. His face was a mask of sweat. I pushed past him, leaving drops of blue blood behind me, like breadcrumbs. They led back to the car, showing my trail. "Lock the door," I commanded, running to the bathroom. I dropped the still, black corpse into the tub. The tarp unfurled, showing the smashed head and twisted legs hiding underneath. I heard Philip creep in behind me. "Holy shit. Little brother," he exclaimed, his blue eyes round orbs of shock. "What radioactive pond did you pull that thing out of?" "This came out of a person," I said, staring grimly down at the spidery limbs and thick, sludge-like gore. I saw this woman walking down the road, and these legs were sticking out of her back and chest. This thing attacked my car. It nearly killed me. It ended up smashing my windshield and slicing me up pretty bad. In the end, I got it. But I shook my head, feeling overwhelmed and sick. I wondered if the police would track me down when they found the woman's body. "What about the men in black?" Philip asked. "You said they were watching you?" just one. I think, I said. It was watching me at the graveyard. Philip frowned, pulling the shower curtain closed. We need to arm ourselves, he told me. If the rumors I've been hearing around town are true, then we might have some visitors eventually. Remember how Mom used to say that if we didn't wash between our toes, tiny spuds would start growing there? Philip asked, a wry half-smile playing on his thin lips. The memory came back to me, simultaneously full of love, yet emanating a bittersweet sense of loss and sadness. He handed me a shotgun and a box of buckshot. After reaching into the gun safe, he took out a large, black rifle and slammed a magazine into the bottom. I wonder if we should pour bleach on that weird corpse. It might have parasites or embryos that will start growing if not. We need to keep it in good condition, I said. That's our only evidence for all the weird shit going on. For all we know, pouring chemicals on it could destroy it. He opened his mouth, looking like he was about to respond, when we heard a loud knocking on the front door. Philip froze like a deer in the headlights. I saw my terror reflected there like a grim death mask. Don't panic. It might just be, he began when the knocking sounded again, louder and more insistent this time. Side by side, we ran down the hallway, sprinting down the steps and glancing out the front window. Oh, it's just my neighbor, Philip said, relief washing over his face. I saw a tall, bearded man with a massive beer gut standing there. What does he want? Coming here at midnight, I asked, glancing down at my watch. He just shrugged. Let's see, he said, flinging open the door. There was a rippling in the air, like a mirage in a desert. The image of the greasy, bearded man dissolved in soft waves. Behind it, I saw 3 men in black suits wearing dark sunglasses. Their heads were hairless and pointed, their skin corpse white and inhumanly smooth. They had no lips, but they had painted on crude lips using lipstick. I saw no sign of any vehicle. We stared at each other across the no man's land of the threshold. The one in front raised his long, twisted arms to his face, removing his sunglasses. 2 enormous eyes bulged from the pale, smooth sockets. His slitted, reptilian pupils rapidly constricted and dilated. May we come in? I believe we have some issues to discuss. The man in front gurgled in a low, diseased voice. His strange, lidless eyes continuously bored into me, as focused and intense as lasers. Don't let them in, I whispered to Philip. I don't know why, but I instinctively knew that if we invited these creatures inside, we would lose what little power we still retained in this situation. If you're going to make this difficult, we can make it difficult for you as well, the leader said, pulling a badge from his pressed suit. We're investigating a hit and run that occurred earlier tonight. The 2 men in black in the back stood as still as statues, their impenetrable black sunglasses staying firmly affixed over their smooth, plasticky faces. Then come back with a warrant, Philip snarled, still holding the rifle with an iron grip, his knuckles turning white with tension. What agency do you even claim to come from? The leader snapped his badge shut with a soft click. It disappeared back into his suit like a magic trick. Mr. Lamington, I believe you have a quarter in your right pants pocket. Please remove it for me, the leader said to Philip, the thin membranes of his eyes twitching and rippling, almost looking ready to burst. What does that have to do with anything? Philip asked. A faint, inscrutable smile played on the corners of the leader's painted lips. Confused, Philip reached into his pants. He frowned as he felt around, pulling out a quarter in his open palm. How did you? He asked, but the leader of the men in black cut him off. An increasing feeling of apprehension gripped me, though I didn't know why. Observe the coin, he said, his pupils constricting and dilating faster. There was suddenly an overpowering smell of ozone, a barely perceptible whining. The quarter started changing colors, flashing a cold cyanotic blue, then a burning hot red. I watched in amazement as it disappeared into thin streamers of gray smoke. Now imagine that was your heart or brain. Do I make myself clear? We will never let you inside. I spat at the group. The leader turned his swollen snake eyes to me. I instinctively took a step back, my face involuntarily revealing more than I intended. Philip nodded coldly, reaching out and slamming the door shut in their faces. Philip and I stayed close together, going around and checking every window and door. I wondered why they had asked permission to come in. Were they like vampires? Creatures who couldn't cross the threshold until told to do so? I brought this up to Philip. who frowned with concentration. "The vampire thing is just an old myth," he said, his eyes nervously flicking out the front window every few seconds. We still held our firearms tightly to our chests. I checked the clock. Seeing it was already past 3 a.m., evil spirits can't enter your mind without being invited. At least according to medieval rumors. People unintentionally invite them in through various practices. Sometimes evil spirits enter people who played with the occult, or someone who committed murders. They tend to target those whose minds are overflowing with hate, confusion, and... I heard a shattering of glass from the back of the house. Both Philip and I jumped, looking from the living room to the kitchen door. Our nerves were already frayed after hours of intense fear and concentration. "They're breaking in," Philip yelled, running to the back. I followed closely behind him, cradling the 12-gauge shotgun to my chest like a baby. I tried to take refuge in its cold metal presence. Philip flung open the kitchen door, revealing rising currents of flame and choking black smoke. The window above the sink stood smashed. As I stared in horror, I saw another Molotov cocktail arc gracefully through the air. It came through the window, the top of its filthy, oil-streaked rag sputtering with blue flames. The bomb hit the sink with a tinkling crash. There was a whoosh as the fire exploded across the far end of the room. "Run!" I screamed at Philip, grabbing his arm and jerking him backwards. He continued to stare at the flames with a hypnotized, unbelieving expression, watching as his house and everything he owned disappeared before his eyes. "Come out!" I heard the leader shriek in an electronically amplified voice. It sounded like it came from the back of the house, where the Molotov cocktails came from. Philip and I ran side by side to the front door. "Shit! What's that?" Philip said, pointing outside. I saw an enormous black pickup truck parked outside, its engine still running, its lights turned on. Two massive men with long, black beards and dark, glittering eyes stared daggers at my sedan, which was parked in my brother's driveway. A sense of horror overtook me as I realized they were staring at the hood and shattered windshield, where the blood of the woman and the creature still glimmered darkly. The men looked like they could have been professional football players. They were stocky and tall, with thick layers of muscles covering their bodies. They were both dressed in full camo. The one in front had a black caterpillar hat covering his massive head, while the one in back let his long, greasy brown hair spill over his shoulders. Both carried large black pistols in their right hand. "Come out! I know you murdered my daughter." The man in the caterpillar hat screamed in a voice that shivered with insanity. "You ran her over not even half a mile from where I live. This is payback time. Fucker." He glanced at the other man and gave a barely perceptible half nod. As one, they raised their pistols and started emptying the magazines, shooting at the windows and doors of the burning house. An insane, fanatical luster shone on their faces. The smoke had grown thick across the entire first floor by this point. I didn't know where the men in black were, but I was just as afraid of running into them as I was of the two insane hunters outside. The pistol bullets pinged crazily through the house, hitting lights and erupting through drywall. "We need to get out of here," I cried, grabbing Philip's shoulders and shaking him. He looked dissociated and shell-shocked. "We're going to burn alive or get shot." "The basement," he cried. "We'll go out the basement door to the side of the house." I nodded, not giving us a moment to consider alternate possibilities. We both knew we had run out of time. We flew down the basement stairs. The power went out at that moment, plunging us into darkness except for the strobing, or flickering light from the fire upstairs. Philip flicked a lighter with his left hand, holding it out in front of him to ward off the creeping shadows. The air was much cooler and easier to breathe in the basement, at least for the time being. Thin streams of black smoke had already started filling it, floating across the room like ghosts. Philip ran up the few concrete steps leading out. In front of us stood two metal doors angled at 45 degrees. Beyond that lay freedom or death. "Let's go," I hissed, being as quiet as possible. The crashing of burning cabinets and the hissing of the flames gave us some cover, but not much. Philip took a deep breath and then pushed the doors open. We looked out on the left side of the house, across the grassy lawn and towards the dark evergreens surrounding Philip's house. Nothing moved. "It's our only chance. We need to get to the forest and then we can find help," I hissed. He almost laughed at that. "Who would help us? The police? The government?" he asked contemplatively. I just shook my head, pushing myself up and out of the basement. It was not an issue worth thinking about yet. I stumbled forward across the lawn as a harsh shout rang out behind me. I turned, seeing the two hunters in their camo jackets running around the side of the house. Philip was only a few feet behind me. "Kill them," the man in the caterpillar hat roared, firing his pistol at us over and over. The bullets whizzed past my head with terrifying cracks and whines. I spun, aiming the shotgun and firing. I heard an agonized scream through the ringing in my ears, but I dared not stop long enough to look back. The cover of the trees stood only a stone's throw away. I ran for it, hearing a few more bullets explode all around me, sending splinters of wood flying in every direction. Once I had made it to the cover of the trees, I glanced back, seeing Philip bleeding on the lawn, a bubbling bullet hole in his neck. I cried out, nearly running back to my injured brother. Sickening waves of regret and pain ran through my blood. The man with the long hair also lay on the ground, half of his face ripped off and spurting. I could see the ragged, blood-stained skull grinning behind that patch of mutilation. The man in the caterpillar hat noticed, kneeling down and whispering something to his friend. The men in black appeared by the road, each holding a long, silver gun attached to a square metal backpack. I quickly realized that these were flamethrowers. I had seen pictures of them before when they were used in Vietnam and World War II. These looked much more modern, but they were still the same in basic design. Philip's rifle laid by his side, his twitching fingers trying to reach for it. I raised the barrel of the shotgun, aiming for the man in the caterpillar hat, but the men in black beat me to it. The three of them stood side by side, their faces blank masks of nothingness. In unison, their metal flamethrowers ignited, throwing jets of concentrated flame 100 feet away, like the attack of a fire-breathing dragon. The man in the caterpillar hat never knew what hit him. He had been focused on Philip when the flames ate him from behind. Philip saw it coming, though. With the last of his dying strength, he raised the rifle, pointing at the leader and firing. At the same moment, I opened fire, trying to stop these monstrous creatures. The leader fell as a bullet pierced his heart. White, shimmering blood leaked out, like the lubricating fluid of some strange, futuristic robot. It glimmered with rainbows like waste oil, twisting, morphing currents of color that danced and curved as more blood gushed out. He grabbed for his chest, falling forward silently in surprise. A rush of flame consumed Philip at that moment, covering his body like a blanket. By the time it receded, he had become little more than melted fat and ashes. In grief and loss, I kept firing until all the bullets in the shotgun were used up. I didn't realize, at first, that all three men in black lay dead on the lawn. The house fire had turned into an inferno by this point. Rising up into the black sky, I stood alone at the edge of the forest, my brother dead. The evidence I had gathered would be nothing more than ashes as well by this point. As usual, we would not be able to prove the horrors occurring here to the outside world. I felt certain this was not the first time evidence had been destroyed in this town. In the silhouette of the blazing fire, I saw hundreds of glossy, black creatures, each no bigger than a baseball. They looked like the hellish parasite that had erupted from the woman's body, but in miniature. They crept out of the broken windows and flaming doors on jointed, spidery legs. The quiet streets of Maple Grove seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as another academic year came to an end. Our little rental house, nestled between ancient oaks and well-manicured lawns, buzzed with the kind of energy only freedom brings. Megan, Sophia, and I had just finished our last final exam, officially concluding our college careers. "Oh my God, I cannot believe we are actually done," Sophia exclaimed, her French accent becoming more pronounced, as it often did when she was excited. She flopped onto our worn leather couch, her dark curls bouncing with the movement. I grinned, still riding the high of turning in my last paper. I know, right, 4 years of blood, sweat, and tears. And now we're free women. Megan emerged from the kitchen, arms laden with bottles. And you know what that means? Ladies, we celebrate. We cheered, clinking our bottles together in a toast to our success. As the night wore on, our laughter grew louder, our stories more animated. It felt like we were standing on the precipice of something grand. The whole world stretched out before us. Okay, I said, wiping tears of laughter from my eyes after Sophia's impression of our ancient history professor. I don't know about you guys, but I'm starving. Should we order something? Ooh, yes, Megan perked up. I've been craving that new Thai place. What's it called? Spice Palace. Sophia nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. Zeer Pad Thai is to die for. I pulled out my phone, navigating to our favorite delivery app. As I scrolled through the menu, my stomach growled in anticipation. We huddled around the screen, debating appetizers and main courses with the seriousness of scholars discussing ancient texts. Finally, our order was placed. The app cheerfully informed us that our food would arrive in about 45 minutes. We settled back, content in the knowledge that delicious food was on its way. So, Megan said, a mischievous glint in her eye, now that we're officially done with college, who's excited for the real world? Sophia groaned dramatically. Do not remind me. I still have no idea what I am doing with my life. I was about to chime in when my phone buzzed. Glancing down, I saw a notification from the delivery app. Oh, looks like our food is on its way, I announced. But as I opened the message, a chill ran down my spine. Instead of the usual automated update, there was a personal message from our driver. Can't wait to meet you, lovely ladies. See you soon. I frowned, showing the screen to Megan and Sophia. Is it just me, or is this kind of creepy? Sophia peered at the message. That is strange. Maybe he is just being friendly. Megan shrugged, but I noticed a flicker of unease in her eyes. Yeah, probably nothing to worry about. Some people are just overly familiar. You know. I nodded, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. We returned to our conversation, but I couldn't help glancing at my phone every few minutes. The cheerful atmosphere from earlier had dimmed slightly, replaced by a subtle tension we all felt, but didn't acknowledge. About 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. We all jumped, then laughed nervously at our reaction. I'll get it, I said, standing up. As I approached the door, I heard Megan call out, "Be careful." I rolled my eyes, but my heart was beating a little faster than normal. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door. The man standing on our porch was unremarkable, average height, average build, with short brown hair and a forgettable face. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Evening. Ladies," he said, his voice oddly smooth. "I've got your order right here." I forced a smile. "Thanks," I said, reaching for the bags. As I took them, his fingers brushed against mine. They were ice cold. "Enjoy your meal," he said, his eyes roving past me into the house. "I hope we'll see each other again soon." Before I could respond, he turned and walked back to his car. I quickly shut the door, letting out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. "Everything okay?" Sophia called from the living room. "Yeah," I replied, my voice a little shaky. "Just a weird vibe, I guess." I brought the food into the living room, and we tried to recapture our celebratory mood. The food was delicious, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. As we were finishing up, my phone buzzed again. Another message from the delivery app. "Hope you enjoyed the food. You girls sure look like you're having fun in there." I almost dropped my phone. "Guys," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "look at this." Megan read the message, her face paling. "What the fuck? How does he know we're having fun? Can he see us?" Sophia jumped up, rushing to the windows to check the curtains. "They are all closed," she reported, her accent thickening with stress. "He cannot see us." I refreshed the app, hoping it was just a glitch, but there was another message waiting. "Don't bother checking the windows. I don't need to see you to know what you're doing. I'll always know." We huddled together on the couch, all pretense of celebration forgotten. Our phones lay silent on the coffee table, but they seemed to loom over us, harbingers of messages we were too afraid to read. "What do we do?" Megan whispered, her voice trembling. I shook my head, at a loss. What had started as a night of triumph had twisted into something dark and terrifying. And I had a sinking feeling that this was only the beginning. As if in response to my thoughts, all three of our phones buzzed simultaneously. We looked at each other, Fear mirrored in each of our eyes. Slowly, I reached out and turned my phone over. The message glowed on the screen, 5 words that made my blood run cold. "Let's play a game, shall we?" The words on the screen seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. What kind of sick game did this guy have in mind? "We should call the police," Sophia said, her voice quivering. She reached for her phone, but before her fingers could touch it, all our devices buzzed again. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. The police can't help you now. Besides, that would ruin our fun." Megan let out a choked sob. "How is he doing this? It's impossible." I tried to think rationally, despite the fear clouding my mind. He must have hacked our phones somehow. Or maybe he's got access to the delivery app's data. Suddenly, the lights flickered, plunging us into momentary darkness. When they came back on, Sophia was pale as a sheet. "How did he do that? It's like he's everywhere." As if in response, another message appeared. "I have my ways. Now, shall we begin our game?" My hands shook as I typed a reply. "What do you want from us?" The response was almost immediate. "To play. Of course. Here are the rules. I'll give you a series of tasks. Complete them. And you live, fail, and, well, let's just say you won't like the consequences. Your first task, bring me a gift. You have 1 hour. The clock starts now." "This is insane," Megan hissed. "We can't actually do what he says. Can we?" Before I could respond, we heard a loud thump from upstairs. We all frowned, staring at each other in horror. Did you hear that?" Sophia whispered. I nodded, my heart pounding. Maybe it's just the house settling. Another thump, followed by the distinct sound of footsteps. "Oh God," Megan whimpered. "He's in the house." We huddled closer together on the couch, paralyzed with fear. The footsteps seemed to move from room to room upstairs, occasionally pausing as if searching for something.
"We need to get out of here,"
Sophia said, her accent thicker than ever. I nodded, trying to think through the panic. "Okay, let's make a run for it. On 3, we dash for the front door. 1, 2. Before I could say 3, all our phones buzzed again. The message made my blood run cold. "Leaving so soon, but I haven't found my gift yet." The footsteps upstairs suddenly stopped. Then, slowly, we heard them approaching the stairs. "Quick, the kitchen," I hissed. We scrambled off the couch and into the kitchen, frantically looking for anything we could use as a weapon. As I pulled open a drawer, grabbing a large knife, Megan gasped. "My phone. It's gone." A chill ran down my spine. How had he managed to take it without us noticing? Just then, Sophia's phone chimed with a text, her hands trembling. She opened the message. It was from Megan's number. "I'm upstairs. Help me. He's coming." We all stared at the phone in disbelief. Megan was right next to us, her face as white as a sheet. "It's a trick," I whispered. "He's trying to lure us upstairs." The lights flickered again, and in that brief moment of darkness, we heard the stairs creak. He was coming down. "The back door," Sophia mouthed, pointing. Clutching our makeshift weapons, we crept towards the back of the house. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the old house sounded like footsteps. Just as we reached the door, all our phones buzzed simultaneously. "You can run, but you can't hide. I'll always find you, always." With shaking hands, I unlocked the back door. We burst out into the cool night air, not daring to look back as we ran into the darkness of our backyard. As we reached the fence, I realized with growing horror that this was only the beginning of our nightmare. We were out of the house, but we were far from safe, and our tormentor was still out there, always one step ahead. Our feet pounded against the damp grass as we ran, the cool night air burning in our lungs. The shadows of the trees seemed to reach out for us, every rustle of leaves sounding like footsteps in pursuit. Megan and I vaulted over the back fence, landing hard on the other side. "Come on," I gasped, grabbing Megan's arm. We sprinted down the alley behind our house, not daring to look back. It wasn't until we reached the end of the block that I realized something was terribly wrong. The pounding of feet behind us had faded to just 2 sets, mine and Megan's. "Wait," I panted, skidding to a stop. "Where's Sophia?" Megan's eyes widened in horror. We both turned back towards our house. straining to see through the darkness. That's when we heard it, a blood-curdling scream that could only belong to Sophia. "No," Megan cried, already moving back the way we came. As we approached our house, my heart nearly stopped. There, illuminated by the porch light, stood our tormentor. And in front of him, a knife pressed against her throat, was Sophia. "Help me!" Sophia's terrified voice carried to us, her French accent thicker than ever in her panic. The man's eyes gleamed in the dim light, a twisted smile playing on his lips. "Welcome back. Ladies, I knew you wouldn't abandon your friend." Suddenly, every light in the house and on the porch went out, plunging us into total darkness. Sophia let out another piercing scream, abruptly cut short. "Sophia," I yelled, my voice cracking with fear. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, Megan's phone buzzed in her pocket. With trembling hands, she pulled it out and read the message aloud. "If you want to see your friend alive again, come inside. Let's finish our game." I felt sick to my stomach. "We can't just leave her," I whispered. Megan nodded, her face pale but determined. "We have to go back in." Slowly, we crept towards the house. The front door stood slightly ajar, a silent invitation into our own personal hell. As we crossed the threshold, the floorboards creaked beneath our feet, announcing our presence to whatever horror awaited us inside. The house was pitch black and eerily quiet. We fumbled our way through the familiar space, now made strange and threatening by the darkness and our fear. "Sophia," I called out softly, my voice barely above a whisper. No response. We made our way to the living room, our eyes slowly adjusting to the darkness. The faint moonlight filtering through the curtains cast long, distorted shadows across the floor. Suddenly, Megan grabbed my arm. "Look," she hissed, pointing to the coffee table. There, illuminated by the glow of its screen, Saturday Sophia's phone. A video was playing on loop, footage from earlier that evening, showing the three of us laughing and celebrating. Our own faces stared back at us, frozen in a moment of joy that now felt like it belonged to another lifetime. A new message popped up on the screen. "Such happy memories. Shame they have to end." The lights flickered back to life, momentarily blinding us. As my vision cleared, I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the wall, written in what looked horribly like blood, were the words "Third floor, me Ala Northeast." Megan and I exchanged a terrified glance. We both knew our house didn't have a third floor. Another message appeared on Sophia's phone. "Tick-tock. Ladies, your friend doesn't have much time." "What do we do?" Megan whispered, her voice trembling. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "We have to find her. Whatever sick game this guy is playing, we can't let Sophia pay the price." Megan nodded, her face set with grim determination. Together, I grabbed her hand, squeezing it tightly. Together. As we started towards the stairs, the house seemed to groan around us. Each step felt like it might be our last, the darkness ahead promising nothing but more terror. Our hearts pounded in our ears as we climbed the stairs, each creak of the old wood sending a jolt of fear through us. As we reached the second floor landing, we hesitated. There was no third floor, but there was an attic. Could that be what he meant? Suddenly, a loud thump came from above. We both looked up, frouncing in terror. Then, before either of us could react, something fell from the attic opening. Something heavy, something human. Sophia's lifeless body hit the floor with a sickening thud. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I could only stare at the broken form of my friend, her eyes open and glassy, staring at nothing. "No," Megan whimpered beside me. "No, no, no." Our phones buzzed simultaneously. With shaking hands, I pulled mine out. The message played automatically. In Sophia's voice, "You broke the rules, so there were consequences. Who will be next? I wonder." I felt like I was going to be sick. How was this possible? Sophia was dead, right in front of us. How could we be hearing her voice? Suddenly, another sound cut through the silence. A voice, tinny and distant, coming from Megan's pocket. 911, what's your emergency? I turned to Megan, realization dawning. She looked back at me, her eyes wide with fear and guilt. "I'm sorry," she whispered. I didn't know what to do. I was so scared. Before I could respond, our phones buzzed again. This time, the message was in the stalker's voice. Naughty girls. I told you not to call for help. Now you'll both pay. The house fell into an eerie silence. We stood there, paralyzed by fear and grief. For what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. The stalker was nowhere to be seen or heard, which somehow made it even more terrifying. We need to get out of here, I finally whispered, my voice hoarse. We can't stay here with Sophia. I couldn't bring myself to say Sophia's body. Megan nodded, tears streaming down her face. We carefully made our way downstairs, every shadow making us jump, every creak of the floorboards sending our hearts racing. We huddled in the living room, away from windows, constantly checking our phones for any messages from our tormentor, but there was nothing. The silence was oppressive, suffocating. Do you think he's gone? Megan asked after what must have been an hour. I shook my head. I don't know, but we can't stay here forever. We need to make a run for it. Just as we were gathering our courage to leave, we heard it. The distant wail of a siren. Relief flooded through me. The police were coming. We were saved. Come on, I said, grabbing Megan's arm. Let's go meet them. We ran to the front door, hope giving us a second wind, but as we burst onto the porch, that hope turned to ash in my mouth. There was indeed a car with sirens approaching, but it wasn't a police cruiser. It was an ordinary car with a siren light stuck to the roof, and as it pulled up, I saw a face that made my blood run cold. It was him, our tormentor. He had been waiting, biding his time, setting up this final, cruel trick. Run, I screamed, turning back towards the house. But Megan hesitated for a split second too long. The crack of a gunshot split the air. Megan cried out, stumbling forward before collapsing on the porch steps. Pain exploded in my leg as another shot rang out. I fell, my leg giving way beneath me, but adrenaline and terror propelled me forward, limping badly. I managed to drag myself back into the house, slamming the door behind me. I could hear him outside, his footsteps slow and deliberate. He was in no hurry. He knew he had me trapped. Choking back sobs of pain and fear, I limped through the house, desperately searching for a place to hide. The pain in my leg was excruciating, and I could feel warm blood soaking through my jeans. As I huddled in a dark corner of the kitchen, clutching a knife in my shaking hands, I heard the front door open. Slow, measured footsteps moved through the house. Come out, wherever you are. His voice sang softly. The game isn't over yet. I closed my eyes, trying to control my ragged breathing. This couldn't be how it ended. It couldn't. In the distance, I heard more sirens, real ones this time. Was it possible? Could help really be on the way? The footsteps paused, and for a moment, there was only silence. The sound of breaking glass shattered the silence. Heavy footsteps thundered through the house. Police, drop your weapon. I huddled deeper into my hiding spot in the kitchen, my heart pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. The voices seemed to be coming from the living room. Clear, I heard someone shout. Then, Jesus Christ, we've got a body here. My breath caught in my throat. Megan. Baker. Check upstairs. I'm going in further. A gruff voice commanded. I heard more footsteps. Slower this time, more cautious. They were getting closer to the kitchen. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by a cry of pain. It wasn't the police, it was him, the stalker. Officer down. Suspect is armed. Someone yelled. Chaos erupted, more gunshots. The sound of furniture being overturned. Grunts of struggle. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block out the terrifying sounds. Then, 3 rapid shots in succession, followed by an eerie silence. Suspect is down. I repeat. Suspect is down. I held my breath, not daring to move. This is Roberts. We need 2 buses. 1 officer hit. Suspect down. And we've got 2 civilian casualties. 2 casualties. Megan and Sophia. A sob escaped my throat before I could stop it. Wait, I heard something. Kitchen area. Proceed with caution. Footsteps approached slowly. The kitchen light flicked on. I squinted against the sudden brightness, raising my knife with a trembling hand. It's okay. A gentle voice said, "You're safe now. I'm Officer Ramirez. Can you tell me your name?" Tears of relief streamed down my face as I lowered the knife. "Emily," I choked out. "My name is Emily. It's been 6 months since that horrific night. 6 months since I lost my 2 best friends. 6 months since my life changed forever." The police told me later what happened. The real 911 operator had dispatched units to our location after Megan's call was cut short. They arrived just in time to save me, but too late for Megan and Sophia. Our stalker, as it turned out, was more disturbed than we could have imagined. His name was Robert Caldwell, a 34-year-old former IT specialist with a history of mental health issues and a string of stalking charges. The detectives shared his background with me, hoping it might help me understand. Not that understanding could ever ease the pain. Caldwell had been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia in his early 20s, but had stopped taking his medication years ago. He had a peculiar delusion that he could predict and control people's fates through elaborate games. His previous stalking charges involved young women who he believed were players in his twisted scenarios. What made him particularly dangerous was his technical expertise. He had worked for several high-profile tech companies before his mental health deteriorated, and he used these skills to hack into our phones and the delivery app. The voice messages were created using advanced voice-mimicking AI software. It was also calculated, so terrifyingly methodical. The most chilling part was learning about his lair, a small apartment filled with surveillance equipment, computers, and walls covered in photos of potential players. We were just his latest victims in a long line of tormenting women. The thought of how long he had been watching us, planning his game, still makes me sick to my stomach. Caldwell didn't survive that night. When the police cornered him in our house, he opened fire, injuring one officer before he was fatally shot. In a twisted way, his game ended with him as the final casualty. I visit the cemetery every week, laying flowers on Megan and Sophia's graves. Sometimes I talk to them, telling them about my day, my therapy progress, the way the world keeps turning, even though it feels like it should have stopped. I've grown close to their parents. We share a bond of grief that no one else can truly understand. We have dinner together once a month, sharing memories of the girls and supporting each other through the hard days. Sometimes, we talk about Caldwell, trying to make sense of the senseless, but mostly, we focus on remembering Megan and Sophia as they were. Vibrant, loving, full of life. My leg has healed, though I still walk with a slight limp. The physical therapist says it will improve with time. I'm not sure the same can be said for the scars on my soul. I've moved out of the house where it all happened. I couldn't bear to stay there, surrounded by memories and ghosts. My new apartment is small, but it's mine, a fresh start. With our degrees completed just before that fateful night, I found myself thrust into the real world we had all been joking about. But instead of the exciting career I had imagined, I've started working at a local cafe. It's not glamorous, but it's helping me heal in ways I never expected. There's a sense of normalcy in the daily routine, the smell of fresh coffee, the chatter of customers, the simple tasks that keep my hands and mind occupied. And then there's Daniel, my coworker. He's really sweet and kind, always ready with a gentle smile or a corny joke when he sees me struggling. He makes me feel safe in a way I haven't since that night. Daniel knows about my past. It was all over the local news, after all. But he's never pushed me to talk about it. Instead, he's just there, a steady, calming presence. Sometimes, when our eyes meet over the espresso machine, I feel a flutter in my chest that I thought I'd never feel again. I'm not ready for anything serious yet, but I hope that maybe, someday, something more might happen between us. The fear never really goes away. I still check my phone obsessively for strange messages. I still flinch at unexpected noises. I still can't order delivery without having a panic attack. But working at the cafe, being around people, especially Daniel, it's helping. Slowly but surely, I'm learning to live again. I'm here, I'm alive, and I'm determined to make my life count. For Megan and Sophia, for myself. If you're reading this, please remember to be careful. The world can be a dangerous place, full of monsters wearing human faces, but it's also full of beauty and love and friendship. Hold on to that, cherish it. And maybe, if you're ordering in tonight, consider cooking instead, Or better yet, visit your local cafe. You never know who you might meet there. 2 moons ago, I was making my tri-weekly McDonald's trip. My local McDonald's is like a second home to me. I know all the employees by name and love them dearly. I've even spilt a Big Mac with the manager before. I pulled into the almost empty parking lot and delicately maneuvered my automobile into my personal parking space. I shot a glance at my clock, which read 2:09. 2:09? I blurted out, that can't be right. I then remembered that the clock in my car was wrong. Depressed, I stuck my hand into my warm polyester pocket. My hand searched the abyss known as my pocket diligently. My heart was pounding at this point. I then felt it, the smooth silicone that is my phone case. I gripped it and quickly ripped it from my pocket. I turned it on and groaned in pain. It hurt my eyes to look within the glass rectangle. It was the brightest thing my mole-like eyes had ever seen. I don't know how to change the brightness, so I rarely ever use my phone in order to preserve my eyes. After a few minutes of attempting to decipher the time that was lost within this piercing light, I was able to learn that the time was 6:41. I put my phone back inside my pocket and exited my car. The sun was starting to set. The sky was a rich collage of oranges and reds. I wanted to stop and gaze upon this natural beauty before me, but I did not want to be without my McDonald's meal longer than I had to. I walked up to the door and pushed it open. I stepped inside and took a deep breath. The smell of juicy burgers and freshly baked apple pies flooded my nostrils, and my mind began to enter a trance. The feeling of spit dripping down my body was enough to break the spell I was under. Finally, home, I said quietly. I started my journey into this heaven-like place. Half the lights were off, and there was only one other customer there. It was an ancient-looking man dressed from head to toe in black watch plaid. The man looked hypnotized, his dreamy eyes transfixed on his tray. Strangely, the only thing in his tray was a single French fry. It was no ordinary French fry, I quickly deduced. It was abnormally large as 6 cat femurs bundled together. The French fry was also bright yellow. I slowly shifted my gaze away from this sad-looking man and headed towards the counter to place my order. I had never seen the man who was at the register tonight before. He was scruffy-looking. He looked to be in his middle years, but truthfully, he could have been 20 or 70, and I would not have been able to tell by looking at him. I hope you understand. He was wearing a piece of headwear known as a beanie with a bright yellow M on it. A new hire, I thought to myself. I need to make a good impression. I decided to tickle his funny bone by ejaculating the funniest voice I could come up with upon his ears. I continued my way towards the counter. Drip, drip, drip. A leak from the ceiling caught my attention as I grew ever nearer to the man. I stopped my walking because I had reached the counter. I prepared to make my order. Ahem. I cleared my throat in order to make my presence known to the man who had been turned away from the counter at this point. As soon as I made a sound, the man spun around at a lightning speed and glared at me. His filmy orbs pierced my soul, instilling an eerie sense of dread deep within my stomach. I stood silently for 10 seconds before daring to speak again. I began to order. I opened my mouth and the voice that rang from me was oh so funny, so funny. It took all my power just to stop myself from chortling at myself. I began a 10-piece chicken nugget meal with a Fanta, 3 cheeseburgers, and an apple pie and a large chocolate milkshake. The man looked unamused as he took my order. Why, I thought, why isn't he laughing? That always works. I furrowed my brow. This man is the opposite of normal. I began to take out my wallet to pay, but before I was able to reveal the leathery square to the man, he began to speak. Would you like to our new special item? The banana fry. A sinister grin began to form on his oblong face. A banana what now? I questioned. Still doing the voice, I committed myself to hoping still he would find it humorous. The banana fry, he continued. It's made from real bananas. It's really yummy. I promise you've never had anything like it before. The man's grin had morphed into a full tooth smile at this point, his piercing black eyes staring at me. Unblinking. I'll try it, I suppose I muttered. Moments after these words left my mouth, the man let out a howling cackle that echoed throughout the whole restaurant. Even the plaid-coated man's meditative state was disrupted by this horrible sound. The man stopped laughing as suddenly as he had started and told me my total. I quickly paid the fee and walked away. I stood anxiously waiting for my feast. It felt like time had slowed down as I stood there as a stone sculpture stands in a rich man's garden. After this grueling wait, my order number was called. I quickly grabbed my bags and swiftly departed from this once soothing place. I climbed into my car and tried to calm myself down. I was quite perplexed by what had just happened and decided I needed to do something to ease my soul. I shut my eyes and began to do a breathing exercise that my Uncle Ronnie had taught me. Do this when you get scared, pussy. His words rang clear within my mind. In and out, in and out, in and out. I could feel the fear exiting my body. It felt wonderful. All my worries had vanished. I was finally at peace. The odor from my McDonald's had become prevalent in my car. It could feel making its way through my nose holes, tickle each and every nose hair that I called my own. A smile began to form on my face. I let out a small chuckle, and to myself I said, "This is what true happiness feels like. I'm sure of it." Suddenly, a loud knocking occurred to my left. I yelped. My heart started to pound rapidly. My peaceful moment had been ended by what I could only assume was a creature with male intent. I quickly opened my eyes and gazed towards the source of the sound. I felt as if my shade had left my body when I looked over and saw those inky black holes staring at me. Unblinking, staring at me. The McDonald's employee made a gesture with his hands. Confused by this, I rolled down my window and questioned the fiend. "What's with the gang signs, Honcho?" "What?" The man retorted. "I was trying to get you to roll down your window." My response was simple, "I see." 7 seconds of silence passed before the man spoke again. "You dropped this when you left." He slowly handed me his enclosed fist. I carefully unfolded his pale, bony fingers, similar to how a child unwraps their Christmas package. Within his hand, a single quarter lay. I grabbed it and thanked the man, who simply winked in response. He ran back inside, and I thought it best to leave swiftly before anything else happened. I drove faster than I normally do as I headed, my heart still beating from the previous interaction. I reached my home in a decent amount of time and excited my car with my meal. I opened the door of my house, and my nose instantly became infected with the stench of my mother's cooking. I loudly exclaimed, "I'm home," and darted to my room before my family members could react. I scanned my room to make sure nothing had been touched, or God forbid moved. I then Saturday in my vintage yellow McDonald's chair I had found on Facebook Marketplace a few years ago. I only sit in this chair when I have McDonald's. I began the ceremony. First I ate all of my French fries. Then I started to eat my chicken nuggets. I ate 5 before stopping. I then devoured 2 of the cheeseburgers. I took a short bathroom break and drank my milkshake and ate my apple pie. I flushed the toilet and returned to my room. I ate the last cheeseburger and 3 more nuggets, chugged my Fanta, and finally ingested the last 2 nuggets. "What a wonderful meal," I exclaimed. "This is truly the highlight of my day." As I Saturday there thinking about my meal, I began to smell it. The banana fry. The thought of it had removed itself from my mind, but its now potent odor had reminded me of this odd food. I peered inside the bag and looked at it. Its yellow hue had a soothing effect on my mind. I reached inside the bag and firmly grasped it. I Saturday down on my throne and slowly licked my lips before inserting the yellow object into my mouth. I took a bite and let it sit on my tongue for a minute before swallowing. It was the most delicious thing I had ever had in all my years alive. I devoured the rest of it in no time at all. I leaned back in my chair and laughed to myself. I then maneuvered to my bed and fell asleep. I woke up to the sensation of my mother shaking me vigorously. "It's TV time," she said. "Every day my family, which consists of me, my mother, my uncle, and his male lover, all gather together to watch a bit of television together. We enjoy this activity immensely as it helps us feel connected as a family." My mother and I entered the TV room where my uncle and his lover were already Saturday waiting for us. We all Saturday together on the sofa and held hands. My uncle operated the TV and put on a show called The Boys, one of the funniest shows ever made. We all watched it happily for 25 minutes before I suddenly let out a loud yelp. I fell to the floor and gripped my stomach. The agony I felt in that moment is indescribable. It felt as if I was being bitten by 1,000 fire ants while simultaneously having a rusty knife plunged into my lungs. My family had come down from the sofa and surrounded me, trying to make sense of my sudden change of mood. I screamed and screamed. "What is happening?" my uncle yelled into my ear. My mother ran from the room and returned with a wet rag and placed it on my forehead. After 20 or so minutes, the pain began to subside, and I stopped screaming. My family embraced me and helped me to my feet. They then said to me something horrible. "Your skin," they said in unison. "It's yellow." I had no words. I began to think that this was merely all a dream, and swiftly kicked my uncle's lover in the balls. The man fell to floor and screamed loudly while gripping his family jewels. My uncle's jaw dropped, and he kicked me in the balls as retaliation. I howled loudly, and came to the conclusion that I was in fact not dreaming. Suddenly, without warning, a horn-like deformity erupted from my scalp. I screamed in pain. The pain, I assure you, if you felt it, you would end your own life. My mother then said, "You look like a banana." "What?" I shrieked and jolted to the bathroom to look in the mirror. My reflection was horrifying. My skin was banana yellow. On my head was a banana stem. I felt my skin. Its texture was reminiscent of a banana. I wept. I wept until I could weep no more. And when I could weep no more, I simply sat there in silence. My family stood at the bathroom door and watched. There was nothing they could do but watch. They knew, as did I, that I would soon fully transform. When it is clear that I more banana than man, eat me, dear mother. Please, I said solemnly. She nodded and I went to my room, climbed into my bed and entered my final slumber. Epilogue. Uncle Ronnie here. I will now recount the events of the morrow after my nephew's transformation. When we woke up the next morning, he had become a banana. A banana the size of a 5'6" man. We took his body to the kitchen and laid it on the table. We cried together for hours and paid our respects. We then peeled off the exterior of the banana boy and ate him. It took us hours. My sister vomited multiple times. It was the hardest thing any of us had ever had to do, and we hated every moment of it. But we had to do it. I leave you now with a warning. Never eat the banana fry from McDonald's. I was born into a scenario that I'm sure you've heard before. A careless dad knocks up his wife and blames her for it, and in the process also ends up blaming the kid for existing in the first place. That's the scenario that I was born into. Benny, if you don't mind. My dad wasn't the best person to be around sober, much less drunk. And my mom was more than ready to make excuses for him. He was doing this because I deserved it, or only did these things to me because he loved me. One night, Dad came home exceptionally angry and drunk. He'd just been fired from another one of his short-term jobs and was drowning his sorrows away in the only way he knew how, with cheap beer and taking his anger out on me. At this point, I was 12 years old and a wreck from constant verbal and physical abuse from my dad. I hardly said a word to anyone for fear of some sort of retaliation that my dad would be sure to give me for daring to speak out of line. So I figured, why bother to speak at all? Well, that wasn't a very good solution either, since not answering my dad would lead to a beating as well. A lose-lose scenario. After I had gotten a good thrashing from my dad and was left a crying mess on the floor, bruised and shivering, my mom quickly came over and pulled me into her embrace. She patted my head and rocked me back and forth in an attempt to stop me from crying. Though I don't think she was trying to comfort me. She was just trying to shut up my cries so I wouldn't further upset my dad. "He's just been having such a hard time holding down a job," she told me, patting the side of my cheek that wasn't bruised from my dad's slaps. "You have to understand, Benny, he does all of this for us," she told me. I looked up at her and saw her fake smile, the one she put on to try and reassure me, and herself. At that moment, in a fit of fear, anger, and disgust, I shoved my mom away and ran to the door. She called out to me, and I could hear my dad barking at me, but I didn't even bother to turn around. I sprinted as fast as possible into the woods surrounding our house. Without so much as a glance back, I ran into the thick branches and bushes of the woods and just kept running until I felt like my lungs would pop from exertion. Falling to the floor against a dead tree, I curled up into a ball and began to cry silently to myself. This wasn't a planned thing. It was the middle of autumn, and I hadn't thought to bring a jacket or hoodie. In the distance, I could hear my dad and mom shouting for me, but their voices were far away and almost like echoes from a canyon. So I simply stood up and kept walking, hugging myself to try and keep warm and hiccup crying as I carried on deeper into the woods, sniffling and crying all the way. I must have wandered for an hour or so, the sounds of my parents long gone by then. I was sitting next to the creek that cut through the forest and passed the time by tossing pebbles into it. Watching the ripples that were created and the occasional small fish that swam by to inspect. Curled up in a ball, I thought about what I could do next. Go back home and endure these beatings until the day my dad finally snapped and killed me. Tell the police and end up in foster care? None of these were good options. So I was just stuck there next to the creek. My endless thinking was interrupted by the snapping of branches on the other side of the creek. Looking up quickly and reaching for a nearby stick to protect myself, I was confused to see the silhouette of a dog staring back at me. At first, I thought it was a shadow of a dog, but then I realized the dog itself was completely pitch black. It stared back at me with bright red eyes. It was like every cartoon scenario had come true in my head, and I was completely taken aback by it. It didn't make any other moves for a bit before it suddenly started walking down the creek. I watched it for a moment as it started walking slowly down the direction in which the creek flowed. I watched it for a moment before standing up and following it. Something deep within me was telling me, follow it. It wasn't a command like my dad would give me. It was more like a suggestion, one that I decided to follow. We both walked parallel to each other down the creek for a while, each of us aware of the other, but not acknowledging each other. As the sun began to set, we came across a fallen tree that acted as a bridge to access either side of the creek. We stopped and each looked over at the other. Each of us wondered who would cross. I looked back behind me toward the direction of where my house was. It took me only a few seconds to decide to cross the fallen tree and follow this strange dog. Having crossed the log without much issue, I carefully lowered my hand to the dog so he could sniff me, but he didn't bother. He simply turned around and started walking towards the tree line behind him. Taking a deep breath, I followed after him, fully intending on seeing where this would take me. As the sun dipped lower in the sky and the wind began to pick up, I shivered as my lack of clothing began to catch up with me. But the dog continued on his way, and I had no other option but to follow him and hope that we would arrive at our destination soon. As the sun had nearly set completely, we suddenly came upon a clearing, and to my absolute shock and wonderment, there in this clearing in the middle of the woods was a giant circus tent. The lights were bright and shining, and most importantly for me at that moment, warm. Before I could process the fact that a whole circus had somehow spawned in the middle of the woods, the dog suddenly took off running towards the tent, letting out a strange bark as it did so. It soon disappeared into the tent, and I was left with a new dilemma: freeze out here, or risk being taken back to my parents and enter the warm-looking tent. Warmth won out in the end. Taking careful steps, I dared to enter the tent and was immediately vindicated in my decision as I was greeted by warmth and the bright lights and colors of the massive tent. It was laid out like a normal circus, with a bunch of seats surrounding an arena. I was amazed. Having only ever seen a circus on TV, it was like a dream come true to see one in person. I was about to take my seat when I noticed the dog quickly running across the seats and towards the other side of the tent. Getting up quickly, I followed after him. Since I was sure we were both trespassing, I just wanted to get warm and hopefully stay in the tent until the sun came up. The dog quickly ducked through another doorway and disappeared down a corridor that connected to another tent that connected to the main big top. I followed him as best I could, wondering where all the workers were. I didn't have to wonder long. I soon was met with the ringmaster. He had his back to me and looking down at the dog. The dog sat on the floor looking up at the ringmaster. He then looked over to me and licked his nose. The ringmaster spun on his heels to face me, and I was met with the most confusing assortment of colors I'd ever been exposed to. His hair was long and white, but with black tips at the bottom in various places. He had piercings all across his ears and one in his nose. His eyes were like an explosion of colors, green and yellows mixed in an almost hypnotic spiral. A large scar cut diagonally across his entire face, and several other smaller ones dotted the visible parts of his skin. And his uniform was some of the prettiest clothes I'd ever seen anyone wear before. "Well, hello," he suddenly shouted excitedly, stepping closer to me. I instinctively backed up, afraid that any large adult no doubt meant some sort of harm to me, but he held up both his hands to show that he didn't mean to harm me. "What brings you out here?" he asked with a smile. He had a hoarse voice with a slight hint of an Italian accent. I stammered. and realized it had been so long since I'd ever actually talked to someone before. It took me a moment to figure out how words worked and functioned in my head. You? The man asked. The smile still plastered on his face as he stared at me, waiting for an answer. I looked over at the dog and realized that it had disappeared. I ran away from home, and a dog led me here. That was certainly a condensed version of what had happened. But if the man felt any sorrow for me, he certainly didn't let that show on his face. Because if anything, he looked thrilled. Great. That's incredible, he told me, giggling and cackling to himself. You can join my freak show, he told me, the happiness on his face apparent. I stared at him dumbfounded. Shouldn't he have called the police? Or tried to get more information out of me? A freak show? I thought this was a circus, I said, looking around at the tent that surrounded us. He looked around with me and gave me a shrug and a hoarse snicker. I guess it does kind of look like one, but I can assure you, my freak show is way better than a lousy circus, he told me with excitement. It was almost infectious how happy and excited he was getting by just my being there. Why do you want me to join? I'm not a freak, I told him, getting a loud howl of laughter from the strange ringmaster as he held his stomach and bent over from his laughing. It was almost a little scary just how much he seemed to be enjoying this. Oh, come on. We all have a freaky side. Kid, he told me with a wink. Common. I'm sure you'll be much happier here than at home with your parents. I mean, there's a reason why you ran away, isn't there? There always is, he said with another loud cackle. I swallowed a lump that had formed in my throat. How had this stranger known the reason I had run away? It freaked me out to no end, and I hugged myself tightly. He had a point, but this was a stranger with a circus freak show in the middle of the woods, offering me a job and a place to live. Even at 12 years old, I could smell that something was amiss. I don't know, I told him, taking a few steps back. His smile dipped ever so slightly, and something about that made me feel even more unsafe. The loud croaking of a raven broke the tension between us. One fluttered from the ceiling above us and came flapping down, landing right on my shoulder and croaking at the ringmaster. Really? He told it, looking over at me with a new sense of understanding. This could be your new home. You know, he told me, getting down on his knee so we could meet eye to eye with each other. I know how hard it can be with a deadbeat father. But here, we can take much better care of you than anywhere else in the world, he told me, putting his hand on my shoulder and offering me a more caring smile. Looking at the raven that had landed on my shoulder, I was surprised to see the same red eyes that the dog possessed on it. It leaned against my head and fluffed its feathers up ever so slightly. I looked back at the ringmaster, who again offered me a smile. Can I meet the performers first? I asked him, worried that they were some kind of gruesome, horrible creatures. And if that was going to be the case, it was going to be a choice between strange new monsters here or the same horrible monster I knew back at home. The ringmaster's eyes lit up even brighter, and he quickly shot up to his feet in excitement. Of course. Unfortunately, only a couple of them are here at the moment. The others are still in Europe, I'm afraid. We don't normally come to the US, so getting everyone here is always a headache, he said with another snicker, before turning around to start leading me down the hall. I'm Benny, by the way, I told him as I followed after him. That stopped him in his tracks as he looked down at me. I stopped next to him and looked up at him. I barely reached his stomach with my height, and it was a pain to look up at him. Where are my manners? He shouted, slapping his forehead and quickly taking the green striped top hat he was wearing off. Backing up a bit, he did a very dramatic bow with his hand outstretched to his side and his other one holding his hat to his chest. I am Antonio Garibaldi, and welcome to my freak show. Benny, my boy. That last sentence got a real big laugh out of him, and he patted me on the back and practically skipped down the hallway towards the other tent. But please, just call me Tony for now, he told me as I followed after him. Looking over at the raven on my shoulder, I offered it a small, nervous smile. I used my finger to give its head a small scratch as I followed after Tony. The raven made a few small croaks as I did so, which I took to mean that it was enjoying what I was doing. Tony lifted the tent's flap for me, and as I stepped into the warm light of the second tent, I was suddenly almost hit with a flying knife that came flying towards me and embedded itself in one of the wooden posts that held the tent up. Fucking hell. Boss, a little warning would have been nice. If I had known you were bringing a stranger, I would have thrown a few more. A strong Russian accent greeted me after I had gotten done having a mini heart attack from what I was sure was a near-death experience. If I was scared of what had just happened to me, then seeing the person who had almost just killed me sent me a further shock. The person who had thrown the knife that had almost ended my life was a tall, heavily scarred man with messy black hair. His mouth had snake-bite piercings and his mouth was contorted into a pissed-off scowl. My little 12-year-old eyes wandered down to the metallic left leg that he possessed. If it was a rude thing to do to him, then what would you have called him throwing a knife at me? Benny? Tony's chipper voice broke my disrespectful gaze, and I did my best to act like he didn't have a prosthetic leg at all. Meet Nikolai Dmitrievich, my lovely Russian knife thrower. Don't mind his attitude. It doesn't get any better the more you get to know him, Tony said with a chuckle as he grabbed the knife from the post and tossed it back over to Nikolai. He grabbed it without so much as a glance towards the object and returned the favor to Tony with a middle finger. Did you bring us a new friend? Excited giggling suddenly sprung up from behind us. Turning to the source of the giggling, I was shocked to see a clown strapped to a revolving wheel. The kind that a knife thrower uses for target practice. And sure enough, the clown's entire silhouette was outlined neatly with a row of knives. I sure have. Santiago, Nikolai, go ahead and untie him so he can meet our newest attraction, Tony said with excitement that seemed to surpass even the clown's own. Nikolai tsked in annoyance and walked over to the spinning wheel. I watched him walk on the metal prosthetic and was amazed to see that it didn't hamper his ability to walk at all. It was like it was, and always had been, his leg. Nikolai quickly pulled Santiago off the wheel and started pulling all his knives from the wheel. Now down from the wheel, Santiago eagerly walked towards me. As he did, I saw that his feet were constantly pointed toe-to-toe with each other. Latter learning, of course, that he had been born with a pigeon-toe walk. His clown outfit was frilly and fluffy, with a mixture of green and orange. His face wasn't completely painted, only his cheeks and nose, with a stripe of white going down over his eyes. Finally reaching me with his awkward walk, he eagerly threw his arms around me and hugged me, surprising the raven and sending him fluttering off my shoulder. What's your name? Where do you come from? Have you ever been to the circus? Are you joining us? What about your talent? What can you do? He was asking me a million questions at well over 1,000,000 miles a second. Each question was interrupted with a laugh or giggle. Soon he'd asked me so much that my head hurt trying to keep up with them all. What's all this noise about? A soft voice asked all of us. I looked over Santiago as he continued to bombard me with questions and laughs and watched as someone climbed down from the middle wooden posts that held up a practice tightrope. I was surprised to see a rather chubby woman climbing down to join the chaos that was going on. She had dark tan skin like Santiago had, but hers was broken up by splotty patches of light skin. A condition I would eventually learn was called vitiligo. Abigail, just the perfect person to look over our new arrival, Tony said with a smile as he shoved Santiago away with a push of his face and pushed me forward like I was a little lost puppy he had gotten her for Christmas. Her eyes positively lit up when she saw me, and she quickly came closer to me. Hello, my child, she said in a tone that simply radiated the words motherly. My mom had a similar tone, but I could tell that she was forcing it. She was simply trying to keep herself and me together in any way she could. But coming from Abigail, it just seemed natural and correct. It was caring and inviting. Are you going to be staying here with us? She asked me with a soft and loving smile. Even with her clown makeup on, it still shone through just how caring she was. Bring in another street rat. Boss? A Scottish accent asked. I turned my gaze over to the source and let out a surprised and horrified gasp as I backed up into Abigail. Walking their way over toward the group that had assembled to greet me, I was completely terrified to see a two-headed person coming over toward us. Ah, and last but certainly not least, the twins, Edgar and Alan, Tony said with a smile and a nod as he came over to Abigail and me. They truly are a sight to see, but I can assure you they mean you no harm. If anything, Alan probably thinks you'll be the one to hurt him." Tony and Santiago snickered together as they gave each other a high five. The left head looked over to the side to avoid my gaze, and I took it to mean that he was Alan. Both him and his other head, Edgar, possessed no pupils that I could see in their eyes. Edgar squinted his bright white eyes in annoyance and looked over to his brother. "Common. Say hello to him. He's going to be staying here, so you're going to have to get used to him," he ordered his other head. Alan looked at him and then over to me and offered a half-hearted wave and a barely audible hello. "They're conjoined twins, and one of my favorite attractions here," Tony said with excited glee, and he turned his attention over to me. "So, you've met some of my troupe. What do you think? Benny? Want to join my freak show?" he asked with a smile, his brightly colored eyes staring into my soul as he waited for an answer. I twiddled with my hands as I stared at Tony, and then at all the members gathered around me. Nikolai and Santiago were busy chatting with each other. Despite how scary he looked, Nikolai seemed perfectly content being around Santiago. The clown giggled and waved his oversized sleeves around his head as he spoke to Nikolai. Looking over at Abigail, she offered me another one of her caring smiles, and I returned one to her. I then looked over at the twins and did my best to get over the uncanny nature of them. "What would I even do here?" I asked Tony. The fact that I didn't exactly have a talent I could use was a glaring issue. Tony grabbed his chin and let out a few "hmms" as he seemed to be trying to come up with something I could do. As if to answer him, the raven flew down to me and rested on my head. "How about animal tamer?" he said as a smile crept up onto his face. I was a bit confused, mostly for the fact that I had never even owned a pet before, much less anything like a lion or tiger. But suddenly I felt the bird on my head become a lot heavier and felt something cold slither down onto my shoulder. Looking over, I was surprised to suddenly see a large black snake coiling around my neck. "It seems Boss's little shadow friend has taken a liking to him," Nikolai said with an amused grin on his face. Santiago looking over and pointing at me with a great big smile on his face. I looked over at the snake. The same red eyes that the dog and raven possessed. So this thing had been those two. It was some sort of shapeshifter. "You'll have to excuse him, dear," Abigail told me as she offered me a glass of milk from a pitcher. "Antonio doesn't have the best table manners, I'm afraid." I didn't want to be rude and stare at him, but it was hard not to, as he seemingly ate like an animal that was starved and half crazy. "The best table manners? He has no table manners," Nikolai snorted as we all turned to watch Garibaldi eat. Nikolai's comment sent Santiago into a fit of giggles, and soon the two of them were back to talking to each other. After having my fill, I sat awkwardly in my chair, not exactly sure what I was supposed to do now. I was now part of the freak show thanks to the little shapeshifter, but I still didn't feel like I belonged here. And the strange encounter I had overheard between Antonio and the former animal tamer still lingered in the back of my mind. The shapeshifter was in a raven form again today, and he perched on my shoulder like a parrot. I'd offered him some pancakes, but he didn't seem too interested in it. So the two of us just sat there silently at the table, while everyone around us chatted and talked to each other. "Benny, I've got another amazing surprise for you." Tony suddenly broke my awkward quietness and pulled everyone's attention over to him. Despite having eaten like a wild animal, his face was surprisingly free of stains. He stood up excitedly from his chair and hurried over to me. "Come along. I want to show it to you." He offered me his hand, and with a slight bit of hesitation, I took it and allowed him to lead me to this mysterious surprise he had for me. He led me to the troop tent where everyone had their rooms. I was expecting him to have given me the same spare room I'd slept in the night before, but was surprised when he led me to a different room and opened the door for me. Stepping inside, I was floored to see that it was almost an exact copy of my room at home. But unlike my room at home, which was sparsely decorated and simplistic, this room was filled with toys that I'd never owned, an entire bookshelf that wasn't in my old room before, and a desk filled with several different kinds of art supplies. "This is amazing," I said with so much excitement that my voice gave out a little squeak, and running into the room to get a good look at everything. Tony smiled as he leaned against the doorframe and watched as I inspected the whole room. The raven flapped off my shoulder and landed on my new art desk. also content to watch me run around and point at every little new thing that was here for me now. "This is my room?" I asked him as I grabbed a teddy bear from my bed and gave it a hard squeeze. "Of course it is. I wanted you to feel welcome here in your new home. And between shows, you'll have quite a bit of downtime. So I figured I might as well get you some things to keep you entertained." He entered my room, his hands behind his back as he approached me. I looked up into his colorful eyes, again feeling like I was being sucked into them. "Thank you, sir. This is everything I've ever wanted," I told him with a smile. And he smiled back at me. I looked over at the raven and saw him picking at the desk with his beak. I turned my head up to look at the beautiful lights that hung up from the ceiling and was more than happy to see that they flickered between different colors. "I have one last thing for you," he told me, pulling his hands from behind his back and revealing a costume, short orange suspenders and a frilly greenish shirt. I looked at it and then up at him. He smiled a big toothy grin and practically shoved it onto me. "Well, go ahead, try it." He stood up and turned around to leave, quickly shutting the door behind him. "Wait, don't we already have an animal tamer?" Abigail asked. All eyes turned to Tony and he gave a simple shrug. "I'm sure I can talk to Ezekiel about this. He has been talking about wanting to leave after all. Hasn't he?" Tony asked his members. All of them looked away from him and awkwardly nodded. "Now then, Benny, I'll ask you again. Would you like to join my freak show?" he asked me, his eyes again staring into my soul. I looked at the snake and gave it the same head scratch that I had given it when it had been a raven. This place, while certainly worthy of being called a freak show, was still more inviting to me than the prospect of returning home. When I ran away, I didn't have any sort of plan. I just ran as far as I could. And here was this opportunity to start a new life. "Yes," I told Tony. His smile grew so wide I thought he was going to scream with excitement. He did the next best thing and threw his arms around me and gave me a giant hug. He passed me along to Abigail as she excitedly came up and wanted to hug me next. Even Santiago joined in and wrapped his giant oversized sleeves over me. Nikolai and the twins couldn't care less about me though, which was fair. Tony showed me where I would be staying for the night, a bunk bed in one of the spare tent rooms he had in the living quarters tent. He promised me that he would soon have a proper room for me and a costume for me to wear. Abigail and Santiago came to my temporary room to wish me good night and to tell me just how excited they were to have me there. I couldn't sleep though. Who could after suddenly deciding to run off and join a circus? I sat up in the dark room and held my new snake friend in my hands as he slithered around between my fingers. I smiled and watched as he changed sizes from a small little snake to a much bigger one. My mind went wild with the kinds of animals he could turn himself into. I thought that this place could be my new home, and I could grow up to be an amazing performer. Sometime in the middle of the night, someone tried opening the tent flap across the room from mine and couldn't get it to open. I sat up in bed after another failed attempt to try and get some sleep and tried to tune my ears to try and see if I could hear anything outside my room. "Ezekiel, I was just looking for you." Tony's chipper voice suddenly rang out in the hallway. I stood up from my bed and tiptoed over to the door to get a clear listen. "What's the matter?" "Sir, why is my tent locked?" a stranger's voice asked Tony. This was probably the current animal tamer. Tony's chuckles were loud and easy to hear from where I was, and he was pretty close to my door. "Well, it seems I found a replacement for you. Zeke, you have been saying how you've been wanting to leave the freak show for a while now, haven't you?" he asked Ezekiel. There was a long pause where I couldn't hear anything from the two of them. What do you mean?" "Sir, you know I love it here." Ezekiel was trying to reassure his boss that he indeed wanted to stay at the freak show. "Oh, Zeke, you shouldn't lie to me. We both know you've been telling the other members how badly you want to get out of here. So why not just take an extended break from the show? I've already got a replacement lined up for you," Tony said, and I felt a chill run up my spine. I was that replacement. "But please, sir, I just..." Ezekiel was cut off before he could even say anything by Tony chuckling at him. But as his laugh continued, his already hoarse voice began to become more otherworldly, and I could hear some kind of cracking and snapping coming from the hall. Then all of a sudden rush of noise, the sound of someone running away. "Don't run, Zeke. You'll only tire yourself out." Tony cackled as his strange new voice seemed to chase after the running footsteps. In complete terror over what I had just heard, I ran back to my bed, dove headfirst into the blankets, and pulled them over my head, still having that sense that if I covered myself completely in blankets, no outside force could harm me. The next day, I was awoken by Santiago jumping on my bed in excitement about the fact that breakfast was being served in the main tent. I told him thank you and watched as he slowly waddled his way out of my room and down the hall. As I stood up from bed and rubbed my eyes trying to get the tired out of them, I bumped right into Tony as he waited for me at the door. "Great news. Benny, looks like you'll be our new animal tamer," he said with a happy smile. I stared up at him and remembered everything that I had heard last night. "That's great, sir, but what about Ezekiel?" I asked him, and he gave me a giggle and tousled my hair with his hand. "Don't worry about it. I took care of him. Now come on. We're a family here, and we eat all of our meals together," he told me, a smile on his face, and I couldn't help but notice that the scar across his face was leaking some blood. I nodded cautiously and followed him as he led me to the main tent. I've thought back to that night so many times, and I wish I had taken the chance and said no to Tony. Maybe all the horrors would never have happened. Maybe I could have just left the night I heard him in that hallway and never gone back. But I didn't. I stayed. And that mistake will haunt me for the rest of my life. Eating breakfast with the troop was a little awkward for me. I was so used to eating my meals in terrified silence, trying not to bring my dad's wrath down on me for the slightest reason. I had never had a meal where everyone seemed to really love each other. Abigail made sure I sat next to her while she handed me a plate stacked full of pancakes and syrup. Nikolai and Santiago sat across from me, too entertained with each other's company to notice me. The twins sat further along the giant table, more than content to be by themselves. Tony, meanwhile, sat at the head of the table and was one of the messiest eaters I'd ever seen in my life. I looked down at the combination of clothes and figured that if I was part of the freak show, then I would have to look the part. Shedding my clothes, I started putting the new ones on, and to my surprise, found that they fit me perfectly. I walked over to the door and opened it up to show Garibaldi that the uniform fit. "Oh, you look stupendous. You'll knock it out of the park with tonight's performance," he said with excitement, which got a jaw-dropping reaction from me. "To tonight? But I've never done anything like this before. Don't I need practice or something?" I said in a panic. Suddenly realizing that I had to perform in front of people, Garibaldi snickered and kneeled so he was on my level. "Don't you worry. Benny, he'll be doing most of the work." He motioned over to the shapeshifter. "All you have to do is name an animal, and he'll transform into it for you. No matter what it is, he can turn into it. For now, practice in here with him. I'll come by later and let you practice in the big top before the show," he said with a smile and a tussle of my hair, before standing up and giving my room one last look over. I wordlessly nodded as he turned to leave my room. My mind was zooming over 1,000,000 miles an hour as I tried to mentally plan out in my head how I was supposed to do all of this. I must have been standing there for a long while because I soon received a knock on my door. Getting pulled out of my panicked zoning out, I opened my room door to see Santiago and Abigail standing out in the hall. "Hello, dear. We decided to come and check on you. See how you're holding up," Abigail said to me with a smile. Santiago, meanwhile, pushed past me and pigeon-toed his way into my room to get a good look at everything with wide-eyed excitement. "I'm scared for my performance," I told her, walking over to her and planting my face into her soft embrace. She nodded knowingly and wrapped her arms around me, softly stroking my head as I let my stress out in a great big groan into her. "You've got an amazing room." "Benny," Santiago said with excitement, picking up some of my stuffed animals and tossing them in the air. I looked over at him and couldn't help but smile at his carefree nature. They were the best people who could have shown up here to cheer me up. Before they left, Santiago offered to help me put on the makeup I would have to wear for my performance. I was hesitant at first, but when he said please over and over for almost a minute, I caved and let him do it. He did only some red cheeks and a red nose for me, while Abigail finished it off with a few colorful dots on my face. The two of them showed themselves out, and I was left in my new room with my shadowy shapeshifter. I sat at my desk and looked at him as he hopped around on my desk and pecked at it without a care in the world. I'd seen his different forms for myself. The dog that led me here, the snake, and the raven. "Can you turn into a turtle, please?" I asked him, not wanting to be rude and just order him around. He looked at me for a moment before his form melted into a puddle on my desk, scaring me for a brief second before he reformed into the shape of a turtle. I stared at him in amazement before carefully picking him up and examining him. He pulled his head into his shell when I brought him up to my face and couldn't help but smile in excitement at all the possibilities I could come up with. However, my moment of thinking was interrupted by the loud blaring of a train whistle. This caught me completely off guard, and I accidentally dropped my turtle friend from the fear and startling that I had just gone through. Realizing what I'd just done, I quickly dropped to the floor and picked him up. "Are you okay?" I asked him with concern before he poked his head out at me and gave me a little nod. I let out a sigh of relief before setting him on the table and quickly heading to the door to go out and see what that noise was. Before I got out into the hallway, I was greeted by a pair of boots waiting for me at the door. They were knee-high and had yellow smiley faces as the buckles. They also had a note attached to them. I picked the note up and quickly read it. "Boots make the man love. Tony." Looking down at my sneakers, I figured that they didn't fit my outfit. So I walked back into my room and kicked them off, pulling the boots on and making sure that I fit in them. It was only at this moment that I started to question how it was that Antonio knew my measurements and shoe size, and how he knew what my room looked like. That line of questioning was blown away once I again heard the loud blaring of a train whistle. I quickly pulled my boots on and had the shapeshifter turn back into a raven so he could follow me toward the source of the train. We didn't have far to run, as when we exited the troop tent, I was shocked to discover that an entire steam train had somehow appeared in the middle of the woods. It was truly a confusing thing for me to understand. We were in the middle of this woods, with no train tracks anywhere to be seen. Garibaldi had said that his freak show usually traveled across Europe. How was this train here now? Before my brain completely turned to mush trying to figure it out, Santiago came tiptoeing over to me with excitement. He threw his giant sleeves around me and excitedly pointed at the train. "Benny, Benny, 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 there's someone I want you to meet." He pulled me along toward the train, and I was amazed by the colors that the train possessed. Along with that, it also had several flags attached to each car and stars painted all across it. Santiago eagerly hobbled us over to one of the carts and knocked on the side entrance. Waiting a moment, the door slowly slid open and a black woman stepped out. "Santiago, with feet like pigeons, you come here with a boy who walks along with a shadow, not his own." She greeted us with a thick African accent. She wore a short orange halter top that wrapped around her body, a navy blue skirt with a celestial pattern, a green striped scarf around her waist with coins along the rim, and an orange bandana on her forehead. But the thing that pulled my attention to her was her bandaged face. It covered her left eye and left only the right one able to see anything. "Hi, Izara." Santiago happily waved his oversized sleeve at her and quickly pushed me over to her. "This is Benny. He's joining the group." I awkwardly rubbed my arm and tried my best to make it look like I wasn't only focused on the fact that she only had one eye. Benny, an unfamiliar child, with a familiar story. I looked over at Santiago with confusion, but he just smiled at me and waved. "She always talks like that," he told me with a giggle, before quickly tiptoeing away when he heard Nikolai shouting for him. "Time to go practice. Have fun." "Benny," he said as he quickly waddled away. I looked back over at Izara and saw that she was taking her time to examine me. "Offer your hand to me, child, and I will see what you cannot see." She offered her hand out to me, and with great hesitation, I offered her mine. She flipped my hand over so my palm was up. Within moments of doing so, I could tell that something had caught her off guard with her reaction to it. What's the matter?" I asked her as she carefully placed her finger on my palm and began tracing it across the lines that crisscrossed across my hand. "Strange. Your future is clear and yet so unclear. It's set in stone, yet the stone itself may change around it. Yours is a palm which I have never encountered before, she told me, clearly fascinated with the oddity that she had just discovered. Suddenly in her reading, she came to a dead stop at one point in my hand and quickly looked up at me. The mantis awaits in the giant flower that you live in, she told me as she dropped my hand and looked down at me. What? I asked her in confusion, not having understood anything she had told me at all, besides the vague idea of my future being unclear and clear. But judging by her reaction, something rubbed me the wrong way about all this. She kept her gaze on me before swallowing a lump in her throat and offering me a small smile. You shouldn't worry. What I have seen may not truly happen, but you must be careful, for danger lurks within smiling faces. Benny, she said to me before bowing slightly and returning to her train car. Having left me completely confused and just a bit nervous, I started walking away from the seemingly magic train and back towards the tent. Mein Gott. Don't tell me Tony brought another street rat to the circus. A slightly German-accented voice stopped me in my tracks. Turning around back to the train, I watched as an orange-haired woman stepped off from the train. A look of complete disgust on her face as she looked at me. Following her as she descended the train car was a tanned-skinned man, about a whole foot taller than the woman. Oh no, that means he's going to have that fake friendly shtick, isn't it? He sighed as he hopped down to the floor from the train car and rolled himself into a ball as he landed and rolled right over to me, looking down at me with a sense that he was far superior to me. What do you mean? Mr. Garibaldi has been nice to me since I got here, I told him as I stared into his judgmental green eyes. He had long brown hair that was tied up in a ponytail and still managed to reach down to his shoulders. Soon the woman came walking over to join him, and she crossed her arms at me, responding to my statement with an angry tisk. Look, kid, you shouldn't even bother being here. Go run off back to whatever sewer pipe Tony dragged you out of, because joining this circus is going to be the biggest mistake of your life, she tisked angrily, almost getting me to start crying on the spot with her mean comments. Yesh, Effa, the man said as he looked over at the woman, who I guessed was named Eva. You didn't have to go that far. He looks like he's about to start crying. I quickly tried to wipe the few tears from my face to hide the fact that I was already crying. Why should I bother pretending to be nice to him just because he's new? He probably won't even last a week here. Now, Common, Jasper, we need to practice so I don't drop you face first into the ground. She walked right past me, bumping into me and sending me staggering backward, and my raven fluttering a bit as he caught his footing on my shoulder. As if you're the reason people come to see us. I'm the one with the moneymaker after all. Jasper scoffed as he followed after Eva. The two of them seemed to argue the whole way as they walked toward the tent. Left alone with their harsh words and with Izara's predictions fresh in my mind, I began again to have second thoughts about having joined the freak show in the first place. My self-doubt was interrupted by my raven as he pecked at my hair and tugged on it, pulling me out of the labyrinth of my mind and toward the big top tent. I figured he wanted me to practice with him. So I followed his lead as he flapped off of my shoulder and started to fly toward the tent. I followed after him and wiped the last few tears and snot from my face. I was determined to show those two jerks that I indeed belonged here. I was amazed by everyone's performances. Getting to practice with them was like seeing a private show all by myself, with the added fact that I also had to participate in it. I was able to learn everyone's acts and how they worked. Nikolai and Santiago worked together like I had seen them do when I first entered the freak show. Nikolai was a skilled knife thrower, and Santiago was his target. The clown would occasionally tell jokes, but it was at his own risk, as his jokes often caused Nikolai to begin laughing and mess up his aim. Abigail, despite her larger frame, was the tightrope walker. It hadn't clicked for me when we first met that she had been practicing her tightrope walking. I could tell that she was nervous while doing it. No doubt she had done it plenty of times, but she still had an aura of nervousness while she was doing it. Jasper and Eva were the acrobats. I watched as the two of them swung from the ceiling like monkeys, doing amazing flips and twirls. The two of them even jumped off their respective swings, caught each other in their arms, and fell to a much lower swing. During their practice, I could still hear them arguing with each other, with Eva threatening to drop Jasper on more than one occasion. I learned that the twins and Izara had separate tents set up outside for their respective acts. It made sense since the twins were a spectacle without even having to do much. But the two of them could juggle and do things separate from one another. It wasn't every day that you could find conjoined twins like the two of them, so it was easy to say they had the easiest job. And since Izara was a fortune teller, it made sense to set her up with a tent as well. I was so enamored with everyone's practice that I didn't even really do my own very well. The shapeshifter got me to pay attention every once in a while, but by the time Garibaldi came in with news that the show would begin in 2 hours, I had completely wasted my opportunity to practice. Garibaldi called us all over for a group meeting. Now, as you all know, Benny is new to the freak show. He pointed to me and I gave everyone an awkward wave. That being said, I figured we'd end tonight with his first performance, he said with an excited smile and quick happy claps. Everyone muttered amongst themselves and looked down at me as I stared down at the floor in horror. I wished I had practiced more than I had. It's okay, sweetheart. Abigail's soothing voice comforted me. She wrapped her arms around me from behind and gave me a soft and warm hug. Santiago quickly waddled over and tousled my hair, a big smile plastered on his face. I was grateful for their support. But looking over at Jasper and Eva, I was met by their icy cold glares. Swallowing a lump in my throat, I followed everyone back towards the hall that led to our rooms. I sat on my bed, nervously picking at the skin on my fingertips as I could hear the sounds of people arriving at the freak show. The 2 hours flew by in a blur until at last Garibaldi came to gather me from my room. Don't dwell on it too much. Benny, I'm sure you'll do amazing, he said with a hoarse laugh, placing his top hat on his head and heading out to greet the audience. I followed after him and poked my head out from behind the tent flap and was met with the entire big top filled to the brim with people. My fear was suddenly amped up to 11. Ladies and gentlemen, Garibaldi shouted, his voice reverberating through the big top and getting everyone gathered to watch the show to quiet down. Thank you all so much for coming to my amazing freak show, he said with a hint of overwhelming pride. Tonight you will see things that will amaze you, frighten you, and maybe even inspire you. Now give it up for the duo that we love to laugh at, Nikolai and Santiago. The crowds cheered and clapped as stereotypical carnival music began to blare. I watched from behind the tent flap as Santiago was tied to a spinning wheel, and Nikolai delighted in throwing knife after knife at him, sometimes with his eyes closed, with his back turned to Santiago. And for the finale, after Santiago had said probably every joke he'd ever thought up, Nikolai pulled an enormous Bowie knife from his metal prosthetic leg and tossed it right at Santiago's head. The knife missed the clown's scalp by mere inches and impaled his hat to the wheel. The crowd roared with approval as Nikolai turned to bow at all of them, and Santiago waved excitedly from his position strapped to the wheel. The lights soon went out for a brief moment, and Garibaldi appeared back in his position in the middle of the tent. A delightful showing, but now, you'll see that sometimes to reach for the stars, you simply have to swing for it, he said with a smile as he pointed up towards the ceiling of the tent. The lights dimmed down and spotlights shone up to the sky. Abigail was there already in the middle of the tightrope. She was holding an umbrella in one hand and a mini table in her other hand. I could tell from down here how nervous she was. Suddenly Jasper came swooping down from a swing and placed a vase full of water and flowers on Abigail's mini table. He let go of his swing and somersaulted through the air. Eva next swooped in, hanging onto the swing by her legs, and caught Jasper just as he was beginning to fall toward the ground. Abigail was in her own little world, doing her best to just stay focused and complete her part of the set. The acrobats circled Abigail as she continued to make her way over toward the other side. All the while, Jasper and Eva continued to add more things onto the mini table. By the time Abigail reached the other side of the tightrope, the table had a vase, several plates, and a toaster on top of it. The crowd was eating it up, but I was panicking when I realized that my turn was fast approaching. It's your turn, Benny, Tony said as he wrapped an arm around me from behind and succeeded in getting a scared scream from me. Don't worry too much. Like I said, he'll be doing most of the work, he told me with a smile and a chuckle. He walked past me and I followed after him. Finally, I emerged from behind the tent flap, and as I did so, I noticed that the music that was filling the tent had a source. Hidden off to the side was a giant wagon, and inside the wagon was a giant pile of flesh and faces. My heart stopped, and I let out a muffled scream as Tony quickly caught me from behind and covered my mouth. Oh, I almost forgot. Don't mind bandwagon. They may look scary, but they're harmless. They enjoy playing music more than anything. Tony said it so nonchalantly that under any other circumstance, I would have easily believed him. But as he walked off, I couldn't tear my gaze away from the creature. It writhed and jiggled in its wagon. Stray hands played the accordion. Some were playing the keyboard. One of the heads blew into a harmonica, and one was blowing into a trumpet with the help of a stray hand. And for the finale of tonight, the newest addition to the freak show, our brand new animal tamer. "Benny!" Garibaldi shouted out. I was so scared by the horrible creature playing music that I almost didn't hear my name being called. Before the situation got too awkward, my shapeshifter friend tapped me on the head with his beak to get my attention. Walking out into the spotlight, I received a few scattered claps. I could tell most people were probably looking forward to something much more interesting than a random 12-year-old with a red-eyed raven sitting on his head. The silence was almost enough to make me start crying again. I could feel a panic attack setting in as I felt my breathing becoming harder and harder to do. But before I could have a meltdown on the circus floor, the raven fluttered off my head and suddenly shifted and morphed into a giant dog. That got people's attention as they marveled at the sudden appearance of such a large dog. The dog looked back at me with the same deep red eyes it always possessed and flicked its head. It was motioning for me to give it a command. Taking a few deep breaths to regain my composure, I took a few cautious steps toward the giant dog and carefully placed my hand on his muzzle. "Please, turn into a lion?" I asked him. He looked at me and nodded, backing up and letting out a roar as a full black mane sprouted around his head. The crowd was caught off guard and shocked by the display. I smiled a little and muttered a soft thank you to him. "Can you turn into a unicorn?" I asked him, thinking of the first mythical creature that popped into my head. He lowered his head for a moment before his body slimed down and began to grow taller. Soon he'd taken the form of a slender horse, and a horn grew on his head. This stunt got everyone's attention, and they were shouting and cheering for me. It was the first time in my life that I felt that I had done something special. I carefully approached him and held his long face in my hands. "Can I ride you?" I asked him. He seemed to think about this for a moment before getting down low enough for me to clamber onto his back. Once I was safely on, he began to trot around the circle to the sound of uproarious applause and cheers for the both of us. When my part of the show was over, we all gathered in the middle and got a huge round of applause. Everyone from the freak show crowded around me after we had all taken a bow and the freak show was deemed to be over. Santiago and Abigail were the most upfront with how happy and excited they were with my performance. I would have done it better, but I guess for your first time it was all right. Nikolai shrugged as he played around with a butterfly knife. It was the first sort of compliment I'd gotten from him, so it made me feel a lot better about staying with the freak show. With the show over, we were allowed by Garibaldi to return to our tents with a job well done. I was on the way to my room when I heard a few voices coming from outside. Thinking that it was a few members of the troupe, I skipped going to my room and headed outside into the dark to see if I could see the source of the voices. Following the sound trail, I was greeted by a group of drunk guys teasing the twins. This is the kind of freak show I signed up for. One of them laughed as they tossed an empty beer can at the twins. Alan cowered away from them as they heckled and laughed at him. Edgar, meanwhile, was stoic and didn't bother to show them any reaction. Before the drunks could do anything else to the twins, a familiar voice interrupted their heckling. "Gentlemen," Garibaldi's overly excited voice startled not only the men, but me. "If it's something freaky you wish to see, you only have to follow me. I'll show you something truly freaky," he said with his characteristic snicker. The drunk men muttered to themselves for a moment before agreeing and following Garibaldi over to one of the side tents. Keeping to the shadows so as not to be seen, I followed after them. Garibaldi led them into the tent and closed the flap behind him. I reached the tent and was greeted by a giant funhouse. Lifting the tent flap, I discovered that it was pitch black inside. My curiosity was big, but my fear of total darkness was bigger. So I quickly closed the flap and started making my way back toward my room tent. As I was walking away, I started hearing screams coming from the funhouse, and I quickened my pace to get to my room quicker. The next day there wasn't a single sign of the drunks, and the freak show began to pack up and load everything onto the train. I watched with unease as Tony and Nikolai pulled bandwagon onto the train, and its eerie dead faces stared at me. I was worried that some of those faces might have belonged to those drunk men. After my first performance, and after the drunks disappeared into the funhouse, I was a little more apprehensive about continuing to be in the freak show. Seeing Nikolai and Antonio pull the bandwagon onto the train freaked me out. But before I could process anything, I was interrupted by Santiago's excited giggling as he wrapped his arms around me and hugged me tightly. "You're going to love Europe so much. Benny," he told me with that endless amount of happy charm he possessed. And it was like any worry I had instantly vanished whenever I saw his painted face and its contagious smile. "How does this train even take us to Europe?" I asked him as I turned to take in the giant multicolored locomotive. I was still at a loss over how it suddenly appeared in the forest, with no track or noise besides the whistle to announce its arrival. "I honestly don't know. We just sort of arrive at our destination after a while." Santiago shrugged at me. Clearly he hadn't cared to have given it much thought. Before I could ask him any further questions, the two of us were called over by Abigail to help the rest of the troop pack everything up. I did the best I could do with my 12-year-old strength. It was as I was loading my things from my room onto the train that I learned of our destination from Garibaldi. "France?" I asked him. He gave me an excited nod and quickly shoved a brochure into my hand, almost knocking the shapeshifter from my shoulder. The little guy in his panic turned into a snake and quickly coiled around my neck to keep himself from falling. It got a little surprised gag from me, but nothing further. "We just have to pick up the final members of our little family, and we can show you an amazing time." "Benny," he said with excitement, as he quickly rushed past me to help the twins load their items onto one of the storage cars. Garibaldi walked up to the engine car and looked like he was talking to someone. I assumed it was the conductor or the train engineer. I couldn't exactly see Garibaldi being allowed to ride a bicycle, much less a whole train. "Oh God, did he say we're going to France?" Nikolai asked as he sat a wooden crate down next to me. I looked up at him and nodded, showing him the brochure that Garibaldi had given me. The look his scarred and burnt face gave me sent my gaze quickly back down to the ground to avoid it. I thought the boss had finally ditched that French freak and his stupid gremlins. He stabbed the brochure with one of his knives and chucked it as hard as he could against a nearby tree, pinning it there. "Do you not like him?" I asked the Russian. He looked down at me and then quickly looked around him. Once he was sure no one could overhear us, he crossed his arms and let out an annoyed sigh. "Word of advice? Kid, stay away from him. No one in the troop likes him. Not even the boss likes him that much. So you're better off just avoiding him." With those simple words of advice, Nikolai walked off muttering a bunch of words to himself in Russian. As I loaded the last of my things onto the train, I could tell that news of our destination had reached the rest of the members because their once cheery demeanors had all but evaporated. But despite that, we all together had taken down the circus tents and booths and had finally loaded them all onto the train. When Garibaldi called for all aboard, I hesitated in climbing up the steps to board. There were still lingering doubts in my mind. The snake on my shoulder nudged me to go forward, but I still stood there, frozen with indecision. "Move twerp," Eva told me as she shoved past me to board the train, followed quickly after by Jasper, who barely even glanced at me with his face held so high. The next person was a lot nicer since it was Abigail who offered me her hand. I looked at her and her patchy skin. Despite the fact I'd never seen someone with vitiligo before, I had already gotten to know her so well that it no longer even bothered me. "Common. Benny, can't keep your new family waiting," she said with that loving smile she always had. I looked at my snake, who stared back at me with his deep red eyes. He offered me a little flick of the tongue, which licked my nose and got a surprised giggle out of me. I took Abigail's hand and followed her on board the train. As it turned out, we all had our own private cabins, so I was left with my shapeshifter and a bed along with a seat and even a bathroom. Carefully, I took the shapeshifter off my shoulder and placed him on the bed while I went to use the bathroom. I took the time to get the makeup off my face and also change out of my circus clothes. I didn't exactly know if this was allowed, but I was alone and wanted to be back in my normal clothes, at least for the meantime. With that all finished, I felt the train start moving as soon as I exited the bathroom, wanting to see it move. I walked over to the window only to find that it was completely tinted and that I was unable to see outside of it. I suddenly figured out why Santiago didn't know how the train moved. Plopping myself down on the bed, I decided that now was as good a time as ever to discover some more things I could do with my shapeshifter friend. I asked him to turn into various small things, from a beetle to a bunny, and he did this all with little effort on his part. This filled my mind with various ideas of what to ask him to turn into for our next performance. I quickly got some notebook paper and a pen from the art supplies that had been in my room and began to jot down ideas for him to turn into. As I did this, I received a knock at my door. Telling whoever it was to enter, I was surprised to see that it was Izara who had decided to come visit me suddenly. Her single eye scanned my room before landing on me. It looked like she was hesitating whether to come in or not, so I nodded at her. "Pardon my intrusion upon your sanctuary. I bring you a charm to which it can be said will bring upon you some favor from the spirits," she told me, opening up her clenched right hand and revealing a small necklace. Trying to decode what she'd told me in my mind, I figured in some way that she was giving me a good luck charm. "Thank you," I told her as I sat my pen down and walked over to her to take it from her. Before I could, she slowly took my hand, opened it palm side up, and let the necklace fall from hers into mine. It was a simple one made of string and beads with a shining emerald. "It's really pretty," I told her with a smile, slipping it over my head and letting it dangle down to my chest. She bowed her head down at me slightly and backed up a bit before it seemed like she had something else she wanted to tell me. "The stone matches your eyes. Now 3 eyes you shall have. Be safe, child, for the mantis will not hesitate to harm you when a chance to do so he has." She bowed again before wordlessly slipping out into the hall. I stood there, my brain working overtime to try and figure out what she was trying to tell me. I closed the door to my cabin and went back over to the bed. I sat down and stared down at the necklace, playing with the emerald stone as her warning played around in my head. This was the second time she'd mentioned a mantis. She'd mentioned it the first time she'd read my palm, and now again. Was it a warning about the final freak show member waiting for us in France? I played around with the thought in my head before a sudden squawking from my desk pulled me out of my deep thoughts. My shapeshifter friend was a parrot, the last thing I asked him to turn into, and he pecked at my incomplete list. Smiling back at him, I let the emerald drop back down to my chest and quickly hurried over to finish brainstorming ideas for my next act. Any thoughts of mantises were quickly forgotten in the excitement over my brainstorming session. Finding my legs growing restless, I picked up my shapeshifter friend and had him coil around my throat in his snake form. I exited my cabin and started walking in no particular direction down the train's halls. I was planning just to stretch my legs out for a moment, and there wasn't any better way of doing this than just walking. Soon I reached the door that led to the next cart, and without a second thought, I opened it and walked in. And I immediately regretted my decision when I came face to faces with Bandwagon. It was sitting there in the dimly lit cart with its instruments still in the places where it had had them during the performance. The mass of flesh and faces writhed a little at my intrusion of its privacy, but it didn't say anything. And I think that was scarier than if it had screamed or roared at me. Its dead silence with only the faint sounds of musical instruments terrified me, and I screamed as loudly as I could, quickly shutting the door and running full sprint back into my room. The only thing that kept me from having a panic attack was my shapeshifter friend turning into a puppy and licking my face. Giggling and calming down, I patted his head softly and thought that I would do everything I could to avoid Bandwagon. I had a few more visitors over as the train continued to chug along toward our destination. Santiago was next as we both told jokes to each other, and he had fun watching my friend turn into whatever small animal the clown could think of. Abigail came to join us with food from the dining cart. Garibaldi's rule about eating together was usually not observed while traveling, so we were allowed to eat in our rooms. Nikolai was my final visitor, as he had grown bored in his room and decided to join me. Mostly because Santiago had refused to leave my room. I had expected our journey to take several days, if not weeks. I had always heard the horror stories of traveling across the country on a train. If we were somehow going to get to France, I figured it'd take us just as long, if not longer. But to my surprise, just as we were all finishing the food Abigail had brought for us, the train came to a sudden stop. Oh dear God, we're here. Nikolai sighed as he sat his barely eaten burger down on his plate and leaned back in my bed. I looked at everyone else and saw that they had much of the same reaction. Even Abigail, who was friendly and loving to everyone I had met so far, had a look of apprehension on her face. We're just lucky that Tony will set them up in their own car. We won't have a repeat of last time when they all had to share one room, Abigail said, still trying to remain positive despite the fact she was the only one who took any solace in that. Them? I asked. I thought it was only one person. From what Nikolai had told me before we had departed, I had thought that was the case. The three all looked at each other before turning back to me. It was obvious they didn't want to talk about whoever was about to board the train. That conversation was quickly derailed when Garibaldi stuck his head through my door with that ever-present smile on his face. "Benny, come here. You have to meet the last few members of the freak show," he said with excitement. If he didn't like the final members, he wasn't letting it show like the others, handing Santiago my empty plate and taking my shapeshifter, back in his raven form. From the desk, and putting him on my shoulder, I followed after Garibaldi as he led me toward the door to the outside. "Now, it's for the best if you don't get too close to Mathieu or his assistant," he told me as he held the door as if about to open it. I nodded at him since I had already planned not to do so. He gave me a thumbs up and opened the door. Outside, the sun was still shining, and it felt like we were still somewhere in my state. We were at a completely abandoned train station with vines and weeds growing everywhere. Why were we left in France? "Monsieur?" a muffled French voice asked. Looking out from behind Garibaldi's back, I was met with a man a couple inches shorter than Garibaldi, with a white mask on. The mask had a painted smile on it, with only a visible eye hole on the left side, with a painted star over the hole. The right side had a blue painted diamond and was completely covered. "I didn't feel like bringing you to America, Mathieu," Garibaldi told him matter-of-factly. So bluntly, I let out a little nose laugh from behind him. This caught Mathieu's attention, as his one eye behind the mask shone and focused on me, sending me quickly hiding behind Garibaldi. "Who's the runt?" he asked, still trying to get a good look at me. Garibaldi sidestepped to reveal me to Mathieu, and I was suddenly left without protective cover from the masked Frenchman. Upon being fully revealed to Mathieu, I was also shocked to discover that standing next to him was a woman. She was scantily clothed with short shorts and a bra. She also had on a see-through blouse, which gave her a modicum of modesty. But for 12-year-old me, this was still enough to send me into a blushing fit. She also had a mask on. This one painted red, the reverse of Mathieu's mask, with the eye hole on the right side and a painted red heart on the left. "This is Benny!" The latest addition to the freak show. He's our new animal tamer. I gave the duo a half-hearted wave and my best attempt at a smile. "And what exactly happened to Ezekiel?" Mathieu asked as he looked down at me with his singular visible eye. I looked up at Garibaldi to see if there would be any clarification about what happened to the previous animal tamer. "Don't worry about things that don't concern you," Garibaldi said with a smile and a snicker. I couldn't tell what kind of emotions Mathieu and the woman had behind their masks, but it was when I started to let my eyes drift back down to the floor that I caught something about the woman standing next to Mathieu. And that was the fact her legs were a different color than her body was. I lifted my gaze to look at her and realized that she had a completely different lower section sewed to her top section, with a large scar with stitches going around where the two colors clashed. "I am Mathieu. This is my assistant, Starla." The woman slowly moved her hand up to wave at me before letting it drop back down like a dead fish. "And these are the aces," he told me, which confused me since I could only see two people in front of me. That was until a little masked face popped up from behind him, almost like a mirror image of me. The mask didn't have any eye holes or anything, and simply had a playing card club painted on it. Before I could comprehend this, another face popped up from behind Mathieu. This one with a diamond painted on it. Another popped up with a giant heart. And finally one with a spade painted on it. They all quickly rushed out from behind Mathieu and approached me. They were an entire foot shorter than me, with messy brown hair and frilly and fluffy blue uniforms, almost like Santiago's clown uniform. The one with clubs painted on his face walked up to me and stared up at me for a moment. Before I could say anything to him, he threw his arms around me and hugged me. This didn't feel like a person was hugging me though, since I could feel nothing but a couple of rods under the frilly and poofy costume. The others all quickly approached me and waved and greeted me in wordless ways, all except the one with the heart painted on his mask. He hung back before being dragged and pulled over to me by the one with diamonds. "That's enough, you four. You can interact with him later. Get on the train now," Mathieu ordered them. They all quickly nodded and rushed onto the train, jumping, cartwheeling, and crawling into the train as quickly as they could. The one with spades on his mask stayed for a moment and quickly handed me something before following after his fellow aces. "You get the entire fourth car to yourselves. I expect not to have a repeat of the Denmark fiasco," Garibaldi told Mathieu as his assistant wordlessly walked past him and got onto the train. The masked man stared at the ringleader before giving a slight nod and walked onto the train, leaning on his cane a bit as he walked past me. "You can go back to your room now, Benny. You've officially met everyone in the freak show," Garibaldi told me excitedly. I nodded at him and gave him a faint smile. "We'll be on the train for a bit longer until we reach our destination in France. So go ahead and go back to your room," he told me, to which I nodded and left him. On my way back to my room, I looked down at the item that Spades had given me. A bottle cap with a smiley face on it, and that got a genuine smile from me. Returning to my room and finding it empty, I let my shapeshifter friend sit on the bed while I sat down at the desk and pulled out some paper. While their leader and assistant had weirded me out to no end, the aces had put a smile on my face and had gotten some real laughs out of me. So I sat down and drew each of them from my memory and decided to give it to them. I looked over to see if the shapeshifter wanted to come with me, but his eyes were closed at that moment and he looked like he was sleeping. Not wanting to wake him up, I elected to go myself. Walking out into the hallway of the train, I started making my way toward the fourth train car. It was when I was almost there that the warnings from Nikolai started floating around in my head, but I wasn't exactly going to deal with Mathieu. I was only going to deal with the aces, and I was only dropping off a drawing. So in my mind, it would be all right. Arriving on the fourth train car, I looked around to see which of the rooms the aces were cooped up in. Knocking on the first door, I didn't receive an answer, and thinking that they really couldn't talk to begin with, I decided to see if the door was open. It slid open and I peeked into the room. I let out a surprised yelp when I saw Starla sitting motionless in the center of the room. I was about to apologize for intruding on her, but she slowly lifted a finger to her painted lips in a shushing motion. I nodded quickly and showed her the drawing I had made. She stared at it for a moment before slowly moving her shushing finger towards me. I thought she was pointing at me for a moment before I looked behind me and noticed that there was a door behind me. I mouthed a thank you to her and slowly closed the door. Knocking on the door, I waited for a moment. This time the door opened up and Clubs was there to greet me, standing on top of Hearts so he could reach the doorknob to greet me. The aces all waved hello to me, and Clubs hopped down off of Hearts as I handed them the drawing I had made of all of them. Diamonds was positively ecstatic at receiving this since he was jumping up and down for joy. "I hope you guys like it," I told them with a giggle as I watched them all pass the drawing between themselves. They all nodded together and waved goodbye to me as I closed their door behind me and left. With my mission completed, I started making my way back to my room. As I opened the door connecting the fourth car and fifth, I ran into Mathieu. He was in the process of putting his mask on, and I had arrived just in time for him to put it back on. "You saw me, didn't you?" he asked me. His muffled voice sounded livid at me. I backed up quickly as he let the door close behind him and followed after me as I backed up in fear of him. My chest tightened as I was suddenly and painfully reminded of the fear that my father gave me whenever he was going to harm me. "No, I didn't see anything," I told him as I tripped on my feet and tumbled down to the floor with a thud. Already I was instinctively holding my arms up to protect my face. Mathieu lifted his cane and smacked the head of it against his gloved hand. "You lying little shit?" he hissed at me as he lifted the cane over his head. I was more than sure I was going to meet a violent and painful end on this train in the middle of nowhere. I had escaped an abusive household just to have met the same fate I would have most likely had if I had stayed home. "Just what the fuck do you think you're doing?" Garibaldi's voice suddenly broke through the haze of complete fear that had enveloped me. Lowering my arms from my face, I was met with Garibaldi gripping Mathieu's cane tightly and preventing the masked Frenchman from bringing it down on me. It was the most angry I had ever seen Garibaldi up to that point. The anger in those multicolored eyes was enough to send a shiver down my soul. "He saw my face," Mathieu mumbled as he let go of his cane and allowed Antonio to take it from him. Standing up quickly, I rushed over to him and wrapped my arms around him, burying my face into his stomach before I broke down and started crying into his fancy red ringleader suit. This was the first time in my life anyone had stopped physical harm from coming to me, and it was something I was eternally grateful for at the time. "Remember, Mathieu," the way Garibaldi said the Frenchman's name made it seem like it was an insult. "You're only still here because I enjoy your act. I can barely tolerate you, and if you so much as harm Benny or any other member of the troop, I'll lose any reason of keeping you around. Is that understood?" he asked of Mathieu. I pulled my face away from Garibaldi and looked up at him. Through my tear-filled eyes, I could have sworn that I saw the scar across his face split open, but upon wiping my eyes, I saw that there wasn't anything there. Mathieu wordlessly nodded at Garibaldi, and the ringmaster led me back to my room, where my shapeshifter friend was waiting there for me. He flapped over to me and landed on my head as I continued to wipe my eyes from the tears that were still leaking from my eyes. I expected a lecture from Antonio, but instead, he removed his hat and ran his hand through his white long hair. "Good thing I got to you in time. I'm sorry if he ruined your day. Benny," he said with a sigh as he tousled my hair and offered me one of those rare, genuine smiles that he possessed. I sniffled as I finally managed to stop the tears from flowing and shook my head at him. "No, it's okay. Are we going to get to perform? I have a lot of cool ideas for animals," I told him with a smile and one final wiping of my eyes and nose. He looked back at me with an excited smile and got right back up on his feet with the same cheery attitude he always had. "I can't wait to see it. We should be arriving at our next destination soon. All we'll have to do is pitch up our tents and we'll be all sent. Keep thinking up some ideas in the meantime. I can't wait to see them," he said with giddy excitement as he hopped and skipped his way out of my room. The whole interaction got a good laugh out of me, and I sat down on the bed with my raven friend still perched protectively on my head. I looked down at the good luck charm that Izara had given me and smiled. Maybe it had brought me good luck after all. I took the opportunity to try and take a nap until we reached our destination. The train finally stopped after another half an hour, and we all disembarked and began to unload the train once again. Even though it felt like we had only just packed everything up, I didn't complain much at all. The shapeshifter took the form of a snake again and hung around my neck while I helped unload the crates. As I helped open some of them and handed out a few items needed to raise the big top, I snuck a glance over toward the fourth car and watched as Mathieu exited, followed quickly after by the Aces and Starla. The Aces did all the unloading, which brought a smile to my face as I watched all of them give their boxes to Hearts, as the big tower of boxes soon came to be even taller than he was. And yet the little guy effortlessly waddled along with this giant load of boxes and followed after his similarly dressed friends as they led him to the location to drop them off. As I watched them with amusement, I wasn't paying attention to where I was sticking my hand into. I hadn't realized that the open box was Nikolai's, and the Russian had a habit of leaving stray knives everywhere. As I stuck my hand into the box without looking, one of these blades sliced open my palm. I pulled my hand out with a loud shout and quickly held it out in front of me. The gash was large and blood began to flow out of it quickly. "This is why we shouldn't bring kids on the circus." Eva's cold, uncaring voice surprised me. I quickly looked over to her as she gracefully descended the train to stare at me. I held my hand and squeezed it to try and stop the bleeding, wincing and whimpering in pain as the German acrobat circled me like some predator playing with its prey. "You must learn to heal your own wounds. Take care of that yourself. No one here is going to help you but yourself, she told me. Her cold, uncaring words hurt me almost as badly as the knife had. Leave him alone. Eva! Santiago shouted at her as he waddled over as quickly as he could with his pigeon-toed feet. Quickly, he kneeled next to me and took my hand to look at it. He's only 12 years old. Could you stitch up your wounds at 12? The clown asked her. This was the first time I'd ever seen him be serious. Judging by Eva's reaction, I guessed that she in fact couldn't stitch her wounds at 12. She tisked in frustration and started walking off in the direction of the rapidly being built tent. Jasper emerged soon after and called out to her to wait for him. Thank you, I whimpered as Santiago took a look at my hand. His smile returned and he gave me a little giggle. Don't worry about it. I've had to deal with Nikolai's stray knives more than you could ever guess. Letting my hand go, he rolled up his long sleeves and showed me the many scars across them. I've had a lot of practice with this, he assured me, as he took a hold of my hand again and produced a needle and thread from under his clown hat. In what must have been some sort of speed record, he fixed up the gash on my palm in no time at all. Thank you, I repeated to him once he had thoroughly examined the wound. He nodded quickly and put his supplies back under his clown hat. He told me to tell Abigail and that she would have some disinfectant spray to make sure I didn't get some kind of infection. He then waddled away to go and yell at Nikolai about having left a knife just out and about. Holding my throbbing and pained hand out in front of me, I started trying to find where Abigail was. But before I could do so, I was quickly approached by the aces. It seemed that they'd overheard what had happened to me and had brought me some things to cheer me up. Spades was the first, quickly handing me a chocolate bar before running away to the back of the line. Clubs and diamonds both got me band-aids, and hearts, after being shoved forward by everyone else, gave me some disinfectant spray. Thanking them all, I watched as they all quickly went back to work, unloading their part of the train. After a rather painful application of the disinfectant spray, I cautiously went back to unloading the crate that I had been emptying. Suddenly, there was a lot of commotion coming over from the front of the train. I hurried over to join everyone else as seemingly everyone from the freak show was gathered around. We didn't pack this, did we? Edgar asked as he scratched his head. His brother looked nervous like he always did, but now it seemed like he was even more so than usual. Before us, all was a large crate, but it didn't look like the same as the crates we used. This one was painted completely black and had no markings at all to indicate where it had come from. Was it left here for us? Jasper asked as he circled the crate. He knocked on it softly, and we all stood around waiting for something to happen. Why's everyone stopped working? Garibaldi asked in confusion as he stepped down from the train engine. We all looked over at him and then parted so he could see the strange crate that had us all confused. At first, he looked just as confused as us before his face suddenly lit up in absolute excitement. Oh, it's finally here! He practically screamed, shoving us all out of the way to get to it. As he did so, I finally got a view of the mystery conductor, engineer, and I instantly ran to hide behind Abigail, causing a surprise jolt out of her. Standing at the door up to the engine car was a corpse. Rotted and infested with maggots, the only thing to show that he was supposed to be there was a little conductor hat placed on his skeletal head. It looked over at me and raised an arm to the hat, taking it off and tipping it to me. I let out a blood-curdling scream when I laid eyes on the rotting corpse. I was able to keep some sort of composure around the bandwagon, but to see a full-on human corpse was just too much for me. I fell to the floor and cried out in fear at the body. My screams were enough to pull everyone's attention from the mystery crate over to me. Benny! It's okay, sweetie, Abigail told me as she quickly fell to her knees with me and wrapped her arms around me, shoving my face into her chest. You don't want to see this part, she told me softly as a sudden noise of falling pieces and rattling objects hitting metal filled my ears. Peeking from out behind Abigail, I saw that the corpse had completely fallen apart into just a pile of bones and meat. The maggots still squirmed and writhed around in the pile, more than happy to continue their feast as they did so. That part doesn't ever get any easier, Edgar said with a slight shiver through his and Alan's boy. Taking some deep breaths like Abigail told me to, I finally started to calm down and pull my attention away from where the walking corpse conductor had been. I pulled my attention back over to the mystery crate. where Garibaldi, who had not so much as looked in my direction after I had screamed, was still jumping around the box and making strange chirping noises at it. "Who's it from, sir?" I asked him through teary eyes and a few hiccups. He looked over at me with wild excitement in his eyes and a violent twitch from his head. "It's from my best friend in the whole wide world, King Creole," he said in giddy excitement. I scratched my head at that, but everyone in the freak show suddenly had looks of complete fear. "Who's that?" I asked, just as the box began to shake about and rapid knocking could be heard from inside it. The mysterious black crate began to tremble and shake around violently, sending everyone in the troop away from it just as quickly as they had all gathered around it. When Garibaldi had announced it was a gift from someone named King Creole, the look on the other members of the troop was enough for me to gather that whoever that was, he probably wasn't good. "With all due respect, boss," Nikolai spoke up, being the spokesperson for everyone else. "Anytime that guy sends you something, it always ends up being something horrible." Everyone in the troop nodded, and I looked up at Abigail for confirmation. She looked down at me and offered a simple shrug and nod. Garibaldi, on the other hand, never looked more offended in his life. He angrily turned his attention back over to us and crossed his arms at us. "Name one thing that Creole has sent us that's so horrible," he said with a pout, tapping his foot on the ground and squashing a few of the maggots that had crawled over to him from the remains of the train conductor. "What about that piece of bread with multiple eyeballs?" Edgar spoke up, his brother quickly nodding along with the perpetual look of worry plastered on his face. "It showed up in a box one day, ate all our food, screamed at us, and then ran away." Everyone nodded along like that was a completely normal thing to have happened to them. "And stole one of Nikolai's knives," Alan quickly added. "The first time he'd ever spoken since I'd joined the freak show." "That's harmless. Besides, without Creole, Starla would have been killed with all of Mathieu's accidents. Just look at her. She's never been better." Tony pointed to the masked woman, who barely even acknowledged that she was being talked about. I stared at her while everyone continued trying to plead with Antonio to not open the crate. Whoever this Creole person was he the one who'd sewn the different colored lower half of Starla's body? She must have taken notice of my staring at her, as he slowly moved her head over to stare at me. The single eye hole in her mask glimmered like a star as she stared at me. Our short staring contest was interrupted when the loud snapping of wood pulled everyone's attention back over to the crate. The crate had seemingly grown tired of waiting for someone to open it and decided just to open itself as the wood snapped and broke all around it. The four walls of the crate fell to the sides like a flower opening up, and a whole bunch of confetti and streamers came billowing out of the center of the box. At the center of the box was a man, dressed in a brown suit with a red tie. His skin was silky green with black spots on a few parts of his face. His right eye was bloodshot and almost completely red, while he possessed no left eye. And most disturbing of all was that a permanent smile had been stitched into his mouth. The stitches kept the corners of his mouth forced into a disgustingly morbid smile. This would have already been a horrible present, if not for the hand puppet that was attached to his left hand. "I told you. Something horrible," Nikolai said, as he held one of his many knives in front of him. And all of us were pretty much hiding behind him. Suddenly the corpse stiffened to attention and turned to face us. The haunting smile and vacant eye hole was enough to start sending me into another fear-induced panic attack. "You ain't so good looking either, comrade," a high-pitched voice insulted Nikolai back. The whole troop fell silent, except for Santiago, who was doing his best not to burst out into laughter, giggling into his oversized sleeves. The corpse raised its hand puppet to us, allowing for a better look at what it was. A multicolored jester with a simple smiley face stared back at us, and we were all baffled about where the voice had come from. "Did that thing just talk?" Ava asked, trying to hide behind Jasper, who in turn was trying to hide behind her. The arm connected to the jester jerked in their direction, causing a scared yelp out of both of them. "I have a name. Thank you very much," the voice told them, and we soon realized that the voice was coming from the puppet itself. "The name's Maxwell. This here is my handyman. Chester!" The puppet introduced themselves. The corpse dipped his head slightly, but more so as a consequence of the hand puppet than from any input from him. "Oh, how wonderful. Garibaldi clapped his hands together and snickered uncontrollably, even throwing a few of those strange chirping noises he had been making since the crate had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. He practically skipped over to Maxwell and Chester and examined them both up and down. Creole had been telling me that he wanted to give me a new member. What the hell is he supposed to do? Tell shitty jokes? Mathieu asked. The anger was obvious even from behind his mask. Garibaldi snapped his head toward the Frenchman and looked like he was about to tear him limb from limb. But before he could, the hand puppet giggled uncontrollably. Oh, I can do more than that. Chester isn't just for transportation. You know, Maxwell moved around on Chester's arm, sending the whole corpse wiggling and waggling around as the hand puppet jerked about. Holding the arm up high, we all stared at Maxwell as he seemingly melted into Chester's arm. His colorful costume spread down Chester's arm as it seemed to be taking over the corpse's body. The corpse suddenly sprung to life, but now instead of jerky and uncanny movements, he was much more animated. As the jester form slowly overtook the body, it was obvious to us what Maxwell had meant about Chester. Combined, we make. The jester's voice was a strange echo of two voices. One being Maxwell's high-pitched voice, and the other being a low-pitched, hollow voice. Mac and cheese, the jester said with excitement as the transformation completed, and a fully fledged and dressed-up jester stood before us all. His floppy hat jingled with two golden bells, and two more rang from his curved shoes. The face that was once green and rotting was now replaced with bright white makeup with two red-painted cheeks. And the vacant eye socket was now occupied by some strange glowing iris. Oh, how wonderful! Garibaldi exclaimed in absolute joy as he skipped over to the jester, along with Santiago, who was practically about to explode with his excitement. Creole truly does know how to spoil me. Garibaldi snickered excitedly as he moved aside for Santiago to begin talking the jester's ear off. I looked at the other members of the troupe and was glad to see I wasn't the only one who was more than a little concerned by the new member. I held on to Abigail tightly as she quickly ushered me to help her unpack the remaining boxes of items from the train. We all left the jester with Santiago and the aces, who had all also come running up to greet the newest member. I took the wide way around the train to avoid the sight of the rotten and abandoned corpse and began helping Abigail and the twins to unpack everything. It was then that I realized something. Does Mr. Garibaldi not have any luggage? I asked them. Abigail looked at me and then over at the twins. Edgar and Alan both shrugged their shoulders at her. He unloads his stuff before we can get to it, Edgar told me, swearing something fierce when Alan accidentally struck his thumb with the hammer that he was using to nail up one of the posts that held down the tent. Must be pretty protective. Huh? I said with a weak chuckle, turning to help them with their work, the question gnawing at the back of my head. I didn't know anything about Garibaldi. From talking to the few people I was growing close to in the freak show, I was getting to know them. But Garibaldi was still a mystery to me, and Izara's cryptic warnings weren't being of much help. All of her warnings about mantises pointed at Garibaldi. After all, he had several mantis items on him, the most blatant being the golden pin stuck in his top hat. Benny! 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 Santiago's excited voice yanked me away from my inquisitive thoughts. Me and the aces have an idea. Well, I had one, but they seemed to really like the idea. So common. He yanked and tugged on me, practically dragging me away from Abigail and the twins. They seemed fine with the idea, so I didn't have much choice in the matter. The idea had turned out that we all should perform together. Since we all were more or less dressed as clowns, Santiago had gotten the idea that we should all perform with each other. The aces were more than a little excited. Diamonds and Spades were so excited, in fact, that they were jumping up and down the moment I arrived at their little grouping. Just as we started to plan out a giant act together, Mathieu came walking over with Starla in tow with him. "Just what do you think you're doing?" he asked with disdain. I quickly avoided his masked gaze before accidentally finding myself staring at Starla. She continued to stare at me, and I could feel the shimmering eye burning deep into my soul. "Oh, well, we're planning on, doing an act with the aces?" Santiago said with a forced laugh. It was the first time that I'd seen Santiago be uncomfortable with a person. Sure, he had stood up for me against Ava, but he hadn't been uncomfortable around her. I could tell just by his response to the Frenchman that he wanted to talk to him as little as physically possible. Don't even think about it. We already have our act set up. And I won't have you two stupid clowns running it. All of you. Back with me, Mathieu ordered. All the aces looked at each other before they all began walking over to their master. Spade stopped first, however, and turned to me. He quickly gave me a quick wave goodbye before waddling after the other members of his group. I could tell Santiago was upset at his idea being overruled, so I quickly reassured him that I would still love to do something with him. That perked him right up, and he quickly began waddling off himself to go and talk with Nikolai about incorporating me and the shapeshifter into their act. The shapeshifter had remained a raven this whole time, being quite still on my shoulder and not acting up much at all. However, when we both turned to go back on the train and get the sheet of paper where I had written down all of our ideas, we both let out sounds of surprise when we realized Starla was still standing in the exact place she'd been standing the whole time. She quickly reached out and gripped my arm as tightly as she possibly could. Her nails dug into my flesh and got me to whimper in pain. She yanked me close to her, quickly looking around her and pushing her masked face up against me. Check his office. He isn't who you think he is, she told me in a voice that could barely be qualified as a whisper. She was so quiet I hadn't been sure that she had spoken words to me at all. With that said, she simply let my arm go and walked away to seemingly rejoin Mathieu and the aces. I was left more than a little rattled by the events that had all transpired in so short a time. From seeing Bandwagon up close, to seeing a rotten corpse drive a train, to seeing a corpse be possessed by a living hand puppet, it was all a little too much for a 12-year-old, and I still had a performance to do. I got a quick peck on the ear from the shapeshifter to set me on my path. Quickly reboarding the train and making sure to avoid both Mathieu's car and Bandwagon's, I ran to my room to pick up the list of things I had written out and was on the way to rejoin Santiago when I was met with Maxwell and Chester back in their original form. "Ah, Benny, my boy," Maxwell said excitedly as he shoved his little face into mine. "Garibaldi has told me so much about you, and I must say I am impressed," the little jester hand puppet said with a few giggles in between his words. I was more than a little uncomfortable, especially with a constantly smiling corpse just a few feet away from me as the puppet jerked the arm around and caused the stiff corpse to sway back and forth. "Yeah, I need to go practice," I told him before trying to slide past him. But before I was quickly grabbed by the shoulder and found myself face to face with the full-sized jester once again. "Let go of me," I shouted, trying to bash my way out of his grip. "But you were about to step on him," the jester told me and pointed to the floor. His strange duo voice caught me off guard, but soon I followed to where he was, pointing, and was surprised to see one of the aces lying face down on the floor. I looked back at the jester and then back down at the fallen ace. Oh, are you okay?" I asked him. The little guy lifted his head and looked over at me. The big blue heart on his mask clued me into the fact that he was Hearts. Upon seeing the both of us, Hearts did what I could best describe as a silent scream before quickly standing up and running away down the hall. We both watched as the other three aces all poked their heads out from the nearby door and quickly waved to us before chasing after the fleeing Hearts. "Didn't want you stepping on the poor guy," Mac and Cheese told me before he released me with a giggle and a quick tussle of my hair. "Well, we need to go and practice. And I bet you have to do the same. I'm looking forward to seeing your great performance, Mr. Ramurier," the jester said with a wink at me as he walked away, his bells jingling with each step. I was left frozen in place as I watched him walk away. How did he know my last name? I hadn't even told Garibaldi my last name. I hadn't told anyone in the freak show my full name. Maxwell and Chester had only just arrived, and they somehow knew my name. I quickly asked the shapeshifter to turn into a dog and had him follow me back to Santiago. I felt safer knowing I had my protector close to me. As the day quickly passed and we finally got the big top all set up, we finally got a few hours to practice our acts while Garibaldi spent most of his time laughing and socializing with Maxwell and Chester. I won't deny that I felt a little jealous over the attention that the jester and corpse were getting from Garibaldi. It was like being replaced with a new toy, and it made me more upset than I thought it would. But for the time being, I occupied myself with helping Santiago and Nikolai come up with a new performance. What about We have him turn into a bull, Santiago said with giddy excitement as he looked at the list of ideas I had written down on the train ride to France. We could strap me to the horns and have him run at the wall. I couldn't help but wince at the idea. I would have rather not seen him smushed into a clown pancake. You're not a stuntman, Santi, Nikolai sighed as he sat on a box. His metallic prosthetic was removed from his leg stump and lying in his lap while he did maintenance on it. I mean, you sort of are, but not that kind. The Russian chuckled as he used a screwdriver to tighten the screws in his leg. I took the list from Santiago and looked at everything I had written here and tried to find a way to combine our two acts. Turning to my shapeshifter, I was about to ask him a question, but then realized he was staring intently off into the distance. Waving my hand in front of his red eyes, I got his attention and a few surprised croaks from the raven. I smiled at him and gave his head a little rubbing with my finger. I also took that opportunity to look over to see what he was staring at. He'd been staring at Starla, who along with Mathieu and the aces were on the far side of the tent, away from everyone else also practicing their act. I avoided Starla's glimmering eye hole and went back to the list, racking my brain with how to combine them. When at last it hit me, Nikolai and Santiago were both ecstatic with the idea, and we quickly went about practicing it. And by the time our performances were about to begin, we had perfectly honed our set. Santiago took me backstage to help with my makeup again, and we passed by Bandwagon as it sat in its red wagon ready to begin playing its music. I don't like it, I told Santiago, as we quickly moved past the mountain of flesh, faces, and hands. Santiago simply shrugged as he pigeon-toed along next to me. They aren't that bad. They just play music. That's it. They may look horrifying, but they're very docile. I wasn't so sure about that. But I had bigger things to worry about as Santiago applied my clown makeup, and I could hear the sounds of French people starting to fill up the freak show. I held the necklace that Izara had given me in my hand as Santiago finished up the last few brushstrokes of my makeup. I hoped that everything would turn out all right. Garibaldi announced our performance in French, which would make sense since we were in France after all. And to my surprise, it was Mathieu and Starla up first, but as I thought it over, it did make more sense. Mathieu was French after all. He began his set speaking in French to the audience before turning to Starla and taking from her gloved hands a deck of cards. And I watched with amazement as the masked Frenchman caused all of the cards in the deck to fly around him in large spinning circles. From my spot backstage, I got a great view of them flying around the big top like a flock of birds. After a few amazing card tricks, including Mathieu launching the entire deck of cards out of his hand, and all of them landing perfectly into the shape of the Eiffel Tower, he next turned to Starla. As if on cue, a long box was pushed onto stage. It was one of the kinds that you saw someone in half in, and I suddenly got nervous. If Starla's lower half was anything to go off of, I thought for sure that Mathieu would do something to her. Starla entered the box without so much as a peep and closed it as she lay down in it. Mathieu removed the top hat he'd been wearing for this performance, and instead of pulling out a rabbit, he pulled out an entire fire axe from inside it. I can't watch, I quickly whimpered as I hid my eyes behind my hands. But Santiago quickly shook me back and forth. I lowered my hands just in time for Mathieu to bring the axe down on the box and split it completely in half. The two sections of the box rolled away from each other and the lids came off both of them, revealing the aces inside of them. I beamed excitedly at seeing them and quickly grabbed Santiago and shook him back and forth this time. The aces all stacked up on top of each other and yoinked the hat from Mathieu as they did so, clubs being at the very top, but the hat on his head, and I watched with amazement as they were all swallowed up by the hat. Each one disappeared under it until just the hat was sitting there on the stage. Mathieu went over to pick it up, and from under the hat, Starla came out completely fine and posing for the audience. That's why Tony keeps him around, Santiago told me as we started getting ready. I could see why, as the show had been wonderful and awe-inspiring. Mathieu spoke a few more words in French before he again tossed a large amount of cards into the air, and he and Starla disappeared underneath the flurry of hundreds of cards, leaving only Mathieu's hat behind, which was quickly scooped up by Eva as she went past swinging on her trapeze swing. She placed the hat on her head as she let go of her swing and began to somersault in the air. Jasper then came swinging over to catch her quickly. The two of them then both launched themselves into the air and soon landed on Abigail's shoulders. I was worried for her, as it looked like she was struggling to keep balance with both of them on her. But she quickly found her footing and continued walking the tightrope as Eva and Jasper began to argue as they sat on her shoulders. This ended with Eva shoving Jasper off and then leaning back and allowing herself to fall backward with him. She caught him by the foot and grabbed onto a nearby swing and swung them both around the circumference of the big top. As she was doing this, I was quickly helping to strap Santiago into his wheel before quickly hiding myself and my shapeshifter behind it. When the spotlights shone on us, I sat and waited as Nikolai began chucking the first few knives at Santiago. It was the same routine until Nikolai suddenly produced 2 knives at once and tossed both of them at Santiago. The 2 blades struck each other and set off sparks that showered the wooden wheel, and that was my cue. I stood up and tossed the shapeshifter into the air and watched with amazement as he morphed into a mystical black phoenix. The black flaming bird flapped into the air for a moment before starting to circle the tent and amazed everyone there. I stepped out from behind the wheel and called for him to return after a few passes. The shapeshifter came flapping down and turned into his usual raven form. I had meant for him to land on my arm like a falcon does, but instead, he landed on my head, but the resulting laughter from the crowd was worth it. Maxwell and Chester had been set up with their booth outside, much like the twins and Izara, so after our performance was down, we were allowed to take our rest. Everyone had loved the performance, and I was more than happy to see all the aces rushing over to me and hopping up and down in place with excitement. As I laughed at them, I looked over at Starla and remembered her cryptic warning. I'd asked Santiago where Garibaldi's office was, and I was quickly told that it was off limits to everyone. That did nothing but pique my 12-year-old curiosity. Sneaking away from everyone, I started to wander around to try and discover where Garibaldi's office may have been located. I didn't exactly have a lot to go off of, but the darkness of night and the sounds of French people enjoying themselves were enough to mask my efforts in locating the elusive location. I asked the shapeshifter to turn into a mouse before quickly placing him in my pocket so as not to have anyone notice a trail of feathers he might leave behind. I started my search over by where we all shared rooms. We all had rooms there, but Garibaldi was the one exception. He didn't have a room, which made me think that he had slept in his office, or at the very least had a bedroom inside of his office. Wandering outside the tent, I tried to think of where the office might be when my eye wandered over towards the train. I figured I might as well check there since it was the only other place I could think of where his office might be. Quickly sneaking over to the locomotive, I quickly climbed aboard and began going through all the train cars, being sure not to stay in Mathieu's train car for too long. Soon I came upon a section near the caboose. A simple-looking wooden door with a plaque that read, "Tony's office," stared back at me, with an ominous "Stay out" underneath it. Taking a quick look behind me to make sure no one had followed me or was watching me, I reached out to grab the doorknob and was amazed to watch it open when I turned and pushed on it. Inside, it was immediately obvious that this was no ordinary office. What exactly on the train was normal anyway? But the inside of the train car was exceptionally bigger than it had been on the outside. It almost looked like the lobby of a hotel, with even a loft overlooking the entire scene. Scattered around everywhere were mantis decorations, from simple statues to pictures, to even a bejeweled mantis fountain. "He really likes mantises," I said with a little apprehension as I entered and closed the door behind me. Walking around the office, it was quickly obvious to me that Garibaldi needed to clean up. Broken furniture and various scraps and pieces of paper littered the floor as I made my way over to his desk. Taking a seat in his velvet chair, I took a look at his desk and looked around at the few things he had on the desk. A framed picture quickly caught my attention, as it looked like it had Garibaldi and a woman on it. Thinking back, I had seen before that he had always worn a wedding ring, but I had never given it much thought over who that might be, or if she was even here at the freak show. Reaching out to grab the picture, I stopped in my tracks when I saw the poster hidden underneath one of the mantis statues on his desk. I moved the statue and took the poster out from underneath it. "This is me," I said to myself as I stared down at my own face on the poster. A missing person poster had been made for me. This whole time I believed that my parents hadn't cared for me in the slightest. While I'm sure that might have been true for my dad, I thought back to my mom. I gripped the poster as a wave of emotions overcame me. But before I could act on any of it, it was interrupted by a shriek that snapped me out of it. Scared out of my mind, I quickly dove underneath Garibaldi's desk and covered my mouth to stop any screams escaping from it. I heard the door to the office swing open and quickly slam shut as someone's panting breath came in and quickly tripped and tumbled over the mess of destroyed furniture. I started crawling away from the desk to try and get a better hiding spot when a second thing entered the office and started hissing and chirping. I couldn't understand the person screaming for their life since they were speaking terrified French, but I could tell that whoever they were scared for their life. I started crawling across the floor quickly as I made my way over to behind a nearby couch. As I did so, I caught a glimpse of the man also crawling across the floor, but he didn't notice me. He was much more focused on whatever was attacking him at the moment. Whatever that was suddenly swooped down from somewhere and landed on the couch right above me. I froze in my tracks and quickly covered my mouth again and shut my eyes, more than sure that I was about to die right there. But when I opened my eyes again, I saw that I was still alive, and the creature was no longer on top of me. I quickly started crawling away and towards the open office door. As I did so, suddenly the lights shut off,
and the Frenchman let out a louder scream, which was quickly mixed in with gurgling.
Taking the chance, I got on my feet and began running. I made it to the door and was confused to find that I wasn't back on the train, but at the big top tent exiting the door that was usually used to access backstage. The floodlights were still on in the big top, and the sudden bright, vibrant lights stopped me in my tracks for a moment. As I turned my head to shield my eyes from the light, I looked back into the office, and I saw the silhouette of the monster, an enormous mantis-shaped creature with bright, vibrant eyes. I let out a scream as I sprinted out of the office and fled as fast as my 12-year-old legs could carry me. I expected to be tackled and killed by the monster, but as I ran and glanced behind me, I realized I wasn't being followed. I ran as fast as I could to my room, quickly shut the door behind me, and quickly dove into my bed, pulling the covers over my head and hoping for their protection. I must have fallen asleep afterward, because my next memory is waking up the next day completely exhausted and looking around for my shapeshifter friend. Looking into the pocket where I had placed him, I found that there was nothing there. Getting out of bed and quickly getting the makeup off of my face, I stepped out into the entire freak show out in the middle of the tent hall. "Benny, there you are," Abigail said through tears as she quickly wrapped her arms around me and gave me a tight squeeze. Nikolai and Santiago were also glad to see me, but they also seemed to be blocking me from seeing what everyone had gathered to see. "What's going on?" I asked them, trying to see past what the other members had all gathered over. Nikolai and Santiago looked at each other before looking over at Abigail, who was busy trying to regain some kind of composure. "Starla had an accident. The dumb bitch got split in half again. At least this time her legs are right there," Eva said. I could tell she was trying to keep up her tough, mean girl persona, but the look on her face told me how bad it was. I pushed past Nikolai and Santiago to see what had happened to Starla and was met with her cut in half and staring at me with her mask still on. She didn't have any internal organs or anything inside of her body. She looked like a doll that had been played with too roughly. I swallowed some bile that was starting to build up in my throat and started backing away. Everything was suddenly starting to make sense to me. Izara's warning started to filter back into my mind. The mantis awaits in the giant flower that you live in. The giant flower I lived in. The bright multicolored big top tent. Or even the brightly painted trains. And the mantis. "Benny, can I speak to you for a moment?" Garibaldi asked me as I felt his hand rest on my shoulder and give it a hard squeeze. Before I could even answer Garibaldi, I was being pulled away from the rest of the troop as they stayed behind to assess what was left of Starla. I was so petrified with fear that I didn't even try to escape from the grip he had on my shoulder as he pulled me along down the hallway and into one of the vacant rooms. He let go of my shoulder, and I quickly backed away from him as he looked down at me. "Do you have something to tell me, Benny?" the ringmaster asked me as he crossed his arms and stared down at me like a disapproving father. I tried to avoid his gaze, but the overwhelming fear and anxiety forced my eyes back up to meet his. To my surprise, though, I didn't immediately see anger on his face. It was disappointment, but for sure it wasn't outright anger and malice. "I went into your office," I told him barely above a whisper. I kept my gaze locked on his, waiting for immediate retaliation from him. But it didn't happen right away. He sighed in disbelief instead and rubbed his temples with his fingers. "Benny," he said as he lowered his hand to his side. "You know you aren't allowed in there." He looked down at me and I detected an immediate shift in him. "So why the fuck did you go in there?" I was suddenly transported back to my old home, with my father looming over me with murderous intent. I just wanted to know about you." I lied to him. It wasn't a complete lie, but it was the only thing I could think to tell him that might lessen any blow he might give me. But it was clear that my petty excuse wasn't going to cut it, as his anger was complete and total. "The sign is there for a fucking reason, you brat." With this outburst of anger, I watched in horror as the scar across Garibaldi's face split open. Instead of blood pouring out of the now gaping hole in his head, I watched as a row of sharp teeth made their presence known as they emerged from inside the scar. I let out a horrified scream as I watched the scar start to split further open. When I did this, it must have snapped Garibaldi out of his rage-induced stupor as the scar quickly closed and the teeth receded into the scar. "Benny, I'm so sorry." He suddenly told me back to his normal self all of a sudden. I quickly backed up away from him as I felt a well of tears starting to fall down my cheek as he tried approaching me. "Stay away from me," I yelled at him feebly. That seemed to hurt his feelings somewhat as I saw his shoulders droop slightly. He fidgeted with his hands, and I watched his fingers instinctively go to his wedding ring and begin to fiddle with it. "There has to be a way for me to make it up to you. I didn't mean to lose my temper on you," he pleaded with me, spinning the ring around on his finger. It seemed like he was beating himself up pretty hard over causing me to cry in fear. I thought back to when I had been inside his office and of the framed picture on Garibaldi's desk. "Do you have a wife, sir?" I asked him through a sniffling nose. His fidgeting stopped immediately, and he looked over at me with a speed that I thought for sure would snap his neck. He looked down at his hands and quickly let them drop to his side. "I did," he told me, letting those two words hang in the air for a while. "If I tell you about her, will you forgive me for scaring you?" he asked me, rubbing his white and black hair. I hesitantly nodded back at him. It wouldn't really, but I wanted to know more about him. And if keeping him off the topic of me going into his office also came from this even better. He let out a long, exasperated sigh, which turned into the strange chirping he did sometimes. "Her name was Lucille. She was my everything. She saw the good in everything, and she saw what little good there was in me, and made me see that there was some good in me. I met her after I was on the run from the law, and she took me in and cared for me." He sounded like a completely different person talking about her. His normally laid-back and uncaring attitude was replaced with one of soft remembrance, almost like the wild creature had been tamed. It was the happiest I'd ever been in so long, and she completed me. She was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. And then I lost her. He sighed shakily, lifting his hand to his eyes and letting another shaky sigh fall out of his mouth. "What happened to her?" I asked him. A rather insensitive question to ask, I'll admit, but one which I desperately wanted answered. He looked over at me and looked like he was reliving some horrible nightmare all over again. "A terrible accident." That was all he told me before he quickly changed the subject. "We wanted to start a family so badly, but I couldn't do it with her. So I decided to start the freak show, to fill that void that she left behind." Whatever rage he had felt towards me evaporated as he seemed lost to his memories of Lucille. I dried my eyes and wiped my nose with my sleeve as we both stood awkwardly away from each other. "I'm sorry I went into your office," I told him after a long, awkward silence. My words snapped him out of his stupor, and he looked over at me and mumbled something inaudible at me before turning and leaving me alone in the spare room. I waited there until I heard his footsteps fade away before exiting the room and walking back to my room. Upon entering the door, I was shocked to find my shapeshifter friend waiting for me on my desk in his usual raven form. In the chaos and confusion of everything that had happened, I'd completely forgotten that he'd gone missing. He croaked at me, and I was happy to see he was all right. I offered him my arm, and he flapped over to me, perching himself on my arm like a falcon. I didn't leave my room for several hours. I couldn't bear to face anyone at that moment, and I didn't even bother trying to go and get breakfast. I just sat in a corner of the room with my shapeshifter friend, petting him softly and occasionally asking him to turn into something for me. Usually something small and fuzzy like a bunny or a squirrel. It was starting to be about noon when Abigail poked her head into my room to check on me. "Benny, sweetheart, you need to eat something," she told me as she opened the door to my room and brought with her a bowl of oatmeal and some milk. When I saw her, I just felt more guilty over what I had done. It felt like I had gotten Starla killed, and the feeling of guilt was weighing heavily on me. Letting my shapeshifter friend down on the floor, I curled up into a ball and just shook my head at her. "It's all my fault," I told her through barely held back tears. I heard her set the bowl down, and then the sound of her straining to sit down with me. Before I could say anything else, I felt myself be picked up and placed in her lap. Her hand rested on my hair and tussled it back and forth as she held me. "What's your fault, sweetheart?" she asked, rocking me back and forth and making me feel like I was safer than I had ever been before in my life. I shoved my face into her soft body and just began crying uncontrollably into her. She patted me on the back and softly shushed me as I let the tears flow fully and uncontrolled for the first time in a long time. "It's my fault Starla died," I told her through gasps of air. She suddenly stopped rocking me and carefully pushed me off of her chest. She was looking at me with a bit of confusion. Her vitiligo-covered face examined me as she tried to figure out what I meant. "Benny, sweetie, Starla is fine," she told me, which stopped my crying right then and there. "Well, I mean, not exactly fine, but she isn't dead. Tony is calling his friend right now to help fix her. Starla is, well, she's like a doll. She gets broken sometimes, and Tony has to fix her from time to time," she reassured me, wiping the tears still flowing from my eyes. "So, she's okay?" I asked Abigail, and she responded with a nod and a soft pinch of my cheek. I wiped my eyes and nose with a hanky that she provided me, and sat in her lap eating the oatmeal she got me for a bit, just enjoying her company, and her reassurances that it hadn't been my fault. But I couldn't shake that feeling that it had been my fault. After I finished the bowl, she took my dirty dishes and left me alone after I assured her that I was okay being by myself. Once she'd left, I looked back over at my shapeshifter friend and asked him to turn into his snake form again. After he did, I picked him up and coiled him around my neck. Leaving my room and closing the door behind me, I started making my way back over towards the big top. I half-heartedly waved at the few people I saw, including Santiago and Nikolai. I learned from the twins, more really Edgar, that tonight's show was canceled on account of Starla's injury and that everyone was given a day off. I asked Edgar about where Garibaldi was, but he didn't know, and Alan didn't also. So I went on my way, wanting to apologize more thoroughly to him. I also wanted to know how in the world he was going to fix Starla. But from everyone I asked, none of them had seen him since he first dragged me away. I was about to give up and go back to my room when the solution quite literally hit me. One of the aces came rolling at me from behind and toppled me over. The ace in question was Hearts, which didn't surprise me much at all, as he'd seemed to be the one that the others all enjoyed bullying. The other aces all came walking over and excitedly waved at me. They all seemed to have missed me, and I would have been lying if I said I hadn't missed them. "Do you guys know where Garibaldi is?" I asked them as I picked up and sat Hearts down off of me, stunned at how thin and light he was. All of them nodded quickly and pointed in various directions. Clubs looked at all the other aces and bonked each of them on the head. The others all quickly nodded and pointed correctly toward Maxwell and Chester's tent. "Thanks, guys," I told them, reaching into my pocket and handing them some crayons I had brought to give them. They all excitedly took them, each of them getting a different color, with poor Hearts ending up with the white crayon, leaving them to do with the crayons what they wished. I made my way towards Maxwell and Chester's tent. As I got closer to it, I started hearing voices coming from inside. Getting down low, I stuck my head into the tent and was once again amazed with how much bigger inside it was than it appeared outside. Maxwell and Chester's tent was adorned with balloons and streamers and seemed like prime birthday party material. Following the sounds of the voices, I contemplated if I should wait for Garibaldi to finish. But an unknown third voice that suddenly started speaking from further in the tent just pulled me towards its source. I dropped down to my hands and knees and started quickly crawling my way towards its source. "I know this is sudden, but I need your help," I heard Garibaldi say in exasperation. I rounded a corner and saw that Garibaldi and Mac and Cheese were standing around a table with Starla strapped down to it. On the table was a phone that I assumed was on speaker, since a soft, southern accented voice was speaking through it, even though the receiver was in its hung-up possession. I can't exactly be there anytime soon. Antonio. The voice over the phone told Garibaldi, which was annoying him, but he wasn't explicitly angry with it. I can't exactly leave the shop alone and waltz my way into your lovely show. What if a customer comes in? You should just hire a new store clerk at this point. As long as you've had your fun with the last one. Garibaldi snickered, joined by chuckling on the other end, and even a laugh from Mac and Cheese. True. Perhaps I should look into getting a new clerk. Poor Jose didn't last very long before he lost his mind. I'm rather bored with him. The southern voice sighed from the other end of the phone. Whoever it was on the other end, it was clear to me that he and Garibaldi were friends with how laid back and calm he looked while talking over the phone. Please, Creole, I need her fixed before tomorrow's show. I already had to cancel today's one, and I for sure will not do that again. I have my reputation to think of, he said dramatically, but I could tell he was acting it up ever so slightly. The exaggeration got a good chuckle out of the voice that I assumed was Creole, the mystery man who had sent Mac and Cheese to us. Well, I can walk you through a spell that could help you. You'd need Maxwell and Chester for it. The jester stood dutifully at attention when his two separate halves were mentioned. His bells jingled as he did so, cluing Creole to the fact that he was there. Let me call you back once I find the correct ingredients. Shouldn't be too long. He hung up and Garibaldi let out a long, exasperated sigh. Can you leave me alone for a moment? I feel like my head is going to explode, Garibaldi asked of the jester, who quickly nodded and cartwheeled himself away, which got a giggle from Garibaldi and myself watching him do so. I was about to make my presence known when I suddenly heard the loud clacking of a cane coming towards me. I quickly tucked and rolled my way under a nearby table, hoping that whoever was approaching hadn't seen me. Antonio! Mathieu's heavily French-accented voice shouted as he walked past my hiding spot and rounded the corner. Quickly sneaking out from under the table, I scurried over to the corner to see what was going to happen. Not now, Mathieu. You're the last person I want to deal with right now, Garibaldi told him as he turned to leave the room through a door behind him. Before he could, though, the table that Starla was on moved on its own and slammed itself against the door and blocked Garibaldi's path of exit. Not until you fix Starla first, Mathieu ordered as he lowered his arm and walked up to Garibaldi. Your childish tantrum broke her and caused you to cancel today's performance, so you better fix her now. The Frenchman demanded, getting right up into Garibaldi's face and poking his finger into his chest. I'm trying to fix her. This shit can't just happen right away, Mathieu. Not to mention I wouldn't have needed to break her if she hadn't told Benny to go into my office. Garibaldi snarled back as he shoved Mathieu away from him and picked Starla up from the table by the head and effortlessly showed her off like some prized fish. This stupid bitch needed to be put in her place for breaking the rules, he shouted before slamming Starla back onto the table. Then shouldn't your anger be turned on that brat? He's the one that followed her advice, Mathieu shouted back, slamming his cane onto the floor and pointing an accusatory finger at Garibaldi. You aren't above harming children, so why does he get special treatment? He demanded to know, which caused me to grip my chest as it began to beat uncontrollably. My suspicion was being proven more and more right. I'd made a horrible mistake joining the freak show. Don't you dare begin to question me. You're on thin fucking ice, Garibaldi hissed as a loud cracking noise began to emanate from him. I covered my mouth with my hand as I watched his scar split open again, and teeth again emerged from inside the hole in his face. You're only here because I enjoy your act. Keep this up and I'll happily get rid of the both of you, Garibaldi hissed. His voice becoming distorted, and more chirping began coming out of his mouth. I could tell that Mathieu was starting to regret what he had said as he started backing up from Garibaldi. I stared at Garibaldi as more changes to his body began happening before my eyes. Large, pincer-like mandibles sprouted from his mouth and began snapping together as he started closing the distance between himself and Mathieu. His neck began to stretch out with loud bone cracking and snapping. I clutched my chest tightly as it felt like my heart would explode at any second. My suspicion was quickly becoming true before my very eyes. Garibaldi was the giant mantis that I'd seen eating that person inside his office. To prove this point further, large, colorful wings sprouted out from his back, along with 2 insect legs from his abdomen. And to finish it off, even a pair of antennae sprouted from his head and began twitching around. Mathieu was in as much horror as I was. His whole body was shaking, and even through his mask, I could detect just how scared he was. But what he did next surprised me more than anything. Instead of running away, he raised his cane and brought it down on Garibaldi's head. With a loud crack, I thought for sure he'd split Garibaldi's head wide open like a watermelon. But that crack was Mathieu's cane splitting in half. Before Mathieu could fully react to what had happened, Garibaldi had sliced his face with his now long and clawed fingers, knocking Mathieu's mask off into pieces and sending him to the ground. My eyes widened when I got to see what Mathieu looked like underneath his blue and white mask. While the right side of his face was completely normal, his left side was petrified stone and gnarled into a horrible snarl that reminded me of a gargoyle. "You're going to wish you never did that." Garibaldi's distorted and horrific voice screamed at Mathieu as he raised his arms, to bring down another swipe to the Frenchman that would have probably torn him to shreds, if not for the phone that started ringing on the table. Garibaldi wiggled his antennas and stared back at the table before letting out a low screech and racing towards it. "What?" he screamed at the phone. "Is this a bad time?" The same soothing southern voice from earlier asked him. I was confused as to how he'd answered the phone, but upon closer inspection, I saw that Starla had pushed the speaker button from her position on the table. She really was okay despite being torn in half. The voice seemingly brought Garibaldi back to reality, as his horrible transformation was seemingly undone faster than it had taken him to begin it. He was quickly back to normal, and even seemed in better spirits than before, as he seemed excited to talk to the person on the other end. No, of course not Creole. I was just disciplining one of my members," he said, as he looked back at Mathieu, who quickly gathered his broken mask and cane and made his exit as quickly as he could. "See, I don't have that problem. Puppets are much easier to deal with." Creole chuckled from the other end and Garibaldi joined him. It was at this point that I threw out the idea of apologizing to Garibaldi and ran as fast as I could away from the tent. Once I reached outside, I fell to my knees and threw up what little oatmeal I had eaten from my breakfast. I struggled to control my breathing, and in a blind panic, I stood up and started running towards where I had seen Santiago and Nikolai. I found the 2 of them talking outside the big top, and before either could greet me, I ran into Santiago full force and began trying to tell him everything that I had seen. But it was lost in a confusing mess of my crying, hyperventilating, and sniffles. Nikolai left to go get Abigail while Santiago did his best to calm me down on his own, wrapping his arms around me and giving me a soft squeeze as he let me cry into him. When Abigail arrived and also helped me try and calm down, I began to tell them everything I had seen and been through. The giant mantis, Garibaldi's transformation, Starla, Izara's prophecy, and Mathieu's face. And to my surprise, none of them seemed shocked by it at all. They all instead looked saddened, and Abigail took the lead by putting her hand on my shoulder and sighing. "We're sorry you found out so soon," she told me, which sent shockwaves through my whole body. "You all knew?" I asked them, feeling a sense of betrayal that they'd so readily accepted me without ever once telling me that the ringmaster of our freak show was in fact a human-eating mantis monster. Needless to say, I felt at the time like they'd allowed this to happen to me. "You have to understand, Benny, we didn't want anything to happen to you, so we thought that keeping you in the dark about him might have been better for you." She sighed as she looked over at Nikolai and Santiago to back her up. Both of them nodded in agreement. "Did you talk to Tony about anything else?" she asked, trying to see if there was anything else that bothered me. "Well, we talked about his wife and her accident. I told them, which caused Abigail to let go of my shoulder and stare at me like I'd said the most offensive thing I could have ever said to her. I was confused by this, and Nikolai sighed as he rubbed his hair with his heavily scarred arm. "It wasn't an accident. He turned into a mantis and killed and ate her one night," Nikolai explained, avoiding my gaze and staring down at the grass around us. I felt my heart drop to the center of the earth upon hearing that. Hearing how Garibaldi had spoken about Lucille and how much he loved her, and now, hearing that he'd been the reason she was dead, sent a horrible feeling up my spine. If he could do that to someone he loved and cared about, what could he do to me? I don't want to be here anymore, I told them, in a tone barely above a whisper. Abigail was again shocked by my words, but I noticed that Santiago wasn't. He was playing with his long sleeves and looking down at the floor, before he looked at me and let out a sigh. Neither do I, he told me. How can you both say that? We're a family here. We love and care for each other. You can't just decide that you don't want to be here anymore, Abigail said, keeping her voice down, but was clearly upset over our statements. It didn't surprise me much, since she loved everyone in the freak show. She was like our mom and obviously didn't want us to leave. Abby, I'm not happy here anymore, Santiago told her, looking over at her and removing the clown hat from his head. It started off being so much fun, but Tony isn't the same anymore. He's been getting a lot worse, and I'm afraid something's gonna happen to all of us if this keeps up. I mean, how many more times can he repair Starla before she isn't even a real person anymore? He asked her, which clearly struck a chord with Abigail. I don't care either way, Nikolai shrugged, producing a butterfly knife from seemingly nowhere and starting to play around with it. I'd noticed he usually only did this if he was deep in thought and needed something to fidget with. But Santi is right. He's been getting a lot worse, especially since he started going to those meetings with those other freaks. Nikolai sighed as he continued doing tricks with his butterfly knife. I'm not having this conversation, Abigail said, turning her back on us and walking away quickly. It hurt me to see her in such denial, but I'd seen it before in my mom whenever she made excuses for my dad. It was a little bit more than déjà vu. What other freaks? I asked Nikolai. He looked down at me as I stood up from my spot on the ground. What freaks is he seeing? I asked to clarify. That freak Creole is one of them. I don't know the others, but ever since he started hanging out with him, he's been getting a lot more unhinged. So if you two are serious about leaving this place, I'd say it'd be best to leave when he goes to one of those meetings, Nikolai told us as he continued playing around with his knife. What do you think? I turned to ask Santiago. The normally happy and jovial clown looked like he'd suddenly aged several years. He looked at me and nodded. I'll go with you. You're gonna need an adult to look after you, he said with a smile, lifting an arm to tussle my hair, which got a smile from me. By the way, where's your shapeshifter friend? He usually sticks to you like glue. He laughed a little at his lame joke. I looked down at my neck, expecting to see my shapeshifter friend still coiled around my throat, but he wasn't there. Looking around for him, I was confused as to where he could be. Turning around, I suddenly was alerted to someone standing behind me. Hello? You three, Garibaldi said with a hollow inflection.
Am I interrupting?
He asked, staring at us with a fake smile. His colorful eyes were narrowed and revealed he was angry with us, and to my shock and horror, I saw that my shapeshifter friend was perched on his shoulder now. I heard you were thinking about leaving the freak show? He asked as his scar once again split open and teeth emerged from inside. The three of us stared at Garibaldi in horror as he continued transforming in front of us. I got a horrible feeling that this was where I was going to end up dying. But instead of immediately attacking us in a frenzy, Garibaldi grabbed me and Santiago by the arms and pulled us close to him as the small mantis legs burst from his abdomen. We're going to talk in my office. You two. His voice was distorted and a bit hard to understand. Nikolai tried to say something, but before he could, Garibaldi snapped his head to look at him and let out a few chirps, which sufficiently shut him up as he dragged me and Santiago away towards his office. Despite the fact we both struggled against his pulling of us, he easily dragged us aboard the train and towards his office car. When we arrived, he shoved us into the office and entered behind us, closing the door and putting himself between us and it. You two think you can just up and leave? He screamed at us as his horrifying transformation continued. His hands began to stretch out along with his neck, as it looked like he was being stretched out like a piece of bubble gum. The mantis legs in his abdomen also grew larger along with him as he started moving closer to us. You can't just leave this family. I gave you everything you could ever want, and now you're just going to up and leave? He screeched and chirped as the scar on his face opened up completely and replaced his original mouth with a maw of sharp teeth. His hands completely morphed into mantis claws, and any semblance of humanity began to disappear from him. With his transformation nearly complete, he began approaching me, and any ability he had to speak English completely removed and replaced with clicking and chirping. "Be Benny," Santiago spoke to me softly. I looked over at him and expected him to start saying goodbye to me. But instead, I watched as he grabbed one of the heavy mantis statues from Garibaldi's desk.
Run!
He shouted at me as he threw the statue as hard as he could at the giant mantis. It landed with a loud thud against his head and got a loud screech from him. The last few traces of humanity slipped away from Garibaldi as he was completely transformed into a giant mantis. Santiago quickly pushed me out of the way as Garibaldi jumped at the two of us, his giant wings flapping as he landed on his desk and slashed down at the two of us with his claws. I landed on the floor with a thud and quickly looked up to see if Santiago had made it. With his pigeon toes, I was afraid that he wouldn't be able to move away from Garibaldi's attacks. But to my surprise, I watched as the clown effortlessly backflipped away from the mantis. "Benny, get out of here, quickly," he shouted at me as he picked up a chair from the floor and threw it at Garibaldi. That was the last straw for him, as he quickly turned his attention towards Santiago and jumped at him, slashing downward at the clown as he effortlessly began backflipping away from the bug's attacks. Acting quickly, I ran to the door and tried to turn the knob, only to find it locked from the other side somehow. I was trapped in there. "It's locked!" I shouted at him, turning just in time to dodge a flying couch that crashed into the wall next to me. Santiago stared over at me with worry before again dodging a swing from Garibaldi, who was getting frustrated at the clown for his effortless dodging. Santiago quickly grabbed a broken chair leg from the floor and held it in his hand, pulling down his long sleeves to be able to get a better grip on it. When Garibaldi lunged at him, the clown swung the chair leg as hard as he could at the mantis. A sickening thwack echoed across the room as Garibaldi's mantis head split open and blood began pouring from his wound. He staggered around before falling to the floor with a loud thud. Santiago quickly followed this up with several more bashes to the head. After he had given Garibaldi a few more hard whacks, he dropped the chair leg and panted softly. Quickly he started to waddle over to me and began to check on me like I had just been in some horrible accident. With all he had just done, he probably should have been the one being checked up on. "Are you okay?" he finally asked me after manually inspecting me. I nodded at him and quickly pointed at the door. "Santi! Benny! Are you two okay?" Nikolai asked from the other side of the door as he banged on it. The two of us quickly looked over at the door and quickly sat up to go and meet the Russian. Santiago grabbed the doorknob, twisted it, and confirmed what I had told him about the door being locked. "Nicky! The door's locked on our side. Can you get it?" Before Santiago could finish, Garibaldi's claw pierced through his stomach. I turned slowly to look at him. He looked down at the claw in horror, and Garibaldi lifted him off the floor and up toward his mouth. I let out a loud, pained scream at seeing the best friend I'd made at the freak show hurt, and most likely fatally so. The door broke off its hinges as Nikolai burst in after using his metal leg to bust it down. And he too stared in horror as his friend was impaled by the mantis. Before Garibaldi could do anything else to Santiago, though he suddenly staggered on his four legs, the damage that Santiago had given him had not been for nothing. He let Santiago fall from his claw and staggered back from us as he grabbed his bleeding head with his claws. Santiago landed on the floor with a loud crack and a pained wheeze, like his ribs had been broken along with the gaping hole in his gut. Nikolai quickly ran to him and dropped to his knees, clutching him in his arms, and tried to stop the bleeding with his hands. Santiago turned to me, and I watched him reach an arm out towards me. "Run!" he croaked out as his arm dropped to the floor, and he let out a pained, croak-filled breath. Nikolai stared down at him and began clutching his limp body in his arms. He gave Santiago one last hug before he set his limp body down on the floor. He pulled out a long Bowie knife from his back pocket and stood up. "Get out of here, kid," he told me, as he started to approach Garibaldi before running full sprint towards the disorientated mantis. Just as he was about to plunge his knife into the mantis, though, Garibaldi smacked him away with his claws and sent the Russian crashing into the wall and into a pile of destroyed furniture. Before I could stand up to run, the mantis jumped over to me and landed on top of me, pinning me to the floor and screeching at me as he leaned down, his mandibles opening and closing as drool and blood dripped down from his head onto me. I lifted my arms to my face to shield myself from the horrible death I was about to receive before I suddenly found myself able to move. Nikolai had recovered and had managed to climb onto Garibaldi like a horse. He plunged his giant knife into the mantis's neck. Garibaldi let out a gurgled and pained screech as more blood began to pour out of his wound. Nikolai pulled out the knife and was about to plunge it back in, when Garibaldi dropped to the floor and rolled around. Nikolai was knocked from him, and I stared in horror as Garibaldi grabbed him with both claws and brought him up to his head. Nikolai shouted and screamed in Russian just before Garibaldi brought his head into his mouth and began to tear it from him. Nikolai screamed as his head was being removed from him. His voice distorted as his tendons and bones snapped and his head was completely removed from his shoulders. Garibaldi didn't even bother eating Nikolai, instead just letting his lifeless body and his head fall to the floor. Finally, I stood up and began running out of the office. I was crying uncontrollably and just wanted to get out of there any way I could. So I ran out into the train corridor and started running towards the door, when I ran into someone at full speed and knocked the both of us to the floor. "What the hell?" Mathieu was about to ask. I looked up at him and noticed that his destroyed mask was barely held together by a few pieces of duct tape. He looked down at me and then over toward Garibaldi's office. The mantis was crawling on all his appendages out of his office and towards us. And I thought for sure that Mathieu was about to feed me to Garibaldi when I felt him clutch me close to me. "Hang on, kid," he said as he quickly searched his pocket and pulled out a deck of cards. Just as Garibaldi began lunging towards us, Mathieu bent his deck of cards and allowed them all to fly out of his hand and cover us. And suddenly we were in a different train car. I looked around in terror, panting uncontrollably and about to have a complete meltdown when 4 familiar masked faces all looked down at me and Mathieu. I was with the aces in their train car. Seeing my obvious distress, they all quickly crowded around me and Mathieu. That was close. The Frenchman sighed as he let me go and used his cane to stand up. The aces quickly replaced him as they all quickly crowded around me and gave me hugs and pats on the head. "You'll be safe here. My magic is hopefully enough to keep him at bay. And the aces can double as bodyguards," he told me as he sat down on the mattress that all the aces shared together. "I have to get out of here," I whimpered him, tears still streaming down my face as I quickly stood up and tried to make it to the door. But Mathieu lowered his cane between me and the door. I tried in vain to get past him. My hand was grabbed from behind and I turned quickly to see Spade staring up at me and vigorously shaking his head. "That isn't a good idea right now," Mathieu told me. "The way he is right now, he might just kill all of us." The illusionist leaned his head back and softly banged it against the train wall. "I'll have to call his voodoo friend. He's the only person who can possibly calm him down when he gets like that," he said, grunting as he stood up. "Do you know how to reach him?" I asked him, as clubs and spades softly patted my head. I could feel like I was about to have a total breakdown, but I didn't want to do that in front of Mathieu. I just wanted to be alone, or at least alone with the aces. "I have his phone number for Starla-related emergencies," he sighed, walking over to the door. "I'm going to go call him, and hopefully he can stop him before he rampages. Stay here with the aces and try to get some sleep, judging by the look in your eyes. You saw something really bad," he said, before opening the door and leaving me alone with the aces. Finally left alone with the aces, I stood up and walked over to their bed. Climbing on top of it and being quickly followed by them, I curled up into a ball and began to cry uncontrollably for the loss of my 2 friends. The aces quickly all huddled around me and formed a protective layer around me as I cried uncontrollably and deeply into my hands. I must have fallen asleep there with the aces, because the next thing I remember is waking up in a cold sweat with a surprised gasp. Clutching my chest, I looked around and desperately hoped that what had happened had been a dream, some horrible nightmare. It was a nightmare, all right, but it wasn't a dream in any sense. I was in the bed with the aces, and Mathieu was sitting on a train bench next to the bed. "You're still alive," he told me, rolling his cane around in his hands and staring at the floor. I looked down and saw that the aces were still asleep, and that all of them were still crowded around me. I sighed and rubbed the dried-up tears off of my eyes. "Breakfast is about to be served." "You need to eat something," Mathieu said, as he stopped fiddling with his cane and used it to push himself up to his feet. "I don't want to," I told him. All I wanted was to curl up in this bed and never leave. I had a horrible feeling that Nikolai and Santiago had died because of me. I was pulled out of that destructive line of thought by Mathieu putting his hand on my head. "I know you don't want to, but you have to. Otherwise, you'll never be able to live it down," he explained to me and offered me his hand. I took a shaky breath and grabbed it. I squeezed it, and he nodded as he helped me out of the bed. "The ace is barely moving at all. Don't worry about them. They don't need to eat," he told me as he held my hand, and we started to make our way towards the table where we all ate together. Everyone was there except for Garibaldi, and of course my two dead friends. Even Starla was there, all fixed up and staring down at the meal that had been placed in front of her. I let go of Mathieu's hand and took my spot at the table, staring down at the pancakes in front of me and trying my best to try and eat at least a nibble of it. "Where are those two?" Eva asked suddenly, tisking in annoyance as she yanked on Jasper's hair as she helped him tie it into a ponytail. He winced in pain and nudged her back with an elbow to her side for doing so. "Hey, street trash, you're their best friend. Where the hell are they?" he asked me after she had gotten done tying Jasper's ponytail. I stared down at my pancakes and just let my fork fall onto the plate. I couldn't do anything except start crying my eyes out again. I think that was enough to clue everyone in at the table what had happened to Nikolai and Santiago. The mood quickly dampened with that, and it got worse when Garibaldi arrived at the table. Looking up from my pancakes, I saw that Santiago and Nikolai had done a number on him in their final moments. His face and neck were bandaged and bruised badly, with blood quickly seeping into the bandages. Every breath he took was followed by a whistling wheeze of air escaping the stab wound in his neck. He took a seat across from me, and I could feel those multicolored eyes of his staring deep into my soul. I stared at my pancake for a few more minutes, just not moving while everyone around me ate their food in silence. Finally, I pushed my chair away from the table and silently started making my way toward my room. Garibaldi was about to say something to me, probably yell at me for leaving the table unexcused, but his voice was barely above a whisper, and it was followed by a violent coughing fit. I didn't bother to turn around to look at him, electing instead to just go to my room. Once there, I quickly shut the door and locked it behind me. Sitting down on my bed, I looked over at my desk, almost expecting my shapeshifter to be there. But then I remembered him being on Garibaldi's shoulder. He'd disappeared after I had run away from Tony's office and when Santiago and I had started talking about leaving. He hadn't been my friend at all. He'd been a spy. How else had Garibaldi learned about why I'd run away from home? I curled up my fists tightly and felt like smashing them against any surface I could. But instead, I closed my eyes and let out a long breath after counting down from 10. Anger wasn't going to get me anywhere, so I decided to make a place. I walked over to the art station that Garibaldi had provided for me in this room and quickly began to work on a way that I could escape the freak show. Grabbing construction paper and crayons, I began drawing out the layout for the freak show. The big top, the train, our living quarters, the tents outside for the twins, Izara and mac and cheese. I also drew out myself along with a monster Garibaldi and the traitor shapeshifter. Thinking it over, I started trying to work out ways to escape. Being that we were still in France, it'd be a gamble if I could even survive in a foreign country without knowing the language or having money, but anything was better than being a prisoner here. I thought about just avoiding Garibaldi until we had to board the train. Then either book it before we boarded or jump off the train once we got going. Both had massive flaws, of course. One was that it was unlikely that Garibaldi would allow me to go that long without coming into contact with him. And the fact I still had no idea how the train worked. I mean, it didn't require tracks to move on, and somehow we'd gone from the US to France in a train. Those ideas were scrapped as I tried to think of a few more scenarios. A quick thought was put towards maybe enlisting members of the freak show to aid in my escape. But after losing Santiago and Nikolai, I refused to put anybody else's life in danger. None of my ideas seemed to be working out. And just as my frustration grew, I heard a soft knock at my door. "Benny." "Dear?" Abigail's soft and sad voice came from the hallway. She was the last person I wanted to talk to at this moment, except maybe Garibaldi, of course. Despite not wanting to see her, I stood up and walked over to the door and unlocked it, before walking back over to my desk and starting to think of another way to escape. Abigail walked into my room, and I heard her set down a plate of what I assumed was food she wanted me to eat. But I had no intention of eating anything, and I just continued scribbling off ideas that could possibly get me to safety and away from the freak show. "Sweetheart, please don't leave," she begged of me, walking over to me but remaining a respectful distance from me. "I can't bear to see you leave too. Santi and Nikki are gone, and I can't bear the thought of losing you two," she said through tears of her own. I clutched the crayon I was using in my fists and winced when it snapped in half. This simple act of inflicting accidental pain on my crayon caused me to start crying as well. But I did my best to keep it silent. Every person in this circus is like a child to me, Benny, and I can't bear to lose another person, especially you. Please don't leave us, she begged, and reached out to touch me. I quickly grabbed all the materials I'd been using and quickly walked past her with my head kept down, walking as quickly as I could and out of my room despite Abigail's pleas to remain. I had to leave her there because if I didn't, I knew that I'd most likely agree to stay. I elected to try and plan in Santiago's room. The fact he wouldn't be there to greet me would hopefully be enough to get me to focus on my escape attempt. Before I reached his room, however, I ran into Azara. She stared down at me with her single eye, and I was about to wordlessly walk past her when she lowered her hand down to me and revealed she was holding another emerald necklace. I reached to my neck to check on the previous one that I was wearing and discovered that the jewel had been broken. "A new charm you require," she said to me. I nodded and took it from her. I looked up at her and saw that she had the same pained expression I imagined that I had as well. "The mantis revealed itself to you, and now you wish to escape its claws." She got down on her knees and reached her hands out to hold my face in them. She wiped my tears away from my eyes with her thumbs. "Can you help me?" I asked her, clutching the good luck charm she'd given me into my chest. She looked into my eyes and nodded. She quickly looked around to make sure no one was around before bringing me in close to whisper into my ear. "A moonless night it shall be. The mantis does not sleep much. His spy will surely be on the hunt. But by sneaking through the giant flower's petals, you may have a chance," she told me before letting go of my face and standing up to her feet. Tussling my hair, she quickly left down the hallway and left me to think over what she'd just told me. It would be a new moon tonight. Garibaldi doesn't sleep much, and the shapeshifter would be spying on me. But if I was able to sneak out from the big top, I'd stand a chance. Armed with this knowledge, I nodded and quickly started making my way towards Santiago's room, fully prepared to work on a plan that would save me from falling into the mantis's claws again. Finally arriving in Santiago's room, I was surprised it wasn't filled with clown items like balloons or streamers. It was pretty plain and only really had personal photos to decorate with. But he had plenty of photos, as they covered an entire section of his wall. It was him with every member of the circus, from Nikolai and Abby to even members I'd never seen before. Members I assumed had met the same fate that he and Nikowali had faced. Gripping the materials I'd brought close to my chest, I quickly laid them across the floor and began setting up the plan I had hatched. Taking Azara's advice into my plan, I had to find a way to both ensure that Garibaldi fell asleep and that I could get past the shapeshifter. Setting out my map and props, I tried to think of a few ways that could ensure that I could escape. The idea of fighting Antonio one-on-one wasn't viable after I had seen what he had done to Santiago and Nikolai. So I had to think of a plan that played to my strengths. The most important thing was to make sure the Garibaldi fell asleep. The fact that tonight would be a new moon probably ensured that he would be on high alert. As I pondered on some ideas, I was interrupted by knocking. I held my breath as several more knocks quickly followed the first one. I was worried by what lay behind the door, but the French accent on the other side quickly dispelled some of the fear I had growing inside of me. "You'd better open the door before they bash it down," Mathieu said. I quickly shot up to my feet and opened the door, and was quickly tackled to the ground by the aces. They all hugged me and clung to me. They had been worried for me after I had left breakfast in such a bad mood. "Seems like you've been busy." The Frenchman walked past me and the aces, and over to the crude map I'd laid out on the floor. I finally got the aces off of me and quickly closed the door so we wouldn't have any unwanted eyes on us. "I'm planning on leaving tonight. It's a new moon, and it's going to be my best chance," I told him as the aces followed me over to the map. All of them looked down at it inquisitively and moved the little monster Garibaldi model I had made around the map. I smiled a little at them and was glad that they could calm me down as much as they did. "That's probably for the best," Mathieu said as he sat down on Santiago's bed and tapped his cane on the floor. "I take it by the look on your face. You're snagged on something?" he asked me, his voice muffled behind his barely held-together mask. I nodded and sighed as I knelt and took the Garibaldi model out of Club's hands. "I can't figure out how to make sure he falls asleep tonight. Izara told me that he barely sleeps, and I figured tonight he isn't going to sleep at all," I explained to Mathieu. He nodded and tapped his fingers on his cane in thought. "I've got something that could help." He sighed and stood up from the bed with a pained grunt. He reached a gloved hand into his pocket and pulled out a prescription bottle. He tossed them over to me, and I caught them in surprise. "My sleeping pills. I'm in pain constantly because of my condition, so those help me sleep at night. Find a way to get him to take those, and they should knock him out cold." I nodded and looked down at the bottle filled with pills. I could somehow get Garibaldi to eat them. The best way was to somehow get it into his food. Of course, that was going to be difficult, but I at least had a way to ensure he fell asleep tonight. "Thank you," I told Mathieu, to which he brushed it off and started heading towards the door to leave. As he reached the knob, he stopped and turned back to look at me. "It's best for you if you run as far away as possible from here and don't look back. If you dwell on it, it'll be as if you never escaped." With those words of advice, he opened the door and left me alone with the aces. I looked down at them all because they were all staring up at me. I figured that they'd guessed that I was running away, and they were divided on how they should be feeling. "I'm sorry, you guys. I have to leave," I told them, and all of them looked down at the floor in obvious sadness. All except Spades. He approached me and pulled down his long sleeve. I stared at the skeletal hand that stared back at me. It was bleached white and looked almost like a fake skeleton that they use in classrooms. But despite that, I didn't take too much notice of that. Instead, I looked at the bag of marbles sitting in the skeletal hand. "For me?" I asked Spades hesitantly. He nodded and extended his skeletal arm out further for me to take them. I reached out and took the bag. Opening them up, I took a peek inside and saw that each marble had an ace symbol on them. I smiled and could feel tears welling up in my eyes as I closed the bag and reached out for a hug from them. They all quickly pounced on me and shoved themselves into me. I gave them all a tight hug and finally realized why all of them had felt so lightweight and thin. They were literal skeletons underneath their costumes, but that didn't matter to me anymore. They waved goodbye to me, and as one final trick, they all held hands and formed a wheel to roll out of Santiago's room. I couldn't help but giggle at them and wave goodbye. Now, with the means to ensure that Garibaldi would fall asleep, I had to tackle the problem of the shapeshifter. Knowing his power and what he was capable of, he was the next biggest obstacle to my escape. I somehow had to get him separated from Garibaldi and away from him. I figured that while I was thinking about how to get the traitor out of the way, I decided to make my way to the kitchen to spike Garibaldi's food with Mathieu's sleeping pills. Slipping out of Santiago's room, I quickly closed the door behind me and started making my way down the halls. Before I got very far, though, I was quickly grabbed from behind and yanked into one of the spare rooms. I was about to bite down on whoever was grabbing me, but they suddenly let go of me. Spinning around to see who it was, I was relieved to see that it was Starla. You're all better now, I said thankfully, quickly wrapping my arms around her in a hug, though being careful not to break her in half. She nodded and reached over to the table near us and handed me a glass jar with a lid screwed onto it. I stared at it and then looked back up at her. What am I supposed to do with this? She pointed at the floor behind me. I looked at her and then followed where she was pointing. It took me a while to figure out what she was even pointing at, since at first I figured that there was nothing there. Then I realized that she was pointing at my shadow, and that's when I figured out that she was giving me the jar to trap the shapeshifter in. Can you not talk anymore? I asked her. She stared back at me from behind her mask and softly shook her head. I clenched my hands around the jar so much that I thought I was going to break it. It seemed like since I had joined the freak show, I had only succeeded in getting other people hurt. Ezekiel, Santiago, Nikolai, and Starla. It all felt like it was my fault. Before I continued down that line of thinking. However, Starla wrapped her arms around me and pulled me into a hug. Although she couldn't speak, it made me feel like it was her way of telling me that it wasn't my fault, that it was up to me to get out of here. I shoved my face into her differently colored torso and worded a teary apology to her. She left the room first, so we wouldn't be seen leaving together. Garibaldi was probably already suspicious of her after she had told me to go into his office, so it was a good idea. I waited a few minutes before leaving with the jar and heading towards the big top. From there, I quickly moved past Eva and Jasper as they practiced a new routine. They were so busy arguing with each other that they paid me no mind as I went into the room that led to the kitchen. I'd never been back in the kitchen, so I didn't know exactly what to expect. It looked like any giant kitchen might look, sort of like a diner's kitchen, just equipped with more items like an espresso maker and a deep fryer and other appliances. I had to figure out what we were even eating tonight and which plate would be Garibaldi's. As I started wandering around the kitchen, I heard someone approaching from the big top and instantly started panicking. Thinking quickly, I opened one of the ovens and crawled my way in. Just as I did so, I nearly let out a surprised shout as I saw something moving inside of the oven. It was that burnt piece of toast with human eyeballs inside of it. The eyes were looking in all directions, and before I could even figure out which eye to look at, it quickly hissed at me and scurried out of the oven. I left the door open just enough to hear what was happening. If he tries to leave again, I won't go easy on him. That's final. Garibaldi's hoarse voice entered the kitchen once the door finally swung open. His voice, which was scratchy already beforehand, was like nails on a chalkboard now after the injuries to the neck he had taken during his fight with Nikolai. Antonio, please. He's only a child. I heard Abigail's pleading voice follow him into the kitchen. I took a peek from inside the oven and watched as she followed him. Her makeup was ruined by tears, and it made me feel terrible for having hurt her feelings so badly. He knew the rules, Garibaldi shouted, smashing his hand on the table next to him and sending silverware flying everywhere. No one leaves the freak show. And that's final, he screamed at her, sending him into a dry coughing fit into his hand. As he did this, he chirped a few times and clutched his chest as he tried to gain composure over himself. I understand, Abigail said in defeat after a few minutes of silence, broken only by Garibaldi's wheezing breath and coughs. I'll start working on your dinner. Sir, she told him with a sigh. He didn't say anything for a moment before turning to leave. I waited till I heard his steps leave the kitchen before emerging from the oven. Now do you get why I have to leave? I asked her. She was startled by me and nearly dropped the bowl of flour that she had picked up from underneath the kitchen table. She stared at me and then over towards the kitchen doors, almost like she was expecting him to come running in now that I had suddenly appeared. Benny, please don't leave. She tried to convince me again, but I could tell her heart wasn't into it anymore. I think in that moment of Garibaldi's anger and my desire to leave finally broke through to her that I had to leave. What are you even doing in here? She asked me after taking a few minutes to wipe the tears from her eyes. I was hoping to drug his food or something so that he goes to sleep, I told her and reached into my pocket to show her the bottle of sleeping pills. She looked at me with surprise and was probably wondering where I'd even gotten the drugs in the first place. But she looked over at the items before her and then back at me. Putting them in his food won't work. But maybe in his wine, she told me as she reached out for the pills. I hesitated in giving her them, as I still didn't know if she was truly trying to help me escape. But that sad look in her eye told me that she did want me to escape. So I handed her the bottle and watched as she walked over to a nearby wine rack and picked out one of the bottles. I'll pour him a glass laced with pills and then also spike the bottle for when he gets a refill. If the first glass doesn't work, then hopefully the next ones will do it. She sat the bottle of wine next to her ingredients and sighed. It looked like it was physically painful for her to be doing this. Given how much she loved and cared for us all, it was hurting her. I fully climbed out of the oven and wrapped my arms around her and buried my face into her plush body. I wish you could have been my real mom, I told her as I clutched her tightly. It was the truth. I truly did wish that she could have been my real mother. That started the tears again for both of us, as she fell to the floor with me, and we hugged and cried into each other for a few minutes. Go, before I change my mind and beg you to stay, she said after she finally pulled herself away from me. I nodded and quickly picked up my jar from the oven and exited the kitchen. I stopped only one last time to look back at her and wave goodbye. She did the same to me, and I exited the kitchen. The last obstacle that needed removing was the shapeshifter. As I walked back towards Santiago's room, I entered and closed the door behind me. While I thought about how to trap him, I looked again at all the photos that Santiago had on his wall, and one of them caught my eye. I plucked it from the wall and looked down at it. It was one of Nikolai and Santiago looking at each other with nothing but fun and enjoyment with each other. I'm sorry, you guys. I told the picture as if they could hear me from behind the photo. Taking the photo with me, I looked around Santiago's room some more and found one of the hats that Santiago wore. Along with that, I found a couple of knives in his wardrobe which no doubt had come from Nikolai. There was one last thing I had to do before I could escape. Taking the items, I again left Santiago's room, this time for the last time. Sneaking out into the open air, I walked some distance from the tents and knelt in the grass. Taking out one of Nikolai's knives, I plunged it into the dirt and put Santiago's hat on top of it. I gathered a few rocks and used them to prop up the photo of the two against the knife. I didn't know what Garibaldi had done to their bodies, but I doubted that he would give them a proper burial. So I decided to do it myself. You guys made me feel like I belonged here, and when I needed you guys most, you were there. I whimpered as tears started falling from my eyes again. I'll miss you guys so much, I told them, and I kissed my finger and tapped the picture of the two of them. With my final goodbye to them said, I headed back into the tent and straight to my room. I started packing a few things, though I didn't exactly have anything to take with me from my arrival. I packed some paper and pencils, a couple of snacks, and the bag of marbles the aces had given me. I looked over at my desk and noticed a book had been left there. I walked over to it and saw that it was an English to French dictionary with a note attached to it. For the boy who defies fate. It was signed by Azara. It seemed that everyone in the freak show wanted me to escape, and I was sure that I would get away from here with all their help. As I tucked the book into my bag, an idea suddenly popped into my head. I grabbed the jar and looked over to the door to my room. If I didn't attend dinner, Garibaldi would have to send someone to come and fetch me. And if he suspected anybody of trying to help me, he would only send one thing to come and get me. I finished packing and quickly hunkered with the jar next to the door and waited. I could hear people walking around outside when dinner time finally arrived. But I didn't move an inch from my position and continued to stare at the gap in the door from the floor. I don't think I've ever waited so patiently for something like that in my life, and I sometimes wonder if I fell asleep sometime in the middle of it. But suddenly I heard footsteps that didn't seem to belong to a person. They sounded more like the pitter-patter of a dog. The shapeshifter arrived at my door and stopped in front of it. He took a few minutes to sniff at my door and even tried clawing at it after a while. I held my breath as I slowly opened the jar and held it out in front of me for the right moment. That moment soon came when I heard the unmistakable sound of him transforming into something. Suddenly a spider emerged from under the door, and I swooped in to quickly shove it into the jar. As quickly as I could, I slammed the lid on top of the jar and spun it shut. I got you, I said with glee and a big heap of malice in my voice. This thing had pretended to have been my friend this whole time, and all the while it had spied on me and relayed that information to Garibaldi. And now I had him captured. The shapeshifter stared at me with all his spider eyes for a moment, before he dissolved into a puddle and suddenly started growing larger. It was there that it occurred to me that he could simply grow into something bigger and just break out of the jar. I began to panic as he grew and began to shake the jar. And yet he didn't break through. In fact, he couldn't break through. He tried several more times before he gave up and returned to a spider form. It's magic. I marveled at the jar. Try as he might, he couldn't break out of the jar, and with his capture, my escape plan was finally set and prepared. I walked over to my bed and sat with the jar in my hands. I wanted to say so many things to the shapeshifter, and yet I decided saying nothing to him was better. I watched him try in vain to escape, and I'll give him props for stubbornness because for several hours he bashed his head against the jar in whatever form he could think of. When night finally came, I still decided to wait. I didn't know how long the sleeping pills would take to affect Garibaldi, so I figured waiting some more would only help me in my endeavor. I had to find ways to stop myself from falling asleep, since several times throughout the night I could feel myself drifting off. Needless to say, slapping yourself hard is a pretty good way of staying awake. I looked over at the clock on my wall and saw that it was 2:30 in the morning. It was now or never. I picked up the jar and stared down at the shapeshifter. He had exhausted himself and was lying down as a little black mouse with red eyes. I took a deep breath and sat him down on my bed. "Bye," was all I told him as he frantically again tried to escape from the jar. I opened the door and exited my room for the last time. The tent was completely pitch black, so for a minute I stood in the hallway till my eyes adjusted to the darkness. When I could finally see the outlines of things, I started making my way towards the big top. The entire freak show was quieter than a cemetery, and I felt like if I made even the slightest bit of noise, it would alert everyone to my escape. So I tied my backpack close to me and kept walking forward as silently as I could. Every time I made even the slightest noise, I froze in place and waited to see if I could hear anything suddenly coming my way. Finally, I managed to make it to the big top. It felt like it had taken an hour, and I wouldn't have been surprised if it had taken even longer. But I could see the exit just across the giant tent. Before I could make those steps towards freedom, though I was suddenly blinded, as every single light in the big top suddenly lit up. I shielded my eyes in pain, as it felt like my eyeballs were going to melt right out of their sockets. When at last I felt like I could bear to lower my hands, I did, and I felt like I might throw up right there. "Buonasera." "Benny!" Garibaldi's hoarse voice greeted me, as I finally adjusted to the bright lights of the big top. A combination of electric and gas lamps were used to light up the entire tent, and after coming from the pitch black, it felt like being on the surface of the sun. "Cute trick you did there, slipping those pills into my wine." He chuckled as I noticed that the bandages were removed from his face, and he appeared to be completely healed. Only a nasty scar was left behind where Nikolai had stabbed him. "I guess it didn't work." "Huh?" I said, as I reached into my pocket and pulled out the other knife I had, taken from Santiago's room, and held it out in front of me like it was a sword. Garibaldi gave me a sad chuckle and started approaching me. I took a few steps back as he did, and he seemed crushed by that action. "You want to leave too, don't you?" He sighed, removing his hat and running his fingers through his long white hair. "You know, when I told you how me and Lucille wanted to make a family, it was the truth. I truly did want a family with her. And when I couldn't, I did the next best thing. But every time it seems like I just lose the people I love so much," he said with a pained sigh. "It would have been almost believable if I hadn't seen him eat two of the people he considered a part of his family." "Is that why you also ate Lucille? Is that how you treat your family?" I asked him, gripping the knife tightly and trying to act like it was some kind of protection against him. My words caught him off guard as the pained look on his face suddenly turned into one of anger. "Do you think I wanted to do that to her? She was the love of my life. I tried so hard to keep this curse from harming her, and yet I couldn't." He shouted at me, stomping his foot on the floor so hard he split open his facial scar and revealed the teeth hidden inside it. "You try controlling a curse like this, and then tell me how you like it," he chirped as he tried to get himself under control. "I saw all those people in Santiago's picture wall. A lot of people I've never seen here. You ate them too, didn't you?" I asked him, staring as he was losing his temper at me. "You never cared about any of us. You're nothing but a monster," I told him, which suddenly got me a slash across the cheek by his clawed hands. "You're right about one thing, Benny," Garibaldi chirped as his humanity faded and the mantis began to take over. "I am a monster," he cackled as he lunged at me in full mantis form. I scurried away and onto the benches where the crowd usually sits. He hopped over me and was suddenly again in front of me, swinging with his claws. I quickly ducked and at last noticed that I was bleeding from the claw slash he'd given me earlier. Remembering something Santiago had taught me, I quickly curled into a ball and rolled under him as he slashed again and just barely missed me. Underneath him, I tried stabbing up into his abdomen, but my little stab wasn't enough to pierce his exoskeleton, and he simply hopped away, fluttering his massive wings and blowing me into some more benches. Now separated a bit from him, I quickly reached into my backpack for something that might help me. I didn't get much time as the mantis jumped back over and took a few more swipes at me, which I managed to block with my backpack. The only thing I had managed to grab was the bag of marbles, and it didn't seem like these could help me in any way. I tried picking up some broken pieces of bench for another weapon besides the knife, but all of them were too heavy for me to lift. It felt increasingly like I wasn't going to make it out alive, as I was running away from him and he continued to swipe at me. I suddenly got an idea as I stared down at the bag of marbles in my hand. Using my knife, I quickly cut open the bag of marbles and allowed them to spill out onto the big top's floor. Garibaldi hadn't been expecting that as he stepped over the mass of falling marbles and suddenly began to wobble and lose his balance. Before he could fully regain it, I stopped and turned around, running back at him and using my backpack as a sort of mini shield and slamming myself against the giant mantis. That sent him tumbling over and onto his back, and I watched with a smile as he thrashed and screeched around on the floor. He swiped and flung every appendage that he could to try and get himself back on his legs. As he thrashed around and screeched, he knocked into the main tent pole of the big top and knocked over a bunch of the kerosene lamps that hung from it. In a matter of seconds, they landed on the floor and broke open, unleashing a blazing inferno. I stared in horror and watched as Garibaldi continued to thrash uncontrollably and knocked into the main pole again, causing it to snap and break. With the tent on fire and collapsing, I turned around and started running. I dropped the knife and sprinted towards the big top's entrance. I reached it and took one last look back to see that Garibaldi was pinned beneath the big top's main tent pole as the entire structure began to catch fire around him. Satisfied that he couldn't follow after me, I ran off into the darkness of the French countryside and didn't once look back towards the burning inferno that the freak show had become. I ran until the sun at last started to rise. I collapsed on the side of the road and was soon taken to a French police station. With the help of the dictionary, I came up with some sort of excuse to tell them that I was from America and that I had been kidnapped. And before I knew it, I was back in the States. Instead of returning to my abusive father, I learned that my mother had worked up the courage to leave him. She was given sole custody of me, and I stayed with her and my grandparents. It's haunted me for years, not knowing if anyone survived that fire. Although my time in the freak show was short-lived, I cared deeply for every member, cherishing the memories I made with the first people who loved me.
However,
as I got older, I'd forgotten all about the freak show. They seemed like nothing more than a distant memory or a simple dream. That was until a few months ago when I received an intricate red envelope in the mail. Inside it was a note that read, "Benny," or should I say, Benjamin, "it's so good to see that you managed to return to the US. I must say, long hair does suit you. I almost didn't recognize you at first when I laid eyes on you again. Glasses, facial hair, and even a smoker, almost like you're trying to hide from me. I'm sure you've forgotten about me, but I'm sure this little trinket will jog your memory. See you soon, signed AG." I stared at the letter, and suddenly felt my hand shiver uncontrollably as I dug into the envelope further and pulled out a golden praying mantis lapel, the same one that Garibaldi wore on all of his suits. I allowed it to fall to the floor and looked around in terror. He'd survived. Around 5 years ago, I took my girlfriend Abby to the zoo. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't dislike the zoo. I also don't love it. It always just felt a little weird to me, watching all those animals in cages. It doesn't necessarily bother me enough not to go. However, I would never go on my own volition. I remember that week we both got a Thursday off from work. We decided it would be fun to go do something that would normally be busy on the weekend. As we pulled into the zoo parking lot, it seemed we had a good plan. It was at least half as busy as usual, even though it was 9 a.m. and they just opened. As we got out of the car, my girlfriend and I put on some sunscreen and made sure our snacks made it into our backpacks. My girlfriend let out an excited squeal as she saw the sign for the zoo entrance. It made me smile. I wasn't there to watch the animals after all. I was there because I knew it would make her happy. I just wanted to see her reactions to her favorite animals. I wish I knew back then what was in store for her. I wish she didn't have to see the horrors of the zoo that day. If you are reading this, Abby, I'm so sorry. I hope you can forgive me one day. We walked up to the gate. Abby held my hand and resisted the urge to skip. We made our way to the line to get tickets and chatted about what animals to go see first while we waited. Next, a voice from the farthest both called out in a cheery tone. As we walked up to the ticket booth, I wasn't fully paying attention. Typically, I like to give people who are working jobs like this my full attention and try to be as nice as possible. Make eye contact. Be patient. Not be on my phone. You know, the common courtesy you should pay to an employee like this. I try my best to make up for the annoying Karens who ruin their days by doing these things. However, I was fumbling with my wallet and Abby was behind me asking me something, so I was awkwardly facing her as I walked up. As I was looking at my wallet for a credit card that I misplaced, I looked up at the employee to apologize for taking so long. After glancing at him for a second, I had to do a double take. Not on purpose or anything. My brain just did it automatically. No problem, sir. Take your time. The odd man in the ticket booth said as Abby slipped her card over to him. Wonderful. Let's get you 2 tickets so the fun can begin. As he ran the card, I felt like my eyes were glued on his face. My brain was trying to make sense of what exactly was off about him. Of course, most of all was the tone of his voice. It sounded way too happy, almost robotic, or like it was from a kid's cartoon. His mouth was just slightly too wide. The teeth inside his mouth were too white and perfect. His eyes looked like marbles moving around in his head. I think I only saw him blink once. I know that because the blink was painfully slow. I thought he was making a joke or something. His neck seemed to be just barely too long, and the last thing I noticed was his joints didn't seem to be a normal proportion. For example, his forearms were shorter than what felt normal. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to mention something important. I cringed as the man kept talking. The park is no longer taking credit cards beyond this point, and you are required to click on the link in your email to link your card to our brand new Zoo Wallet feature. Much more convenient than taking out a card every 5 minutes to buy something. I tried to tell him we were not inserted and we had cash, but he went on and on about how it was a new policy. I thought it seemed a little off and like some kind of scam, but Abby looked anxious, so I agreed and did what he wanted. I definitely should have seen it as a red flag when the guy made us both do the whole process, but I didn't want to disappoint Abby. The argument wasn't worth getting kicked out. Alrighty, you crazy kids. You are all set. Don't forget to see the seal show at 12:15 at the main pool, the employee said with a smile that seemed to stretch his mouth even wider apart. Oh, okay. Thank you, I said in a rush, realizing I was probably staring at the man like he was a monster the whole time. We walked into the entrance and were greeted with a gift shop, a map of the park, a snack shack, and some benches. I was going to ignore how creeped out I felt and try to focus on my girlfriend. I followed her to whatever exhibit she wanted to see first. She was quiet, so I pulled her into the shade and asked her what was wrong. As I asked her, she looked around like she was paranoid. Sorry, Noah. It's probably nothing. It's just that I got creeped out by that guy. And normally when someone creeps me out, I don't think about it for much longer, but I thought she was going to say more, but she stopped there. I sighed. I wasn't sure if it was good or bad that she got the same feeling from the guy. You know what? I got the same feeling from him, but let's not let it ruin our date. We should keep an eye out for him. But other than that, let's just relax and have fun. You're right. You're right. Okay, first on our list are the penguins, she said, as she happily grabbed my hand and pulled me in the direction of the penguin exhibit. We made it to the penguins and she was devastated to not see any. She moved on quickly, trying to not waste any time, and headed towards the elephants. As we walked up to the elephants, we noticed they were gone too. I didn't think much of it because I felt like it's normal to not have some animals out. She didn't think it was normal. We saw an ice cream stand, so we went up to buy some and thought we'd ask the worker if he knew what animals would be out today. As we got closer, I heard a small gasp from Abby. She grabbed my arm and pulled me away from the ice cream stand. Am I crazy? Did you get a good look at the guy selling the ice cream? Abby said to me in a worried tone. I felt a shiver down my spine. No. Why? I said, trying to not sound scared. That guy looks the same as the guy who gave us our tickets. Not exactly. But the mouth, the eyes, the arms. It's the same. What the hell? Abby. They are probably related. Calm down. I promise it's okay. If he creeps you out, we don't need to get ice cream. Let's just keep walking around. She nodded and gave a half-convinced smile. The first animals we found were the monkeys and apes. However, some of the exhibits were empty. They had chimps, orangutans, and baboons, but the capuchin and the gorillas didn't seem to be out. We stood in front of the glass, watching the animals with a couple of other people. After watching them for a few minutes, we shared a glance. A confused glance. Noah, are they sick? They aren't acting right. No, babe, they aren't sick. I'm sure it's just nap time or something, I said to try and calm her, but I knew nothing about these animals, or how they normally act in a zoo. I didn't know what to say to make her not worry about them. She told me she was going to find a bathroom, but she'd be right back. I felt concerned as she walked off, but I tried to take the opportunity to look closer at the animals without it freaking Abby out. I got close to the glass of the orangutans. I have always felt a bit of unease about monkeys and apes. They just feel so human that I feel weird looking at them in this setting, but this felt so much worse. One of them looked me in the eye and it felt so human it made my stomach turn. I saw it weakly grab at its side and wince in pain. I saw a line of stitches on its side. They looked sore. I felt terrible. I hated that I was even supporting this place. Abby came back a few minutes later, and we left before she could see the orangutan in pain. Next, we headed for the tigers. We walked up to the outdoor tiger enclosure and saw a few tigers lying out in the sun. This time it wasn't hard to tell something was really off. I saw moms pulling their kids away and people looking in shock, not able to look away. Some people laughed thinking it was a joke. We should have just left then. We had so many signs of something being wrong. I don't know why we didn't listen. We walked up to view the tigers and saw something that took our brains far too long to process. What we first saw as tigers. We noticed the only thing tiger-like about them was the stripes. After looking for a while, we realized what we were looking at. People. People lying out in the hot sun painted like tigers, except they had ears on top of their heads. Their torsos looked longer than normal, and their arms and legs were now shorter. It was clear they were human, but horribly modified to look like something else. People started to scream and ran to the exit. Abby and I did the same. We got out our phones to call 911, but soon found our phones were completely fried, not even turning on. As I looked around at the rest of the crowd, I saw other people in the same situation. That damn link they made us click for our credit cards must have been one hell of a virus to kill all our phones like that, Abby said to me with tired lungs. I felt so dumb at that moment. I swear that's the oldest trick in the book. Now we were all unable to call for help. As we made it to the gate, an employee shut all the exits. Abby grabbed my arm with what felt like all her strength. The employee looked just like the other creepy employees we had seen. A different hair color and height, but nonetheless, just as creepy and uncanny as the other guys. He turned around to greet us. "Hello, everyone. What seems to be the matter? Aren't we all having fun? You have to at least stay for the seal show at 12:15. The crowd of around 50 people started revolting and yelling at the man, demanding they be let out. The man's smile slowly morphed into a frown as he grabbed a man standing near him. As the man screamed to let him go, one more employee walked up to the flailing man. One employee grabbed his shoulders and the other grabbed his waist. The man started wailing in pain as the two employees started to stretch his torso to be longer. Next, they grabbed his arms and legs and pushed on them to make them shorter. The man stopped fighting and went limp. After they were done, they threw him on the ground. The shape of his body now matched the tiger's we just saw. He was just missing the stripes, tall, and ears. The crowd was silent. Now, unless anyone else wants to go into the tiger exhibit, I highly suggest everyone makes their way to watch our seal show, the employee said as his terrifying smile grew back on his face. Right this way, folks, he said with a pep in his step as he skipped to the seals. We all followed in horror. I felt so helpless. I was supposed to keep my girlfriend safe. She was quiet, but I could hear her shaking breath and feel her clammy hands holding mine. As we walked to the seals, we passed by a few other enclosures on the way.
I wish I could have somehow blocked Abby from seeing what I saw, but the damage was already done.
We passed by the bears and saw more people lying in the hot sun. Awkward patches of fur covered them. Their bodies morphed into unnatural states. Then we walked by some deer, most of the people lying on the ground, but some trying to stand on their brand new 4 legs, but falling and screaming in pain. I could see blood on their heads from where the antlers were put in. After what felt like miles, we made it to the seal show. About 10 employees surrounded us, all of them with the same terrible features. The setup for the show wasn't anything too crazy. Just a few bleachers lined up facing an in-ground pool and a platform where an employee stood with a microphone to talk about the show. I don't think I've ever heard such a glaring, painful silence in my life. I think we were expecting to be sacrificed or something. The anticipation was awful. One of the employees walked up to the platform by the pool, his footsteps loud and echoing in the process. How are we all doing? Having a whole lot of fun, I hope. He hated our silence. He then said it again into the mic, this time much louder and in a much deeper, angry tone. I said, how are we all doing? We all nervously clapped, trying to avoid getting turned into an animal. Glad to hear everyone is having such a magical day. Don't forget that we will be closing right after the seal show. So everyone please make sure you head out right after the show. But remember, kiddos, leaving in the middle of a show is rude. The show began. We heard music from the speakers and saw a second employee come out dragging something. I think the employee who had the mic was spouting out some random facts about seals or something. But that's not where my mind was focusing. I was focused on the employee dragging a person to the pool. The person had their arms duct taped to their sides. Their legs were taped together, and a cheap-looking fin was taped on their feet, while also painted gray. It looked like the employees had not morphed them yet. They tried to scream, but had duct tape covering their mouths as well. It seemed like once they got morphed, their minds went to mush. This poor person seemed to be still fully conscious while being tied up and dragged to the water while 50 people watched. Just as the employee was saying something about seals being great swimmers, the person was thrown into the water. We all sat and watched as the person with their entire body bound by duct tape sank to the bottom of the pool. People started to panic again and try to fight back or escape. Abby and I sat in fear as we saw the employees catch helpless people and turn them into something unrecognizable. Abby and I sat in disbelief as we watched not only so many people around us become something else, but at least 20 people or seals were thrown into the pool, helpless. 30 minutes later, the show was over. Only around 15 people remained on the bleachers as the employees took a bow. Thank you everyone for coming. Don't forget we are now closed. Our staff will now escort you out of the park. The employees started walking towards the exit. Abby seemed relieved, trying to not get too excited, but started to cry and just wanted to get out of that place. I knew I had something I needed to do that would make Abby angry. Something that might cost me my life. But the employees seemed to not be watching us as closely. I knew I had to act right that second. I'm so sorry, but I have to do this, I said as I gripped her shoulder and whispered softly. Her head swung to look at me. Her eyes were wide as saucers and her muscles tensing up. As we followed the group of employees walking us to the exit, we went around a bend with some bushes. I snuck into one of them, hoping and praying the employees wouldn't see me. They made it very clear that the zoo was closed and they wanted us to leave. I figured I knew what my fate would be if I got caught. I sat in the bush watching as they escorted Abby and the rest of the others out. I was trying so hard to stay still that I needed to remind myself to breathe. I only had to wait for about 15 seconds before they were all out of eye line. The way the employees skipped as they walked seemed to help them move fast. I soon felt the confidence to get up and go search the zoo for anyone I could save. I know it might seem dumb to even try and save anyone, but it seemed like the seals were still pretty aware of everything going on. I thought I could maybe find more people that were not damaged so terribly that I could save them. I started into a sprint. I didn't think the employees would come around or anything, but I couldn't be sure. And if people were suffering somewhere in the zoo, I wanted to help them as soon as possible. I was running from exhibit to exhibit, first seeing if the animals were gone entirely, or if they had people in them. Then I would try and decide if they were too far gone to even help. I felt an enormous weight on my shoulders. Who am I to decide if someone should be saved or not? I realized after looking at the exhibits how to figure out if I'd find people in them. If the animal was dramatically bigger or smaller than a person, the animals would be missing from that exhibit entirely. Only the animals that were similar in size to humans were replaced by a person. What I gathered from that information is that the employees' morphing abilities were limited. When people got morphed into an animal, they didn't have to be an exact size match, but slightly lengthening, shortening limbs or torsos, and making it hard for them to walk like humans. But that was about all they could do. They couldn't make ears or a tail grow out of someone. They couldn't get fins or fur, but they sure did their best to simulate it. However, some of the exhibits still had people in them, despite not being the exact size of that animal. The bear exhibit, for example. It felt like the employees had an okay understanding of animal sizes, but not great. They knew a penguin was too small and an elephant was too big. But I'm not completely sure where the line was. I don't think they knew either. As I would look into the exhibits, I would call out to them. If anyone was still able to talk, I would try to get them out. I know that's not the deciding factor over if someone is worth saving. But I wasn't thinking clearly. I knew I couldn't help everyone, and I had to make some tough decisions. Most of the times I called out to them. Nothing came out of their mouths. Some of them half-heartedly opened their mouths, but nothing came out, and they stopped. I ran up to the zebras and yelled in. To my amazement, someone called back in a quiet, helpless, help. The enclosure was easy for me to get into. It was just a big fence, so I got in fast. I got to the person who called out to me and dropped to my knees. I couldn't believe how much worse it was up close. I was trying my best not to look at their deformed body, but it was like trying to look away from a car crash. I could see their once human body now sculpted into something unearthly. I could see where fake zebra ears were harshly sewn into the side of their head, their hands sewn together in a fist to try and simulate a hoof. Their body was painted in cheap white paint, and black stripes were poorly brushed over it. A mane that looked like it was superglued to the back of their head and down the back of their neck, made out of a cheap party wig. Even after looking at all the terrible things that had been done to this person, I realized the part that made my stomach turn the most was the human face remained the same. Of course, the sickly body of the person made me feel nauseous, but the completely unchanged human face made me feel like I was going to lose it. For some reason, the employees put more effort into some of the morphing than others. Maybe they ran out of time and had to rush the last few. When we saw the monkeys first, they seemed to almost be sewn into fursuits. Realistic enough to not have us running for the doors just yet. Still creepy as hell. Nonetheless, I realized as I was sitting by this person, there was no way to get them out and help them. I felt so stupid I should have known I couldn't get anyone out. One of my flaws has always been blind optimism. I thought I could find a way. I thought I'd have some kind of a brilliant plan once I saw someone who needed help. But I had nothing. I knew I just needed to try and get out safe and get the police. I felt regret. I should have just walked out with Abby and made sure she was safe. If I had followed the group out, I could have called the police by now. Why did I have a savior complex? As I sat in my self-pity and saw something underneath the person, I lightly pulled on it and a dirt-covered lanyard came out. It had a photo ID and a name on it. The face matched the person in front of me. Ken? I whispered to the creature that was once human. He looked up at me and smiled. It was a sad, tired smile, but I could tell he was happy to just hear his name again. It probably helped him feel more human again. Just as soon as his smile came, it was gone again and replaced by pain. His balled up, bloody fist reached down to his side as he moaned in pain. I could tell something was very wrong, but I knew I couldn't do anything about it. I just sat with him for a few minutes and watched him take his final breath. I tried to not let the guilt overtake me as I sat with his dead body. After a few minutes, I gave up on trying to save anyone myself. I just needed to get out. Luckily, I was at the backside of the zoo and could see a brick wall I could jump. I made my way out pretty easily. Just a few cuts and bruises. Once I was out of the zoo, I didn't even bother going to the parking lot to get my car or find Abby. I knew I just had to get to a working phone. I made it to a gas station about 15 minutes later and used the phone to call 911. After that, I called my sister to come get me. I knew if my phone still wasn't working, then odds were Abby's phone wouldn't work. I still tried a couple of times as I waited for my sister to see if I got lucky. Once my sister got me, we went to Abby's house. Her mom opened the door and she looked pissed. She told me Abby didn't want to talk to me. I was sad she didn't want to talk, but I was greatly relieved that she made it out and was home safe. I told her mom I understood and went home. I kept checking the news, looking for anything about the zoo, but nothing. I waited until the next morning and still no news about it. I decided to drive back to the zoo at around 2 p.m. The zoo was normally open until 6 p.m. However, the day I was there, the employees so graciously closed early. I had to go back, it was all I could think about. I had to know. As I came into the parking lot, I was amazed to find it busy. People coming and going, laughing, having a great time. I was so confused. I decided I needed a closer look, so I parked out and walked up to the ticket booth. I could feel my hands sweat as I got closer and closer to the entrance, but I had to know what was going on. From the back of the line, I could see the employees and they looked normal. I wanted to get closer and see inside, so I got in line to buy a ticket. I was warmly welcomed by the employee giving me my ticket. She was moving slowly, but she was friendly, and most importantly, not one of those sick creators from yesterday. She looked confused at her computer screen and asked a coworker for help. "Oh, I know what happened. You need to do this instead," the employee's coworker said as she randomly pushed buttons to make the computer work. "Ugh. I'm so sorry, sir. We got your ticket working now. Sorry for the wait. A bunch of previous employees quit yesterday or something, and they didn't want to close the zoo while they train new people. So most everyone here today is brand new to the job. We appreciate patience." I froze where I stood. I didn't know what to say or what to do. Those disgusting creators came in and morphed all the zoo employees into animals and showed them off and terrorized so many zoo customers just for the owners of the zoo to reopen the next day. Do they even know what happened? "Do you by any chance have any more information on what happened with the employees?" I said to the woman as I was greeted with a confused eye squint. No, sorry, I don't. I just needed the money, so I took the job." No, that's fine. Don't be sorry. I was just wondering if you knew," I said to the woman as she stood in her ticket booth awkwardly. I made my way into the park. I immediately noticed all the small and large animals were back and looked totally normal and healthy. I checked on all the enclosures that had people in them the day before very closely, and to my surprise, everything was normal. All the animals, big, medium, and small, back to normal. It was the same with the employees, all normal. I continued to do more research into the employees that got brutally turned into animals. I found nothing. It was all covered up. It looked like the zoo just said they all quit. Not sure how them just disappearing was explained to their families. I tried to go to the cops and give them my testimony, but unsurprisingly, it wasn't believable. Abby never wanted to tell the cops, or anyone for that matter, what happened that day. She told me in a letter a few months later that she could never forgive me for abandoning her at the zoo. She understood why I felt the need to help other people, but was hurt that I didn't feel the same need to protect her and keep her safe. I haven't heard from her since. Still to this day,
I have no clue what those morphing creators were.
It was like they even tried to morph themselves to look human and then put on some kind of weird show for us. Maybe trying to impress us, or maybe trying to scare us. I will never know. It seemed like they had no respect for human life, but still cared about the animals. I say this because they never used any real animal parts for their vile creations. It was always cheap replicas of animal parts. The new employees seemed clueless about anything weird happening. I ended up finding a couple of old employees that were still alive, the ones that had that dreadful day off of work. I was able to talk to one who was a janitor. He showed up at the zoo the next day with all the gates still locked and customers wanting to get in. It took a while before they found someone with a key to even get it. I asked him about how the animals looked that morning, and he was confused about me, being worried about the animals, but didn't think much of it and told me they were fine, just a little hungry. So those creatures took the animals somewhere else for safekeeping while they played their sick little game on us. I've tried so hard to put the pieces together, but I honestly just want to move on now. I'm posting this here as a sense of closure. I want to move on with my life, and I'm hoping this will do the trick. 1 week ago, my wife and I moved into a gated community called Bravero, one of those cut-out paradises with an aesthetic so vivid in photos, yet anemic in reality. After living there for 2 days, we moved to a hotel. It'll be our home for the foreseeable future. We just need to sell the property and find a new one. Anything, anywhere, far from Bravero. That's the only requirement. The nefarious nature of that place only became apparent once the street's rule had been broken. No laughing after dark. Honey, I called, chuckling. What? My wife replied from the other room. Get in here and see this, I said. Rowan strolled into the lobby with a beam on her face, still intoxicated by our new home. She rubbed a loving hand down my back, tracing the curvature of my spine. What's got you smirking? Owen? She asked. This, I said, proudly displaying the leaflet that I'd found on the doormat. Rowan leaned forwards and read it alongside me. Dear Owen and Rowan, this is Irene from the Bravero HOA. Welcome to day 1 of your new life in this safe, vibrant community. You've already met Gordon, our resident security guard, so you'll know that safety is of the utmost importance to us, and the vibrancy of this community is apparent. But it extends beyond superb landscaping and house-proud homeowners. It is the people who make this street vibrant. Parties and events, such as our regular garden gatherings and film nights, make this, truly, a place to call home. However, I do think it prudent to inform you of one particular rule that, without exception, will be enforced. There must be no laughing after dark. This is not a matter of noise. We understand that all residents will want to watch TV, listen to music, or simply talk. Noise is an unavoidable part of life, but laughter, between sunset and sunrise, is strictly prohibited in Bravero. What constitutes as after dark? There is no specific time at which laughter must cease. After all, the sun sets around 4 o'clock in winter and nearly 10 o'clock at the height of summer. Moreover, there is a window of murkiness between day and night. You might be wondering when to keep quiet. If you want my advice, Mr. and Mrs. Neville, I would suggest that you not risk laughing once the day's light starts to fade, once the sun starts to creep close to the horizon, for this is not a rule enforced in a black and white manner. It is not even a rule enforced by the HOA itself. Aside from that, there really is nothing to bear in mind. I do not run an oppressive association. You've already read and signed the contract. You know how we operate. Grow your hedges as tall as you wish. Paint your front door a garish color. Walk the streets after midnight, if you so wish. Just do not laugh after dark. I told you I didn't want to live with rich people. They're unhinged, my wife said. No laughing after dark? What sort of dystopian nonsense is that? I hate moving. There's always something that the estate agent fails to mention. Some catch with every too-good-to-be-true property. I sighed. Sure, there was the broken dishwasher in the first place, the busted taps in the second place, the oven that fell loose in the third place. Issues that the agents and homeowners should have mentioned, Rowan said. But I thought we were past all of that. Owen, I thought buying a house at such a sickening price meant that we'd be able to forego absurd problems. And this is worse than any of the issues in our old houses, because we won't even be able to fix the problem. Of course we will. We shall become joyless husks, my dear wife, I sarcastically teased, maintaining a straight face as I embraced Rowan. For there is no laughter in Bravero. This is a place of principles, of sincerity. I say, go forth, my wench, and prepare me a sandwich in the kitchen. My wife offered a blank face. Actually, there's no need to worry. No chance of laughing with you around. I could tell, by the look on her lips, that Rowan wanted to chortle. So did I. But, in spite of our sarcastic responses to the letter, my wife and I were still drawn to the setting sun beyond the window. And I knew we were thinking the same thing. It would be moronic not to follow the rule for the first night, at least. I sensed that my wife felt just as uneasy as me, felt as if this were more than HOA authoritarianism, given how lax they seemed on all other fronts. The one rule was unsettling. Why laughter? Why that sound above all others? The sound of joy itself. It was too late to do anything on the first evening. I decided I would discuss the letter with the HOA chief the following day. I rang as soon as I woke up. "Oh, and Neville, so wonderful to receive a call from you." Irene heartily laughed the next morning. "How was your first night in Bravero?" "It was good," I uncertainly replied. "Irene, I'm calling you about the welcome letter." "Ah, I see. Did everything make sense?" she asked warmly, yet obliviously. I frowned, before realizing the woman obviously hadn't seen my face on the other end of the phone. Well, it was relatively straightforward. There wasn't much to digest, but one thing befuddled the two of us: the rule about laughter. Irene did not pause, and her bubbly tone did not falter. Yes, no laughing after dark. That's all. I did explain how to interpret after dark. There is no exact cutoff point. No moment at which day becomes night. Do you understand? I sighed. It's not about that, Irene. It's about the nature of the rule itself. Does it not seem a little totalitarian to you? I'd understand a rule such as no noise after 11 in the evening. But a rule about not laughing after dark is so oddly specific, and it doesn't seem warranted. I don't see why laughing would ever be worse than other noises that neighbors could make. I paused, but Irene said nothing, so I continued. Plus, as you mentioned in the letter, the sun sets early in winter. Are you seriously suggesting that, on Christmas Day, to give an example, Rowan and I wouldn't be able to have a joyous time with our family after, say, 3 or 4 in the afternoon? Not at all. Mr. Neville, be as joyous as you want throughout the year. Irene gasped. I'm only saying that you wouldn't be able to laugh after dark. Not until the sun rises once more. I grumbled in frustration. I have to say I'm more than frustrated to be learning of this rule after finalizing the contract. Did you not talk to the letting agent about Bravero's HOA before purchasing the property? Mr. Neville? Irene asked. Yes, I spat. I signed your association's agreement, and there was no mention of this rule in there. I know because I read it again this morning. So, this isn't legally enforceable. You're absolutely right, Mr. Neville. It isn't legally enforceable, Irene replied. I huffed anxiously. Right, so, did I mention anything about a possible breach of our contract? Irene interrupted. Did I mention anything about the consequence of breaking the rule? Did I mention, for example, anything about seizing the property, should you not comply? Well, no, I said. But what's the point of making a rule that you wouldn't be able to enforce? As I mentioned in the letter, Mr. Neville, I'm not the one who enforces it, Irene replied. The HOA didn't make the rule. We simply inform. I see, I muttered through clenched teeth, tiring of the irritatingly cheery busybody. So, what would be the consequence of my wife or I deciding to laugh after dark? For the first time in our entire conversation, Irene fell silent, hesitated for a moment. Longer than a moment. In fact, it was her only sign of humanity throughout the call. The only sign that she was more than a pre-programmed series of chipper, dismissive statements. This is an amazing neighborhood, Mr. Neville, Irene solemnly said. The 50 residents of Bravero lead happy lives, and I hope you join them. I truly do. But we have all had to sacrifice something for such peace, such security from the outside world.
And that something is laughter.
Mr. Neville, but only during those dark hours of the day. That's not an answer. Irene, I said, what would be the consequence? I wish you'd known the few poor souls who received an answer, Irene replied coldly. If you had, you wouldn't be asking questions. You'd not dare to laugh ever again. The curt woman, whose jolly demeanor had entirely dissipated, abruptly ended the call, and I was left sitting in my study for the rest of the day, ignoring messages from my boss and co-workers. Not only refusing to work, but refusing to move. That may seem a little extreme, but you'd understand my reaction if you'd overheard that call. If you'd lived on the street of Bravero for a mere 2 days, as my wife and I did. Because we certainly didn't stay after what happened on the second night. I was stirred from my trance, which must have lasted hours. Around 9 in the evening, Rowan had finally returned home from another late night at the hospital. And the slam of the front door seemed to finally bolt my frozen body from its paralysis. Still, the sudden return to reality didn't make me feel any better about the call with Irene. I didn't dismiss the rule as the overbearing control of a tyrannical association. No, I believed the old woman. I believed that something awful would happen if we were to laugh. I had no idea what that something might be, but I'm no fool. I wasn't going to wait for an answer. I didn't want an answer. I wanted my wife and I to sell our home. I wanted us to buy a hotel for a night and figure everything else out after that. Owen? Rowan called. I shakily stumbled out of the office, wondering what had possessed me, wondering why my heart was beating so quickly. Irene's just a power-hungry socialite, I told myself. You should hire a lawyer, talk about this arbitrary rule which wasn't included in the agreement. That was what the rational part of my brain said. However, the irrational part of my brain, the part steered by my sick gut, told me to ignore logic, ignore reason, and listen to that ever-present dread in my heart. The dread that told me to listen to Irene. The dread that told me to take my wife away from Bravero. By the time I reached the lobby, I was panting. Sweetie, my eyes widened when I saw that Rowan wasn't alone. Her colleague, Joanne, was standing beside her. My wife's friend wore a smile on her face. Sorry, it's been a wild day, Rowan sighed, walking over to me and planting a kiss on my cheek. I'm just going to lend Jo one of my dresses. She's got a fun night out planned for tomorrow. I'll be out of your hair in a jiffy. Owen, Joanne promised. I followed my wife upstairs and started whispering. Honey, I said. I talked to Irene. Something is very wrong with this place. What do you mean? My wife replied as we reached the upstairs landing. Did you tell her that the HOA didn't mention a noise rule in the agreement we signed? Yes, I said. She admitted that it isn't an official rule. Nothing that could be legally enforced. Good. Rowan smiled. Case closed. Sweetheart? No. I shook my head. It isn't closed. She told me the rule is enforced by, well, she didn't say who enforces it. She just said some really disturbing things. Rowan said that others had learnt the consequence the hard way. She was giving me a warning. Or a threat. My wife frowned. Should we find an attorney? This isn't right. This bullying tactic. It must breach our contract or some law. We can fix all of that later, I said. Right now, I want to get out of here. What? Rowan asked. Sweetie, we just moved into this place. And I'm telling you to trust me. Sweetie, I begged, still breathing heavily. Do you? Well, of course. Owen. But you're starting to make me anxious. My wife shivered. What did Irene say to you? Just, it was her voice. Rowan. The way she mentioned the consequence. It wasn't right. Any of it. I think we should get out of here. I pleaded. I expected my wife to resist. Expected her to roll her eyes and say that life doesn't work that way. We'd just bought the house. To sell it immediately, based on an unnerving phone call, might seem a little extreme to some people. And if there were any other reason for my distrust, then I would absolutely agree. I'd argue that we should stand our ground. Hire that attorney. Laugh for hours in the comfort of our own home, simply to spite the maniacs in charge. But I believed that woman, and Rowan clearly believed me. Okay, my wife nodded. I'll fetch that dress for Joanne. Then we'll go to the hotel. But tomorrow, we have to sort everything. I smiled tearfully. Thank you, honey. What are you two doing up there? Didn't stumble into bed on your way to the wardrobe, did you? Joanne laughed loudly from downstairs. Ouch, my wife yelped. My fingers had involuntarily tightened like talons around Rowan's upper arms, but I immediately released her when I regained control, and then my eyes shot to the bedroom window, eyeing the darkness which painted the horizon. A sliver of sunlight persisted on that humid summer's evening, a glow at the end of a blackened tunnel. I prayed for the first time in my atheistic life. Prayed that she had laughed before dark. Owen, Rowan whispered, lip trembling. Would you call it dark outside? I croaked. My wife's head rolled slowly to the window. Then she returned her frightful eyes to me. It'll be fine. Honey, I'm sure it'll be fine. Joanne didn't know about the rule. We'll receive a slap on the wrist or something, like you told me this morning. There was nothing about laughter in the contract. By the haunted look in Rowan's eyes, it was clear that she, like me, felt something, a foreboding ripple in the air, which felt and smelt like rotten breath. I felt it a day earlier, when we unloaded our belongings from the moving van. The sense that something hid within Bravero, a watcher. Hello? Joanne called again, chuckling. Won't she stop? I mumbled, clutching clumps of my hair. Come on, Rowan whimpered, clumsily plucking a blue gingham dress from the rack. She'll take this. Leave. And then we'll leave too, okay? I nodded, stepping in front of my wife and taking the dress from her. Then we walked across the landing, like weary prisoners on death row. I tentatively peered over the banister at Joanne. The smiling woman, donning turquoise scrubs that matched those of my wife. I was frustrated and terrified, in equal measure, by the innocence of Rowan's friend, the ignorance. The problem wasn't simply that Jo hadn't read the letter. It was that she clearly didn't feel what Rowan and I felt. Though my wife and I had been jubilant on that first day in our new home, our property had been pre-furnished with a weighty blanket of darkness. Something I'd read in Rowan's eyes, and I'm sure she must have read it in mine. You took your time, Joanne giggled, piercing my heart with fright for the third time. It made me laugh, seeing you run upstairs after her. Did Rowan need your fashion tips? Owen? Something like that, I whispered, hurriedly handing the dress to my wife's friend. Are you okay back there, Rowan? Joanne smiled, peering at my wife, who timidly stepped out from behind me. Come over shy all of a sudden? Now I'm starting to think you coy lovers really did get up to something. To be young again. Anyway, thank you very much. Sweetheart, you're an absolute lifesaver. In this dress, I'm sure to catch the eye of... Joanne was interrupted. Not by knocking on the door. Not by the disappearance of lights in the house. Not by any ominous sign I expected. She was interrupted by spontaneous choking, prompted by nothing that made sense. Joanne? Rowan gasped, rushing forwards. My wife managed to catch her frightened friend in outstretched arms. Tears swam in Joanne's eyes as her legs buckled and she gasped for air. Then Rowan started to perform the Heimlich maneuver as snot spilled from Joanne's nostrils. And I contended with the terror of witnessing somebody die. Several excruciating seconds later, with the slight crunch of Joanne's ribcage splintering, a vile stream of bile released from the back of her throat. And in the mess, which spread in a festering pool on the floor, there floated a crumpled piece of paper. Being the only non-squeamish member of the trio, and noting that the other two were still recovering from the trauma of Joanne's sudden fit, I knelt down to pluck the note from the lake of vomit. It bore neat, printed lines of text in a minute font. After I scraped a streak of sick away, 2 sentences became legible. Expulsion notice. Please exit through the basement. I read the note aloud, whilst Joanne continued to splutter, and my wife eyed me with confusion. So, I read the note again. And again, Joanne looked twice as perplexed as Rowan. I understood, of course, understood that none of it seemed rational. We did not have an explanation for the note's mysterious arrival. Joanne hadn't swallowed the slip of paper. It had simply emerged at the top of her throat, corking her trachea. Not in an attempt to end her, clearly, given the note's second sentence. Please exit through the basement. Joanne screamed as she flung the front door open. It revealed not the front porch, but the kitchen, and the back door of the house opened onto the front entryway. Windows opened onto the interiors of various other rooms throughout the house. This was the case not only for Joanne, but for Rowan and me too. We were all doomed to the same fate, trapped in a looping maze, and the horror of our predicament was unavoidable. We had one option. What happens if we listen to it? If we exit through the basement? My wife whispered. What is happening? Joanne wailed, barely registering anything. I shakily answered. You laughed. Joanne, I don't know why, but it's wrong. What are you saying? The woman shrieked tearfully, snot still staining her face. How did that appear in my throat? We don't understand it either, Rowan whispered, holding her friend's hand whilst turning to me. But we have to try the basement. It's the only room we've avoided. I gulped, nodding, and Joanne sobbed whilst I led the two of them to the door. It opened with a slight creak, and I should have breathed a sigh of relief at seeing the basement's darkened staircase, rather than a portal to another room in the house. But there was no wave of euphoria, only that blackened tide of fear, rolling towards my mind, threatening something worse than an end. I was haunted by the idea that death might be a kinder fate than whatever lay below. I guided us into the darkness, taking fragile steps and spinning my head frequently to ensure that Rowan and Joanne remained behind me. Once we reached the lightless basement floor, the door at the top of the stairs loudly closed, and I fumbled for the light switch, but it was gone. There seemed to be nothing down there. None of our unpacked boxes, no shelving units, nothing. Just an empty, unlit room, a black expanse. What now? Joanne timidly asked. I have no idea, I replied. We should look for an exit, Rowan said. This is the exit, I pointed out. That's what the note said. No, Joanne said. My wife agreed. Joe's right. There must be more to it than that. No, Joanne repeated, interrupting her more forcefully. Joe, are you okay? Rowan asked, shuffling around and grabbing my arm. Is that you? No, it's me, I said, taking my wife's hand. I thought you were holding on to Joanne. No, Joe, where are you? She queried fearfully. No, Joanne sobbed, her voice and presence seeming to grow more distant. And then came laughter. Not a kind laugh, not a laugh of joy, not even a mocking one. It was a laugh devoid of soul, devoid of life, one that seemed to serve simply as the welcome to some eternal nightmare, one that Joanne seemed to be blindly walking towards, willfully or not. I clutched at air, or a void, with my free hand, desperate to find her, but she was gone. Stop it, Joe cried, sounding far too distant for such a compact basement. Why are you laughing? Show yourself. Who's there? Where are... Oh, God. No. What are you? What are you? My wife's friend screamed as she saw something in the dark. Something that Rowan and I did not see. Something I know was too terrible for living eyes, as Joanne had perished. I'm not sure how I knew that. I simply understood that she would not return to the land of the living. I understood that she was not simply exiting Bravero. She was exiting reality, and she would not be entering some joyous afterlife. I had no doubt that a hellish, torturous eternity awaited. Squeaking wood sounded, and I rotated my head. Rowan and I had only walked a few steps from the staircase, but it was inexplicably 100 yards behind us. The open door, at the top of the stairs, cast light from the lobby.
It was the only visible thing in the void which had swallowed Joanne.
The void that still threatened to swallow Joanne and me. "Come on," I yelled, dragging my wife behind me. As we darted towards the escape, I started to feel something more physical in the absence of the room. A manifestation of the dark tide that had been approaching my mind. Joanne whimpered incoherently from a place both near and distant. It's Owen, Rowan cried as we reached the stairs. "We have to go," I ordered, pushing my wife onto the first step. "Please, Owen," she begged. There must be something, some way to save her. I turned for a moment and immediately felt a searing pain in my brain. That black tide had finally arrived, washing away all the joy in my soul, bringing not suffering, but the promise of suffering. It was a warning from whatever lay in the deepness of that basement. Whatever thing, outside of the HOA, enforced the rule. Rowan and I had obeyed that rule. Joanne had not. My wife and I were being offered safe passage from the terror. We were on the stairs, mere yards away from safety. He considered it for a moment, considered what my wife had said. There had to be a way of saving Joanne, in place that defied all spatial laws. I still felt the presence of Rowan's friend, felt her cries burrowing deeply into my ears. As distant as they sounded, I realized that the place was a trick. She might only be yards from us. I could do something. But the Watcher read my thoughts, read my intent to plunge into the darkness and rescue the poor woman. That likely would have broken some other unspoken rule, for a hand stretched from the black. And it did not belong to Joanne. It was a skeletal, six-fingered appendage, cloaked in ragged, ripped strips of gray skin. It was not skin at all, of course, just as the hand was not a hand. It was not anything that belonged to anyone. Worst of all, I know it did not even belong to the Watcher. The hand was a tool used to make its point. If I had seen even a sliver of that thing's true form, I would have been broken like Joanne. Whatever enforced the rule of joyless evenings in Bravero, it did not come from anywhere earthly, and it did not take Joanne anywhere earthly. I screamed, backing away from the fingers as they sought to snatch me. Perhaps, by returning to the dark and searching for Joanne, I would have faced the same horrible doom. But I didn't allow myself to find out. I narrowly swerved the fingers and followed Rowan clumsily up the stairs, before slamming the door behind us. The two of us ran to the front entrance, and Rowan pushed down the handle to reveal a wonderful sight. Our porch. Our driveway. More importantly. We did not stop to pack, did not stop to think. We bundled into the car, drove away from Bravero, and promised never to look back. A few days have passed, and we've decided not to return to collect our things. Even at the sun's high point of the day, I wouldn't risk uttering even the slightest giggle in Bravero. Besides, there are things worse than material loss, things worse than death, even. But I never gazed at those things, and I pray I never will. I pray for something truly awful. In truth, I wish that Joanne had died before seeing whatever she saw. I never thought I'd see Jessica Wright again. We were just kids. Really, high school seniors wrapped up in the small dramas of our tiny town. Jessica was the girl everyone noticed, with her bright eyes and infectious laugh. I was the boy in the back of the class, quietly sketching her from a distance, too shy to ever make a move. Our paths crossed occasionally, but we were never more than casual acquaintances. Then, the accident happened. It was a rainy night, the kind that turns the roads into slick death traps. Jessica's car skidded off the highway and wrapped around a tree. She was gone before the paramedics even arrived. The town mourned. Her parents were devastated, and for weeks, I couldn't get her face out of my mind. I felt an unbearable guilt, a sense of loss that I couldn't explain. I didn't know her well, but somehow, her death carved a hole in my life. Years passed. I moved away, went to college, got a job, and tried to forget the haunting memory of Jessica. Life became a series of routines, and for a while, it worked. But then, a few months ago, the nightmares started. I would wake up drenched in sweat, Jessica's face floating just behind my eyelids, her eyes empty and accusing. It wasn't until last week that things took a turn for the worse. I was sitting alone in my living room, the clock on the wall ticking loudly in the silence. It was just after midnight, the hour when the world feels the most still. I had just turned off the TV and was about to head to bed when I felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. My skin prickled, and I turned slowly, my eyes scanning the room. At first, I saw nothing, just the familiar contours of my furniture, the soft glow of the streetlight filtering through the curtains. But then, in the corner of the room, something shifted. My heart stopped. There she was, Jessica Wright, sitting in the old armchair by the window. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were black pits, void of any life. She was dressed in the same clothes she wore the day she died, soaked and torn. I blinked, hoping she would vanish, but she remained, staring at me with those empty eyes. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe it was a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew it was her. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to obey. All I could do was sit there, paralyzed with fear, as she continued to stare. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she stood up. Her movements were slow and jerky, like a puppet on strings. She took a step towards me, and I could hear the squelch of her wet shoes on the carpet. I bolted upright and stumbled backwards, nearly tripping over the coffee table. She stopped, her head tilting to the side, as if confused by my reaction. Then, she took another step. And another. She was coming for me. In a blind panic, I fled to my bedroom, slamming the door behind me. My hands shook as I locked it, the metallic click echoing in the silence. I pressed my ear to the door, listening. Nothing. No footsteps. No movement. Just silence. I spent the rest of the night huddled on my bed, every creak and groan of the house sending chills down my spine. When the first light of dawn finally crept through the window, I dared to open the door. The living room was empty, the armchair vacant. It was as if she had never been there. But I knew better. The next night, she came again. And the night after that, always at the same time. Always sitting in that same chair, staring at me with those hollow eyes. I stopped sleeping, stopped eating. My life became a blur of fear and exhaustion. I couldn't escape her, couldn't understand why she was haunting me. Desperate for answers, I reached out to an old friend from high school, Sarah, who had been close to Jessica. She was skeptical at first, but when I described the apparition in detail, her voice trembled. She admitted that she, too, had been having nightmares about Jessica, dreams so vivid they felt real. We decided to meet and try to figure out what was happening. Sarah suggested we visit Jessica's grave, thinking it might bring us some closure. That evening, we drove to the old cemetery on the outskirts of town. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. As we approached Jessica's grave, a chill settled over us. The headstone was simple, adorned with fresh flowers. We stood in silence for a while, lost in our thoughts. Then, Sarah spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. I never told anyone this, but the night Jessica died, we had a huge fight. I said some terrible things I can never take back. I think she's trying to tell us something, to make us understand. I nodded, feeling a sense of dread wash over me. I realized that I, too, had unresolved feelings, regret for never telling Jessica how I felt, for never getting to know her better. Maybe that's why she was haunting me, why she couldn't move on. We decided to hold a small ceremony, a way to say goodbye and ask for her forgiveness. As we lit candles and spoke our apologies, a strange sense of peace settled over the graveyard. I felt a presence, a warmth that hadn't been there before. That night, for the first time in weeks, I slept soundly. Jessica didn't visit me, and when I woke up, I felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. I hoped that we had finally given her the closure she needed. But my relief was short-lived. A few nights later, the nightmares returned, more vivid and terrifying than before. Jessica wasn't just sitting in the chair anymore. She was moving, coming closer, her eyes burning with an intensity that made my blood run cold. I could hear her voice now, a faint whisper that grew louder each night. "Help me!" I knew then that something was horribly wrong. Jessica wasn't at peace. She was trapped, and somehow, I was the key to her release. I delved into old town records, searching for anything that might explain her restless spirit. What I found chilled me to the bone. The night of Jessica's accident, she hadn't been alone. There was another car, another driver who had fled the scene. The police had never found the culprit, and the case went cold. Jessica's death was more than just a tragic accident. It was a murder. I shared my findings with Sarah, and together we dug deeper. We uncovered a name, someone who had a history of reckless driving and a known grudge against Jessica. Confronting him was our only option. We tracked him down, a shadow of his former self, living in a dilapidated house on the outskirts of town. When we confronted him with the evidence, he broke down, confessing to everything. He had been drunk, angry, and when he saw Jessica on the road that night, he lost control. He had been haunted by guilt ever since, but fear kept him from coming forward. We persuaded him to turn himself in, to finally face justice. The relief in his eyes was palpable, as if a dark cloud had been lifted. That night, as I sat in my living room, I felt a shift in the air. The clock struck midnight, and for the first time in weeks, Jessica didn't appear. Instead, I felt a warmth, a sense of peace that I hadn't known in years. I knew then that we had done the right thing, that Jessica could finally rest. But as I turned off the lights and headed to bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. The shadows in the corners of my room seemed darker, the silence heavier. As I lay down, I heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible but unmistakable. "Thank you." I closed my eyes, hoping for a dreamless sleep. But deep down, I knew that some ghosts never truly leave us. They linger, waiting for the right moment to remind us of the past, of the things we can never change. And in the dead of night, when the world is silent and still, I can still feel Jessica's presence, watching over me, a reminder of the love I never had the courage to confess, and the girl who will forever haunt my dreams.